tenth part now, just such a his idea is shockingly original. With Cordero dead, many people I think did believe Cordero was a messiah. He died. It's a real big disappointment that he but when Cordero died, there was the idea that no, there's something else coming. Cordero is a herald, maybe kind of like Elijah for the coming Messiah. And the Gloria fit into that perfectly. Gloria began to teach Kabbalah basics every day. He had introductory level Kabbalah classes, Kabbalah Academy, intro Kabbalah. He also began to develop an inner circle of people that he began to teach his own ideas to. And the inner circle is composed of several students who know a good bit about those students. And what's weird is that he seems to have taught different versions of things to different students. And we know that because they say so. That some people are allowed some things, and some people are allowed others, and some more in the system, and some more others. And you can see this in the publication because, for instance, one of Florian's students is Israel Summer. Credits and everything. Pay attention to him. But Israel Summer was one of the earliest publishers of Chag's works, or Gloria works rather, and he helped popularize them. And so a big part of what's going on with Isaac Gloria is that Gloria really wants complex ideas popularized. That's probably part of his general messaging program. He believes in a very intense way that the Messiah is a hair's breadth away, and that if Kabbalah gets out there, it will usher in the Messiah's age immediately. That kind of messianic fervor is going to prove to be a disaster here in the system. Messianic fervor is going to be a disaster. At any rate, he began to build more of people, and then he died. He died. He died like 2 years after being in Safed. And so his death wasn't, he was always pretty sickly, so his death wasn't completely shocking. But after his death, his two most important students would be Israel Summer, who I mentioned a moment ago, and the other, of course, the much more important student, at least historically, is going to be Chaim Vital. And it's going to be Chaim Vital's interpretation of the ideas of the Arizal of Isaac Gloria that are going to come to finish. The Arizal himself, Isaac Gloria basically wrote nothing. He wrote nothing Arabic, it's all for Shabbat, it's all he had. He didn't really write much, he taught, and his students sort of synthesized things that he taught. It's to synthesize documents of the there's a long tradition of this kind of thing, right? The Buddha never wrote anything down, Jesus never wrote anything down, Muhammad couldn't read or write. There's a whole long tradition of people, Socrates famously never wrote anything. There's a whole long tradition of people who don't write things down and yet go on to change the world. So if you really want to change the world, don't write books. Writing books is a surefire way that you will not change the world. You have to be a charismatic leader and don't write anything. Just talk to people. And if you talk to people and you're charismatic enough, they will do all the writing for you. And, it's like Bruno was only there in Summit for 2 or 3 years. And he managed to make this kind of decisive for his students. So, what do we know about the system of Well, I'm going to go and tell you right now, I'm not going to systematically go through every part because it is incredibly difficult and it's detailed. But the main thing to know about it is that whereas Cordero was much more rationalistic, much more intellectualistic, much more systematic direction when it comes to trying to unpack the ideas of the Sefer Zohar, Florian is much more interested in the mythos of the Zohar. He's much more interested in the evolving process that the Zohar seems to describe about how God goes from being infinitely obsessed to becoming present in the world. And so Gloria's main shift is it's going to shift away from trying to systematically analyze every aspect of how reality is constructed, but rather focus on the unfolding, the dynamic unfolding of reality and the mythology of that unfolding. And it's the mythology, and I say mythology, I don't mean falseness or like the Loch Ness Monster as a myth, but it's the doing of it that really matters to him. Because for Gloria, the entire drama of the unfolding or the evolution of reality as we know it isn't in the past, it's always present to us. And so in a way that we time is really weird because for him it's all happening at once. It's happened back then, it's happening now, and at some level it's going to happen in the future, and the future is kind of reaching for us to redeem us. And so emotions like time are very weird in the Lorian system. So what we get is that he's primarily interested in what I might call the mythological structure, the genesis of reality and its development, as that development is comprehensible at any given moment in the development of humanity or God. For Gloria, the development of God is the same development. His system, as far as we have it, is a really highly developed system of analyzing reality. I can't say that it's always terribly coherent, and I certainly can't say that I always understand it. But what he's focused on, what his core idea is what often gets called the order of development or the order of evolution. This is often referred to as said there, the order of evolution. In fact, is actually a word for evolution. So it's the evolution of element. Now, just again, these evolutionary models are constructive, right? Because at some level, biological entities contain the past inside them. That is to say that you contain all kinds of things in your DNA from what we used to be. We're not apes like the apes before us. We contain DNA fragments of those apes. The past is still with us. Or as Bill Faulkner said, that the past isn't dead, it's not even past. And that's true also for Rabbi and Kabbalah. The idea is, yes, there were things that happened in the past, the primordial past, but those things are current to us now, still happening. And so what we get is that there is a sort of spiraling cycle of regression. That is to say, the world is coming into being, the world is emerging as such, it's always emerging as such. And further, right, it's also regressing, it's also going back to the way it was. So there is an incredible dynamism in the Lorian system where you don't know quite where you are in time, in space. You don't quite know where you are even in righteousness sometimes. There's a kind of constant to and fro where the world is on the one hand becoming exiled, and on the other hand becoming redeemed. And so the Lorian system, part of what makes it so difficult is that at the heart of the system is this dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once and everything's also being erased all at once. And so it's very difficult to figure out at what moment something is happening, because at every moment everything's always happening. And so knowing exactly what's going on in the system is very complicated because the system is so dynamic. It's almost like a fractal. The more you zoom in on the region of the fractal, the more the entire fractal reproduces. And so the system is very, very fractalized like that. And so it's often difficult to know exactly what's going on. But let's go to some of the core ideas of the big first idea is his concept of Simpson. Simpson was an idea that was developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was a teacher of Gloria for a brief time. And so Cordovero had to solve a problem. The problem is, well, how do you get from an infinite God whose light is reaching, whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality? God's being is infinite, and so it must occupy everything. With that infinity, how do you get to an idea that there's a gap? How do you get the idea there's a place where God isn't in order for the world? Because it can't be the case that God is completely in fullness, and the system's full, and you can't have a world. You can't have the older world. You can't have the worlds. So God has to create an emptiness, a divide, a vacuum. And what God does is God contracts some region of God's self. I use words like region, but again, these spatial concepts are not actually. But God ontologically contracts God's self. And that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is what's surrounded by God, and yet is not God. It's a kind of gap. It's a kind of void or a vacuum. You know, always imagine like when you have to like, I don't know, maybe gain a couple pounds and you need to get in some old pants, and so you like suck your belly in and tighten your belt real tight. It's like God sucking in God's belly to get the belt on. I don't know how to. So I always imagine that image for something. So God creates this void, this Simpson, and into that Simpson, into that void, into that contraction, that will be where the Olam will appear. Olam are the four worlds that comprise our reality. do not have access to God's infiniteness. We just don't. It's just we're finite. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. And so what we do have access to is what's left over from the process of filling that void. Now, how does that void get filled? Well, God, it's almost like a laser. God concentrates some of God's light. God finitizes some of God's light. And that finitized light, that finitized existence of God is permitted to enter into the void. And when it enters into the void, it cascades into the void. And that cascading, as it moves from the primal source of the divine into the void, it begins to weaken, so to speak. And as it begins to weaken, as it tenders down into the void, as it flows down into the void, it begins to weaken. And as it weakens, there are strategic parts, or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light into the void. It's like you're shining a laser, right? A laser is only so powerful, only can reach so far. The farther it gets, the wider it gets, the more it begins to break down and begins to fade away. God shoots that light into the void. This is also found in the city of Zohar. And as that light goes in, it begins to break down. And as it breaks down into 4 distinct realms. And those 4 distinct realms are the fundamental structures of reality. The first one is Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon is the primeval body of God. It's the way that we imagine God to be. It's when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining is Adam Kadmon. It's the first primeval glimpse of God as a being. Because before that, God is just infinite light, and God is utterly unmanageable. The first glimpse is Adam Kadmon, sort of like a negative image of God broadcast into the world. The next layer down is the realm of organization. Then down further is the world of Rabbi, right? God is becoming more and more concretized, not yet physical, but more and more concretized. And then we get to the world of formation, where God is recognizable. Then finally we get down to the world of Asiyah, and we are actually in a subsection of the world of Asiyah, and that sometimes is called the 5 world or the 4 world, since our physical reality is distinct from all other forms of Asiyah. So the 4 worlds, and all of them are the ontological registers of reality. And what Uriah imagines, and the reason why he imagines these 4 worlds is that every single time there is a movement in the Godhead, an evolution in the Godhead, a change in the Godhead, that change has to be understood as a logical, dialectical progression of how God is mutating, how God is changing. Because every time God interacts with something, that image of God and aspect of God alters. And so what we get in the world of the various registers of reality is we get entirely different branches of the sphere. Now, I may pull this up when we get to the Q&A later, is that one thing that makes the Uriah system so mind-boggling and complicated is that every register of reality has its own subrotic structure. And inside of every sphere is more sphere. And so there are sphere inside of sphere inside of sphere. There are sphere on the backside, which is just evil. It is again, for folks who are familiar with some mathematics, it's like a fractal. That anytime you zoom in on any register of reality, you can see that the entire system of reality is reproduced over and over and over and over. And you have these enormously complex, what are called Villanova tree systems. And those really complex Villanova tree systems describe the various spheroid as they're interacting with each other in these various registers of reality. We can't go into the various levels of reality at the time, but each one of them is distinct. Each one of them is a moment in the development of the Godhead. Now, some folks have got some background in philosophy. Folks who had some background in Hegel. This is going to sound really familiar because if you've ever read the logic or progression of the logic of Hegel, Hegel actually commends Kabbalah as prefiguring his work. Now, I'm not sure if that's an indictment of Kabbalah or not, so that's pretty much Hegel, but Hegel's system of the unfolding of reality is deeply influenced by the Oriental folding out structure of the world. Now, as God's light begins to travel through the void, what ends up happening is that the very structures that emerge to hold God's light, the very moments of the divine, as the light gets further and further and further into the void, the very structures that are meant to hold the divine light can't. they're just too far away. It's just like I don't know. It's like it's a moment where you feel yourself, you're holding on to something, right? You feel yourself slipping off. There's a moment where you just let go, and that let go moment, the moment where the spheres, the actual vessels that hold God's light, because they've gotten so far away from your source, they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough dynamism, they don't have enough physical, they don't have enough strength to hold God's light, and they shatter. And that shattering, the shattering of the vessels, is as it falls in, they overpower the vessels, right? And they shatter. It's like putting, folks ever seen this, right? You take I don't know, a really cold glass vessel and put really hot water into it, right? Or I'm sure you've seen folks, right, throw hot water on a cold windshield. That's not any better. But imagine, right, hot water being poured into an ice cold vessel. The ice cold vessel is put in the vacuum, the void, you can see the sun. And when you pour the lightning hot rays of God into it, the vessels just shatter. And that shattering forms what are called shards. And these shards of the vessel, these shards are characterized by disharmony and disunity. They're broken aspects of the divine. They're aspects of the divine that are localized. It's like, you know, imagine taking a part of your own personality and breaking it off. So just imagine your curiosity, right? You took pure curiosity, which is a pretty good trait, and broke it off and made it its own thing. Pure curiosity is a disaster. Because anything that's purely curious, make yourself killed, hurt people, it's not going to have any ethics, you know, just experiment on people. And even love, right? Pure love, take it away and put it with no checks at all, it's too much. Any aspect of the divine, broken away from the divine, and then given its own reality, will always be too much. No matter what it is, whether it's God's wrath or God's goodness, whether it's God's curiosity, whatever, none of these things exist on their own. And the shards of these vessels, according to Gloria, become evil. Now, they're not inherently evil, but because they're localized, intense versions of the divine, they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own. And because they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own, they go haywire. And these become evil in the Glorianic system. This is the origin of evil. The demons of the world are the shards of the vessels that once had God's light. Because they're just out of control. They're completely disunited with the empire of peace. And so they're sort of like extreme versions of God. And so these demonic aspects of the demonic aspects of the existence of these is and they are the object of a process called tikkun. I bet you're already beginning to hear, right, where we're going to get to next, right, the idea of tikkun. Well, we are, right, at the very end of that system. The entire giant system of God seems to be God, pouring God's light in. The entire process of shattering the vessel. We are at the very limit of that system. And so it's a very limit of that system, right? It's like a rubber band, right? You just cut your rubber band out, let it go, flies all the way this way, flies back. We are at the very end, receiving in of all of the divine system. We are at the very bottom of the system. We are the part of the system that begins to move back up. We are the system. We are the part that moves back up. And what happens is that we recognize, Glorianic Kabbalists recognize, that the shards of the divine, the quote, can be rectified by engaging in the magic of the Torah. Again, it's a Gloria is not mystical. He says, no, you repair the world, metaphysically repair the world by engaging in the metaphysical act of engaging in following God's law. Because the divine law, the Torah is the system. It's like the source code of all realities. And if you follow it and you do it correctly, it fixes reality. Reality is broken somehow. And so the fix is, according to Mitzvah Gloria, the very strict following of the Jewish law, of the Halacha, and of the Torah. So by following the Torah, you repair reality. And this is where the phrase Tikkun comes from. You are repairing the world. Now, I know that most folks here for Tikkun things like charity or something like that. But for Mitzvah Gloria, it's not just a fixing the world in terms of social social justice stuff, that's part of it too. But by having the right kavanah, by having the right concentration, by having the right intention, by doing the Jewish will, absolute intention, purity of heart, by performing things like Shabbat, by putting the tefillin on, by observing the facet or whatever, all of these things help to repair reality. They fix reality metaphysical. They give reality a and further, you begin to build the world inside. Because for the Illuminati system, the act of reparation, the act of repairing the world, begins to sort of build the world in which the Messiah can emerge. And at some level, you can imagine that Messiah is kind of the keystone of the entire process. The Messiah is the person who will turn the key. They will build the world worthy of Messiah. Messiah will come and turn the key. And they will unfurl the final mysteries. And so it's by repairing the world that we prepare the world for the possibility of Messiah. And this idea is going to have enormous impact in history of Judaism. If you've ever hung out with folks in the Chabad movement, I don't know if folks have ever been around Chabad people, putting candles, felon, you walk around New York, have a Chabad guy on Shotgun Street, like, hey, what's going on today? He's like, what's going on now? Why would they bother you in the street? What's going on? It's not because they're trying to do you a favor. They're trying to engage into the law. They think that every Jew, that means them, who can engage in the process of the law and put the felon on, or usher in the days of the Messiah. That was all. And so they're trying at some level to accelerate. Right? One can think about Kabbalistic ideas or learning Kabbalah, the kind of Jewish accelerationism. The world is broken and they're trying to accelerate the process by which it's prepared. Accelerate that process by engaging in spiritual warfare against the book and by finding and preparing for the book in a way that allows you to basically accelerate the process of which the Messiah comes. And if you read Frank Vital, he really does think that he definitely thinks he's the Messiah. He just thinks that he has to be a little bit more righteous. If he could just be a little bit more, if he just didn't think about that woman when he was praying, just didn't think that dirty thought, if he just memorized a little bit more Mishnah, then he would have been revealed as the Messiah, he would have emerged as the Messiah. This is an idea you see him constantly in his journals. He's Simon Tall simultaneously manages to be both incredibly self-deprecating and also incredibly arrogant. I guess that tends to go hand in hand. But sometimes he's unworthy of anything. The lowest of the low is, but yeah, if I'd just done this, I'd have been the Messiah. So the idea is that the Messiah is required in order to result in this process of now, of course, that idea's got retrofitted into the liberal Jewish circles for social justice, but in the classical Kabbalistic world, it has everything to do with strict obedience. Another key innovation in the Orianic system is that Moria is really obsessed with some of the more bizarre sections of the Zohar. There are three sections of the Zohar that are notorious and didn't understand. Two of them are the intro, the symbols, and the final is a section called Sifra Ditzniuta. And Sifra Ditzniuta is a relatively brief section of the Zohar that contains a long description of God's beard. And then there's another section that also contains descriptions of God's beard, but also God's face in general. And no one's really sure what is going on in those sections. They're really, really weird. Weird even compared to the other sections of the Zohar. It's weird enough, but it's like weird on weird. And it's like Gloria develops a systematization of this idea of the movements within the divine face. That the divine face is actually reflective of metaphysical changes in reality. And that the divine face or the countenances, the parts of theme, that these parts of theme are arrangements of the spherot. And those arrangements of the spherot are indicators of certain kinds of changes and developments within the divine. I will go ahead and say this, the parts of theme is without a doubt the most complicated part of the entire structure of the Greek Kabbalah. Because it's arrangements of, it's analyzing the spherot in terms of how they're arranged and how the various systems relate to itself internally. And it is just completely understandable. I still struggle trying to figure out, like I know what the various configurations are, and like I know what the structures look like, but when you begin to analyze how they move and change in relation to other mystical stuff going on in the ROTHSCHILD system, it just becomes a maze. It just becomes a maze. So I have difficult, but real difficult time keeping track of what's going on in this inner development of Godhead. But what's important to note is that for Gloria, God is not a thing, God is a process. And God is So yeah, God is changing. God is in process. God is not a thing. God is in process. And that process is reality. And we are part of that process. And just like you get angry, so does God. And just like you get, I don't know, compassionate, so does God. And that the change of God from angry to compassion, or the change from a normal state of affairs to being angry, that change in your emotions can be mapped. And so, God, a change in God's emotional life mapped. And those mappings of God's emotional psychology or intellectual psychology are the parts of you. It's a very complicated part of inner psychology, inner divine psychology. It's really amazing. Also, famously, Miss Gloria is going to reintroduce the concept of reincarnation into Judaism. Reincarnation is an idea that never really took hold in most of the Abrahamic faiths, although there are tiny groups of people who still believe in it in some way. But most of the larger Abrahamic faiths have rejected reincarnation for various kinds of reasons. However, in the Kabbalah, reincarnation is completely acceptable. In fact, it's part of the system. In fact, sort of general idea, this is Chaim Vital's major work. This is the most systematic account of Isaac Luria's philosophy. This is the major work of Isaac Luria's philosophy of by Chaim Vital, and this is the standard now two-volume text on reincarnation. This is the teachings of Isaac Luria on reincarnation. So, reincarnation is an idea that's reintroduced into Judaism. It may have existed earlier in some ways, but certainly Paul really introduces it in the Encyclopedia. The idea is that every single person has what they call a soul root. And the soul root is a kind of aspect of your soul. There are 5 layers of your soul according to the Orionic system. And some of those parts of your soul go all the way back to the beginning of all creation. And various people have had that soul. You will look at a root or a root, and there are many growing off the root. You're one of the things growing off the root. And there are many people already that have had the same soul as you. Now, the bad thing about that is they've committed all kinds of sins that you're now responsible for fixing. Because again, remember, the Gloria system is dynamic. Just because you engage in too once doesn't mean that you didn't do bad stuff before. If you did bad stuff, well, if you break the Jewish law, that further damages reality. And so there have been people in the past that have really damaged reality. People in the past like doing something really bad. Chaim Vital, by the way, the soul root is Cain, the first murderer. And so as you can imagine, Chaim Vital, whose soul root is Cain, had a lot to fix. It's literally the literal origin of murder in the world. And so again, we're going to get all kinds of what are called tikkunim, reparations, and these reparations include everything from ascetic practices to reading certain parts of the Bible to mystical practices. And so the idea is that not only are you responsible for you being good to you, you have to make up for all the things that have happened prior to you. So every person that's had your soul prior to you are now responsible for figuring out and fix all the bad things they did. Because all the bad things are still there. You're supposed to have to fix them. Now you figure that out, you go to a mystic Kabbalist. The Kabbalists will tell you your soul root is, and they will tell you all the bad things that you've done, and they will give you theory and how to fix them. Anything from extra prayers to amulets to fasting, all kinds of theory. Now, if you ever go to Sfat, if you ever go to Safed to this day, you can go to Kabbalists. I've seen signs in Safed where they will go and they will figure out your soul root. And they're the legend experts who know how to do this. I don't know how to do this, but I'll give it to them. That's fine. And they can figure out what your soul root is, and they can tell you what your soul root was. Lamas, and you have to make descends, and for inherited descends, these are the kind of tikkunim that you need to do, reparation you need to do to fix the sins of your past lives. Reincarnation is entered into Judaism completely intact. It is a completely viable way of thinking about your afterlife. It's not heterodox at all. It's very normative at this point. And so, reincarnation, with the rise of Oriental Kabbalah, is basically normalized in a way that I don't think it is in Christianity. Islam. I think in Christianity, Islam, if you want to believe in reincarnation, you don't want to make a big deal of it. I think if you make a big deal of it, if you're a Catholic, you're going to be in trouble. Whereas in Judaism, reincarnation is completely normalized. Now, I say it's normalized, but it's only normalized within the system of the Kabbalah. find out your reincarnations of sins. Now you do also are the merit of the past life, but also the past too. This idea that the soul can survive death, it can be reborn. Also, it means that various other regions of the soul, and you have 5 regions of your soul, some other regions of your soul can actually survive death and become detached from the other regions. And those detached parts of your soul, if you committed a lot of sins in your life, addicted to those sins, and those that aspect of your soul that becomes addicted to those sins actually roam around and want to continue committing sins. And the next life, especially true of sexual sin, also gluttony and drunkenness and stuff. And so if you were a lecherous, drunken, bad person, and if you become addicted to those things, when you die, your soul becomes so polluted that it will become detached from your other souls and it will roam around. And what does it want to do? It wants to continue doing what it did, getting drunk and having sex and whatever. And so what it will do is it will try to attach itself to other people because you can't really get drunk and have sex if you're just a soul, so you got to get attached to someone else. And so when your soul attaches, your evil soul attaches itself to people, the word to attach in Hebrew is daba, right? In fact, the modern Hebrew word for so your soul daba, it clings to other people, and that soul that clings to other people possesses them. This is the origin of Dybbuk. Dybbuk is the evil version of your soul, it's the evil aspect of your soul that roams around and tries to attach itself to people. And the very earliest exorcism stories that we have in Judaism are actually from Satan. In fact, we have a whole class on spirit possession in Judaism, and if you want to learn more about this, I have some episodes on my YouTube channel as well. But what you have here is demonic possession is not the right word, it's not a demon. It's actually an evil, dead person doing possessing. And so Dybbuk can become a big deal in the Kabbalistic world as well. But the opposite is true too. The soul of very righteous people hangs around near their grave, and if you need to get some spiritual, some righteousness, let's say that you're traveling somewhere and you know that your old paramour is going to be there, and you don't want to hook up with them. This is a real example, by the way. So you don't hook up with them, be married, whatever, you don't put adultery in this. So what do? You go into the graveyard of a righteous person, and you lay on the grave of the righteous person, and you meditate on their soul and invite their soul into your soul, and they will impregnate you. This is called Hibur, and the soul of the righteous dead person will impregnate your soul with a little bit of their righteousness, and it will give you enough of righteousness that when you go to face the spiritual challenge of committing adultery, because it's like a shot in the arm, shot in the soul from the righteous person, and the righteous person will give you the spiritual power to overcome your failure, your sin, and then they will come back to their grave and have a life. For folks who know a little about Buddhism, right, this sounds a bit like bodhisattvas, right? The idea that there are people who are enlightened in the Buddhist tradition, they become so enlightened, they don't become completely enlightened, so they can stay around here to help the rest of us monks. Right? So bodhisattvas, they don't leave, they don't go to nirvana, they stay here to help the rest of us get a little bit more enlightened. And so these tzedakkim, these righteous people, will lay on their graves, get a little bit of spiritual power from their soul, and go into your soul. People do this to this day. It's a problem, actually, that people get caught sleeping in the graveyards and lying on graves to get soul power. Soul power is a cool step. So at any rate, so this idea that people war becomes a big idea as well. So typical, right? Evil soul becoming attached to your body. They can also get an animal, by the way. They don't like to be an animal. It's like not good for them, but they want to be evil. And Simon Vital, by the way, also became one of the earliest exorcists. That's one tradition. By the way, he failed. He also get the Dybbuk to leave. But then as soon as the Dybbuk leaves, left, he will come back and repossess the person and kill him. And so there's all kinds of great Dybbuk stories. If you've ever seen the movie The Dybbuk, it's one of the great classics of Yiddish film. Filmed in the 30s. In fact, made the people that were in the film were died in the Holocaust. And so it's really, I think they remastered it and redone the Yiddish subtitles. Everybody's seen The Dybbuk. It's a great film from the 30s. It's a classic getting achievement for it all. I went to film all of it. But did it. It was last pretty close to Halloween time. It was some Jewish Halloween. Movie watching. So the big reason I did that was also from Rabbi Kabbalah, but also as I said a minute ago, Rabbi Kabbalah is just Kabbalah. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard this term. You've seen this term. Right? You've heard of the absolute. You know that the soul has the Yechida, Esher, various parts of the soul. Florian and Kabbalah just became Kabbalah. It absorbed all other previous forms of Kabbalah, whether it's Abraham Abba's Kabbalah, whether it's Barrow's Kabbalah, whether it's other forms of Kabbalah. It absorbed them all. In some ways, transcended them all. It abolished them all, and it ascended above them all. And by both eliminating all of them and then conglomerating all of them into one thing, it became a new thing. And that new thing basically has become Jewish theology. If you've ever read books of Jewish theology, modern books of Jewish theology, they're almost always derivative of Isaac. And that's true of Hasidic people. That's true of Messianic opponents of the Hasidic people. That's true of hardcore Jewish rationalism. The Vilna, right? The hardcore rational guy. Also hardcore Kabbalist. Kabbalah, Lorena Kabbalah, is at some level just Jews. Now, what's ironic about that, we'll talk about this more throughout the last few weeks. Why aren't these texts available now? If at some level, all these ideas are just basically now part of our theological landscape, why isn't the Jews to buy a copy of Basic Science in English? Why isn't the kids to buy a copy of Barrow's Parts of Rabbi? Why is it that the entire 15-volume convey our collected works of the Ari that speaks? There is a really important reason for why that is. It has everything to do with liberal Judaism, how liberal Judaism decanonized Kabbalah and rejected Kabbalah. That's part of what made liberal modern Judaism is the amputation of Kabbalah from Judaism. Now that's changing, but it's not changing in the right way. Because the way it's changing is not. It's changing in the sense that Kabbalah's going to be imported. They're being imported haphazardly. And the original texts are not being consulted. They're not being translated. And so modern Jews interested in Kabbalah don't have access to the texts. And that's a disaster. It's a real disaster. Imagine if, if the works of Thomas Aquinas were translated in English. You would rely on old Latin editions, and so that would be a mess. Well, that's basically what happens. It's as if Thomas Aquinas has the influence in the Catholic world, but no Catholics have access to his actual works. Reliable. It's a mess. It's a real mess. So, again, this is a standard one in the Basic Science in Hebrew. There's no Hebrew translation. We'll talk about why it's not one that's a bad situation. So, at the end of the day, it's a glorious version of Kabbalah. Now, I'm not saying it's completely systematic, and I'm not saying it's completely all worked out. There's still a bunch of kinks in the system. But at the end of the day, the 15-volume collected works of the Arizal, really, the works of Chaim Vital, systematizing the words of some of the Arizal, that becomes Jewish theology. Now, on the one hand, that's really cool, because Kabbalah won. On the other hand, it's a disaster, because most Jews who are interested in Kabbalah, at least in the non-Orthodox, have no access to it. It's a mess. This is a real, I don't know how to get solved, but I mean, it's just now in the past 10 years that the entire Zohar was translated reliably in English. So this is a big problem to talk about. We'll talk about why we're in this boat. How can we get out of it? Weeks, but it may just, in our lifetime, we may be getting at that. It may take our entire lifetime. Where it came from, why is that? 6 years after Chaim Vital died, the greatest articulator of the lower unit system of Kabbalah, 6 years after he dies, a a guy is born in Asia Minor, what is that, Turkey, he's born on he's born on Tish B'Av. He's born on Tish B'Av, which happens to fall on Shabbat that year. And there's a long-standing idea in Jewish lore that the Messiah will be born on the saddest day of the year. That the day of the year that we were born, every bad thing that's ever happened to us. The great hope is that on that day, the Messiah will be born. That in the future, Tish B'Av will no longer be a sad day, it'll be a glorious day, because that'll be the birthday of the Messiah. On Saturday of Tish B'Av, 6 years after the death of Shabbatai Tzvi, and Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Kabbalah, because he's going to become the Messiah. And not just become the Messiah, when I say that, I mean the majority of the world's Jews were convinced he was the Messiah. He convinced the world's Jews he was the Messiah via his publicist of Gaza using Kabbalah. And he will become enormously influential. In fact, in many ways, when you think about Judaism as a religion, in some ways, as before Shabbatai Tzvi, as after. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform you. He's going to transform you so much of what's going to happen. And so what we're going to do is he's going to basically shape you to future. Because as you probably know, declaring himself the Messiah, the vast majority of Jews believe that he's the Messiah. Many of them literally had their bags packed home, docks in Amsterdam, ready to go back home to Israel to live the Messianic age in 1666 for Islam. And it is a gigantic disaster. A disaster that, prior to the Holocaust, there's been no greater disaster than Shabbatai Tzvi. No greater disaster. It's from theological point of view. So, in many ways, right, think about Shabbatai Tzvi is a full product. Now, imagine most folks here heard the idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40. I'm sure folks have heard that idea. Well, notice that it's like Gloria died before he was 40. Clearly, he was studying Kabbalah before he was 40. Where do ideas like that come from? They come in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because the ideas of Kabbalah is so dangerous. They can lead to the entire Jewish people. That's fascinating. And that disaster, Kabbalistic disaster, will be heralded by Shabbatai Tzvi, the false Messiah. They will turn to him and his arguments for his Messiah. Shabbatai Tzvi. And also Frankenstein is really early Shabbatai Tzvi. Turn our attention to Shabbatai Tzvi. It's mystical heresy. This Kabbalah novel called the Greatness. So we will deal with Shabbatai Tzvi is so full of mysticism. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, accessible
the world-famous comedy sorbet room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Yippee-doo-dah-day, motherfuckers. Here we are. Good evening and welcome. Brian Redband, back from beautiful Austin, Texas. Back from sitting on the throne during a wonderful, wonderful slew of Joe Rogan Experience episodes, including, of course, my favorite episode of all time, the great Kanye West.
Yes, I got 2 hugs from him. He showed us that little creepy hologram before it was announced, and I thought that was very touching. He's like, showing us videos on his phone and stuff.
He's a good guy.
He was a very sweet, very good guy. He was a sweetheart.
And a fucking genius.
Yeah.
The stuff he was saying during that episode was really mind-boggling.
I thought it was cool too how Rogan was able to listen to a 20-minute thing and then just really wrap it up into a very nice package. I think Kanye actually really respected Joe for that. It was cool, and he's going to be back.
And also, it was still super entertaining. I mean, and also, even though my take on it, Joe doing a minimal amount of talking, still unbelievable hosting. Like, it's almost harder to host while not having input, because the decisions, next question that you asked, is that much more important. And it was just incredible. Incredible. Great guest, and obviously a great host, Rogan and Kanye. Wow. So here we are. We're back at Kill Tony. Welcome back home to beautiful Los Angeles, California. We're here, quarantined off with maybe a grand total, I would guess, maybe 15 people in this room. We used to have 550 people in every single fucking Monday. But here we are. It's better than this. So this is exciting, and I'm happy to be here. Hey, you know who else is here? It's the great Ryan J. Emo. Look at it right there. Whoa, there's the wink and the point and another point. Oh shit, he's just giving them out for free tonight. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. All those prints are available at RyanJEvil.com, including all the tour posters, a couple of limited edition t-shirts, and the drawing of tonight's episode, which he has already begun right now. Hard at work. Some other great people in the audience tonight as well. Charlie from Delicious Vito's Pizza is here. Royalty in these parts. In fact, I didn't tell you this, Charlie, but I placed a secret order yesterday. The eggplant parmesan appetizer with my favorite, baked ziti. Slammed it down like a champion. Gives me all the fuel I need for an amazing day. And then I chase it down with a caveman coffee, which you can do as well by using the promo code KillTony, getting 15% off your order. Incredible stuff. I don't know how it packs so much energy in a can, but somehow it does. And also a shout out to the great Gino from Speedweed over there. He's the man. Also the CEO of Better Box Studios, which was a tremendous second home to us during these wild times of this unprecedented pandemic. And so, with that said, we are all set to start tonight's show. But before I bring out tonight's guest, here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsors that made this episode free for you, the lucky listener. Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. One CEO, Ali, needed to hire for a multifaceted role at his wallpaper company, Walls D-Love. He was looking for someone who was the right fit for his team and culture, but his search was slow going. So he turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
That's how Ali found Savannah Ray. Ali's 6 Savannah's skills and experience were a great match for the role. Plus, she applied within a few days after he posted the job. Through ZipRecruiter, Ali has hired everyone from head of marketing to sales director to lead graphic designer. But Ali's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter.
That's right. A lot of them do. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
June 11th, and it opens up with a special report. Right behind this fence is where the body was found. It's 6:45 show Don Barris's apartment complex. That's the apartment with the abandoned buildings in. I wonder if Don killed the guy. He ain't gonna change his identity because out of county he murdered somebody. So what's Don do? Put this magic dust on him. Totally transform him. He won't do anything to look like somebody else. That's revealed. Oh my God. For the guy that has been taking abuse from him for the past 26 years, I hope I'm the guy that puts him away and locks him up. He is a son of Satan, the devil. He's a murderer, a killer. Now he's not the Barnes, he's the new Dan. Now he's new Dan. Oh my God. I know the laws, I know how the system works, and I know how to arrest somebody. So, bottom line, I'm not an idiot.
And we are back, and I am so excited about tonight's show. This is probably, pound for pound, without a doubt, the best guest that we've had, not only since the pandemic started, but also perhaps of the year 2020, because this man was on the show in January of this year, one of our famous sold-out shows here in the main room, and he brought the cast of the movie that he created with him, the greatest comedy movie of all time, Windy City Heat. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians and favorite friends on the planet. It's the great Don Barris. Wow, it's really him, live in the flesh, on a Monday at 8:15 p.m. He is here, he's back, the king of late night at the Comedy Store, the creator of the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history, and the star of the Comedy Store documentary that just came out all 5 days.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Red Band. It's nice to be back here. I haven't been back here since January. In January, it was such a fun show. You guys were so nice because you pushed the shit out of Windy City Heat, and I've never seen numbers move on anything I've ever done.
It really did. It was fun for me. I even kept a little bit of an eye on it. It was fun to watch the bump.
It really was.
Yeah.
And that was very nice. And I was like, as a matter of fact, I'll be making a deal right now. I've never done this on any show that I've ever been on. Tonight, when this is over, I'm going to select one woman from somebody to make love to her.
Oh, wow. Well, I see a couple ladies.
Who's getting their Johnny holding by me tonight?
That is a good question. Who is going to get their giant homework taken by Don here tonight? Don, I'm so happy to have you. I'm sure since it was just in January that you were on the show, and you remember that we have a band on the show.
Yes, I do.
And every single episode, they commit to being different characters. They've been in a different sealed-off green room getting ready before this show.
Can I say this before you bring them up?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you because it's your fucking show and you're doing a good job.
You're great.
Right there.
You can do whatever you
But
want.
you know what? When you said we don't know, I saw them backstage. And they said, whatever you do, don't say anything. So I'm going to shut my mouth because I don't want that girl that honey making love to upset me.
That's right. You want that giant hall nice and ready for you. With that said, let's find out what they are tonight. Maybe it's brand new characters that we've never seen before. Maybe it's the return of some of our favorite characters that we have seen. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jetski, Jesse Johnson, Chroma, Chris, and Joel Jimenez. Wow. I have no idea what this is. Wow. I don't think I've ever been this was confused before about what the band actually is.
I just selected the girl you make your love to.
Uh-oh, we found the lucky lady.
Jeremiah won't like that, because I'm his sister, Phyllis Watkins.
Whoa, the return of Jeremiah's sister, Phyllis Watkins.
And Tony, this week I brought the whole family.
Oh yeah, these are more Watkins?
Yeah, we were here to film a special coming out on December 8th on Amazon Prime.
Wow.
Family reunion, and we stayed in Hollywood because we were having so much fun.
Wow. My goodness. What an incredible plug for Jeremiah. Yeah, the entire Watkins. What's your name, you young Watkins?
Hey, what's up? My name is Gary Maya Watkins.
Jeremiah Watkins.
Yeah, Gary Maya. Hey, I'm really excited about, Jeremiah's success and everything. Though, I was the one who actually told him he should play saxophone. I even got him into comedy, so
Wow, we're finding out a lot about Gary Maya Watkins.
I'm really excited about his success, Tony.
You seem a little bit bitter. Right? You're his brother.
Yeah, I mean, I just got him into comedy. He wanted just to be, a musician.
Don, what do you think about this?
All I keep thinking was Patrick Swayze's brother. That's all. You look a little like Jeremiah, but there's just something that's not as Jeremiah, but I wish you was.
Derek Swayze, right? I get that a lot. I get Derek Swayze.
We all got those jobs.
And I'm really interested to find out how this young man behind me on the drums fits into the Watkins family. What's your name, sir?
Watkins. I just took the ancestry.com test. Bloody blood out, 100% Watkins. I'm here to promote my cousin's fucking first special.
How are you related to these?
I don't know. I said ancestry.com for 100% blood.
Goodness, that is incredible. What do you guys think of Keith Watkins being in your family?
He's blood, homie. He's blood, brother.
Jeremiah Watkins performs his first 1-hour special family reunion in an intimate comedy club setting. Be a fly on the wall as Jeremiah gets heckled by his mom, works off the crowd, shares personal stories on dating and marriage, and watches ridiculous physicality of characters, all while his family has
Okay, Watkins.
all friends surrounded with exclusive family interviews. This is one of the most unique and raw specials you'll ever see.
I love it. Joaquin Watkins is here. Jeremiah Watkins, Phyllis Watkins, the great Don Barris, Redman, and the soundboard. So let's start the fucking show. You guys ready for this?
Before you start, can I just say one thing? I happen to see Gino in the audience, one of your sponsors. Gino, every time I see him, it is nice because every time I see him, he's annoying, and he doesn't have to. Gino, my man,
You love Gino. Absolute Kill Tony royalty without a doubt. And so let's just jump right into it. To kick off tonight's show, because we like to start things with a fucking bang around here, I present to you a God and Kill Tony part of the Comedy Store documentary was featured more than both Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband, guys that have done the show for tens of thousands of hours. But this is bad. This is show business.
I'm just Rogan's producer.
Is that what I said?
Tom Segura kept going, and then I started my podcast with Rogan's producer. What the fuck?
The sad part is that you can see his lips say Brian Redband. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking up.
before you go on, I hate to, again, you're the host, but you said something that I have to touch base with. In that documentary of the Comedy Store, when it came to talking about, did I say Redman?
Sure did.
I sure
You and
did.
Joe,
I
too. Thank you, buddy.
No problem.
The documentary. They used 3 videos of Brian didn't credit any of them. But thanks a lot, Joe. You probably know.
Look, I think it was beautifully done. No better part to feature Kill Tony than after mentioning the Argus Hamilton Tonight Show. You know what I mean? That's so fitting. And we filmed theaters around the globe with the show that started in the belly room, sure, but why really cover that at all when you can? When you can cover the, I think the Argus show is wildly
Have you
successful.
been on the Rogan show?
Yeah.
What these are Argus Hamilton? Argus Hamilton. We don't have these yet.
No.
Anyway, we're going to start it off with a guy who's heavily featured in the Comedy Store documentary. He's absolutely a wild man. He's one of our favorite comedians of all time, and always entertaining as hell. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I know that dude.
Here it is, 60 seconds uninterrupted for William Montgomery.
Do I look like the kind of guy that would kill a journalist? Do I look like the kind of guy that would do business with Hunter Biden? Quick joke for you people. What do you call a woman driver? Beheaded. What do I call it when I throw my wife off of a mountain for not birthing a male heir? A flying carpet. My wife is so ugly I can sell her to a human trafficking organization. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Hopefully not in my country because you'll never see her again. Tony spends more time in a sand trap than a Saudi drug dealer. It's a golf joke.
Not fair.
It's unbelievable. What a performance. What a way to kick off tonight's show. William Montgomery delivering jokes as how would you describe this character? What are you here tonight?
Arab chic.
An Arab sheik. Heck yeah. And was that perhaps your Halloween costume?
It was. I spent $300 on it.
My goodness.
He looks like the Virgin Mary if she wasn't a virgin.
Looks like a Virgin Harry.
The Virgin Harry.
That was the Virgin Mary. Virgin Scary.
What did you do for Halloween dressed like that? Where'd you go?
I actually did a show. David was on it. I dominated him in the show. David did pretty poorly.
Is that true?
It was a little disappointing.
We're going to have to follow up with David about this in a little bit. What made you pick an Arab sheik for Halloween?
I don't know. I've always been intrigued by the Muslim religion.
Yeah, what about that religion intrigues you?
I don't know. Just all the Muhammad stuff. I'm really a big fan.
You're a big fan of Muhammad.
Correct.
In what way? Like, why are you a big fan of Muhammad?
He used to eat a bunch of deer meat. I'm a big fan of deer meat.
What, had you ever eaten deer meat?
Actually, I was on the phone with my dad earlier this week. I told him I was getting Indian food, and he was like, "What are you talking about? Deer meat?" It's like, no. Like the not type of Indian, not the feather type of Indian. I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Deer meat? William, did you know our producer's name is David Deermeat? I love David Deermeat.
David Deermeat. Oh my God.
I love David Deermeat. Also, you look like I could bum a Camel cigarette off you. You got one? Yes.
Yeah. It is an interesting look. So you ended up doing a show for Halloween. Did you dress up with someone? Did you go to that show with a date or something?
Yes, with my lady friend.
With your girlfriend. What was she dressed up as? What was she dressed up as, William?
Didn't dress up as anything.
Oh, she seems as much fun as we've always heard she is.
Probably shouldn't get into this subject.
Oh, because she listens to the show just to find things to complain.
We really should get into this subject.
Every single episode.
Please, let's not get into this subject.
You're going to get it.
Please, let's stop. I love this character, the Saudi guy who's afraid of his wife.
Shoulder. John Barris is here.
Oh, I know your girlfriend. I don't know.
You may recognize her by her giant name.
You could. I don't know.
I didn't know. Congratulations.
Do you think she was into your costume? Did you guys role play at all?
A lot of role play.
Yeah. What kind of things did you do?
A lot of knocking on the door, trying to get inside of the bedroom, not being allowed to get inside of the bedroom, a whole bunch of knocking.
Or like a lot of cinnamon role play. What does that mean? You're fat, dog. You know, we heard last week that William got so drunk that he shit himself, and it fell on the floor.
No, I did. We don't need to talk about this on here.
Yeah, we do. I had no idea about this. This is one of the perks of not listening to Letters in Cursive, is that I find out all the best highlights like this live on the spot, and you get to see my genuine reaction to it. So you had a heavy, serious drinking problem,
Drinking again.
and then you took a few weeks off drinking, or at least you said that you were coming in here sweating profusely.
I'm hot as shit in this right now.
I bet.
I'm sweating bad right now.
I bet you are. You're completely in character. You're a real Arab sheep. So, explain to us how you ended up shitting your pants, or hopefully it wasn't during Halloween because you're not really wearing any pants.
I was wearing this outfit. It took me a while to take it off.
To think that you even went to the extent of smelling like an Arab man, too.
Yeah, you're reading definitely looking for 72 virgins.
What is that fucking?
Explain to us how you shit your pants, William. This is great podcasting.
I was close to the toilet. My body was ready to do. I could not have.
When you say close to the toilet, what are we talking about? In the living room?
No, probably a foot away. I was looking at the toilet. You better point your ass towards Metcalf.
So, what were you doing? Why were you looking at the toilet?
I was trying to take this stuff off,
What stuff?
and I couldn't.
His
My
outfit.
Oh, your
He's
outfit.
been wearing that for a week.
Downstairs. Check my name. Terry. I don't care. Okay, I get about 8. Oh no? Yeah. It's not good. It's 7:30. Okay.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin. We'll begin with the dedication of the meditation to begin. Sure, time I apologize. I had a All right, good. Thank you for accommodating the last minute change. So what's our cheer this morning is dedicated by our Talmud Torah sponsor. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. To thank Paul and Kathy Pollock for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of Paul's parents, Shmuel ben Zechariah and Sarah Bas Avram. To thank Avram and Shimbi Kelman for dedicating the Shiurim this month in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Bas Yoshua Heschel. To thank our Daf sponsors for today, Bob Emus in commemoration of the yahrzeit of his father, Jack Emus, Yaakov ben Reuven, and Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld for dedicating this year today in mention of the yahrzeit of Julie's maternal grandmother, Rosalie Gelman, Rivka Rachel Bas Elazar. We hope in the merit of and in the schus of Refuah Shalima for Liba Lima Bas Vanya. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos will have an Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who require refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. And of course, we thank all of our precious Mishpachos for their generosity and dedication. And with that, let us begin with a beautiful, beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Chaf 20. And we are picking up Be'eretz Hashem on Yud Tes on the base 19b. And we left off, actually, let's go ahead and pick up 2, 4, 6 lines up from the bottom. So if you remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were focusing on the really interesting question about the order. Right? What is the proper order ultimately again in the soaking process? Is it mincha before drinking, or is it drinking before focus between the Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon? So if you remember again, we're listening to Rabbi Akiva, which seems to be inherently contradictory as well. So the Gemara says, take Shiva Pijufar. You should probably have moments in your whole life. So, this is the contradiction we ended up with yesterday, to which the Gemara says, Lokashya Hadika Hadraba Machmos Siva, Hadika Hadraba Machmos Yusuf. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva himself seemed to indicate that the school of Chasam said that once the Parsha Sota was based, ultimately again, so one she cannot retract it. She has to go ahead and drink the water. So remember again that the Akiva said, no, that's absolutely not necessary. Why? Because at the end of the day, she's a Dukihiva Omedas. Obviously, again, she's quote unquote checked. Why she's quote unquote checked? Because the Raisa, if she's not willing to drink, what is that indicative of? It's indicative of her guilt, right? And at the end of the day, clearly she doesn't want to drink. It means that Allah again, she's clearly guilty. And therefore, what's the point of drinking her drink? She's checked. To which the Gemara gives an interesting distinction. Why is she backtracking? So the Gemara says there's 2 different possibilities. What we really ended up with yesterday. First, in one case, it's talking about where she's retracting based on fear that you see hustle, and one is not as Yusuf, like she's strident in the tone that she's taking. And I was saying, what's this distinction? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says something like Rashi says, where the Akiva says that if she backtracks, right? She backtracks and she no longer wants to drink. When is that an indication of guilt? When Halacha says she is striking his tone. She in her says, she's not afraid. The camera in shows her, and she's listening, I'm not drinking. What is that indicated about? Vadai Timeya. You would have in her says to something Karabah keep Matina Mishti. Boshasina, Roshna Kravakomas, Roshna Kravakomas, no Shasya. So it's very keep his positions like this. When she goes out and she's just sitting there, in the pool, and collecting press. I'm not drinking. That's the indication of guilt. What that shows us is essentially she had no intention of drinking. She was just delaying. She clearly knows that she's guilty. And if I look at the Whether we offered a permanent cut, didn't offer a permanent cut, doesn't make a difference. The wife said, yeah, she said she's not drinking anything because she's tried it and cool, come and correct it that statement. That's an admission of guilt. And what's
Been wearing this one.
that?
Wow. Okay. And then you're trying to take off the outfit, but you feel like putting it on.
Those are
Where did it land?
a little bit.
My shorts and also
One of the pairs of shorts that you got here on this show? Did you wash them or did you throw them out? Oh, disgusting. William, we got you 40 pairs of free shorts.
Well, I found my favorite pair that I'm wearing right now.
Wow. You are soaking wet with sweat.
I'm hot as shit. I'm just waiting.
Capítulo de ahora. No es el mismo pájaro, así que
Yeah, so after you shit your pants, did you like yell for your girlfriend or actually help her? Right? Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, what did she do exactly? Or does she loves being in shitty situations?
By the way, I do know his girlfriend. I now remember.
Oh, look at that. It's all coming back to Don. She wants help Don when he do his pants. So what did she do to help you?
My pants, my boxers. Wiped the doo-doo off of me.
She wiped it off of you?
In the shower, screaming in the shower, get your fucking hands off of me. Where's my propose I've ever heard? Damn, through it, there's a ring in there, bitch. This poor woman, this fucking woman, I think she's white. I know, I do feel kind of bad after everything. After all the shit.
Let me ask you this. Here's a final question.
Before you ask the question, can I ask
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can ask the
Oh, of course. You go right ahead.
ever done anything else that's close to embarrassing your girlfriend? Anything else and shit in your pants? Anything else? Yeah, all kinds of stuff. I think.
That
Right now, ain't the time to tell us.
it's just to understand
You're right.
No, I don't know. This isn't a good time. I think the worst feels it's a good time. I think
Think so? I think everybody wants to hear it.
I'm kidding. I don't even know.
Wow, I've never seen you this stumped before. Normally, improvisational here. And it appears as though we have found the Achilles heel of this era. Here's the question that I had. I've been dating this for a while, very what you would describe as a tumultuous relationship. Don's getting
William's girl right now. Go ahead.
Stop fucking bringing me up there, pancake.
Okay, so here's my question for you, William. If your girlfriend, who you've been with now for what, 8, 10 months, a year? How long you guys been together? Year and a half. Boy, does time fly. Let me ask you this. If she shit her pants a foot away from the toilet and opened the door and was like, William, I shit my pants, I need your help. Well, how would you react to that? There you go. That's what I thought. That's a way out right there, ladies and gentlemen. The great William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Hey! Yeah, it is. So, it really does. It sounds so great. It's not overbearing. It's not at a ridiculously high pitch for the instrument being played. It's completely in tune. Hey! Still got it. She's a real walk-in. A fun fact about Portugal, the band, is that we sold out a theater in Portland a few months ago, and we actually had the lead guitarist in the band. He joined the band, so imagine how crazy Portland went when we go joining the band.
Tony, Mr. Tony, what do you think about me starting a band called Mexico, the man?
And then ultimately, again,
What do you think about it?
How about Chico in the match? Shout out to Freddie Prinze, also featured in the contest of the band.
You know what? Let's run some of your band name ideas after the show.
Okay, sounds good. I see you in the parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Joaquin Watkins.
You're welcome, Mr. Tony.
Okay, I'm pulling my first name out of the bucket for this episode. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to, for the first time ever, the industry makes a noise for Fernando Perez. Everyone, here we go.
Let's say the concentration. She says,
We are going to find out
she
who
says,
is Fernando Perez. Right now, live
Tracy's
on the
trying to
number
tell her
one
tell
live
us.
podcast in the world.
Let's say then she says she back. She
Here
backtracks
is
on the
Fernando
backtrack.
Perez.
Backtracks on the back, right? So again, she's in the process. Then she says,
And here is Fernando Perez.
Yeah, like I'm not drinking. And then she says, no, I'll drink. This is when she says, no. Even the radio show said to me, I found out, even after the tomorrow, come on, see how you're going.
What kids choose price.
So one of these says, she said, I'm not drinking. Right? And she struck the striding tone. And was like, what's I love when you strike the striding tone? What is that effectively doing? It's an initiative. Yo, for once, a woman says to me, it was let's see. And a woman was living in the process. And she said to me, honey, and then she said, you know what? Sorry, I realized that one of the questions the event. Like, actually, this one, right? I actually didn't do anything. It was just like that. No way. Otherwise, once a woman says to me, honey,
There you go, Fernando Perez.
that's it.
Wow, Fernando, I must say you
Shayla
have the
is
delivery of a book
striking
smart
describing
human being.
tone effectively the same thing.
Am I right? Are you very book smart?
She can't backtrack.
You got
come on,
great
game
grades
on
your
the other
entire
show.
life. Am I correct?
Oh, Sally, I'll get that people not must be Susu the unrock.
There you go. Boy, do I know how to spot these motherfuckers. Huh?
Since she backtracked on the backtrack, and now she said rock. Now she said rock. I'll drink. But listen to
Oh,
this.
you been on this show before?
No, we met Mexican Dracula in San Francisco. I met like as a character.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Tony.
Right? Is
Mexican Dracula is allergic to cilantro instead of garlic. Okay. Don Barris, what do you think about this young buck?
I don't know if any person that you've had on the show has ever said this before, but I don't think I've ever.
some people that look like
You'd be honored if
so
Don
maybe
Barris
in
beat you
reality,
up.
even though she
Let's
did
do it.
All
stride,
right, here we go
even
for the
though
first time in
striding tone
Killzone history.
normally means what?
Don
Normally
Barris
means
is
what?
on. Don't do it. Contestants. Oh, he's so bad.
I can't. I haven't been.
Have you ever gotten into a fight before, Fernando? What happens there? Are you usually getting bullied by somebody? Like, hey, what's up, you smart little fucking Mexican? Fat people. What are we talking about? Decencies? Like,
They don't return their books at the library.
rebels. What kind of parties?
Chelsea, I'm in a by 19 spot number 07.
First striding tone is not
Oh, I found weed
this
and
is
you
just
returned it.
where it says take it.
Excuse me, officer, I found this and I just want to do the right thing. Well, what did you do with the weed that you found? Put it under a microscope to study its medicinal benefits.
The trichomes look amazing. The waters, you have to place something.
Like what? Marijuana and what? How did you get into this? You got into cocaine. How old were you?
Latinos. Me too, hell yeah.
So how did this happen? And how wild did your youth get? It's crazy to think that you've done cocaine and I haven't.
I'll explain it to you. Then when you grow up, you're insecure, you know, these chemicals give you escape your inner self, dog, like your mind. Like, if you're worried, like, cocaine makes you like a god, eh? You drink that fucking Dos Equis, homie, and you're fucking the best. I've been there, dog. I've been there, dog.
Tell us more about how you got into this. What's your first time doing cocaine? Like, take us back to the night. Yeah, what are you guys doing?
There's 3 people.
Hold on. Just relax. Let's get a little bit into this story.
Let's go back to the process. Actually, I'm the only show song.
What are you guys doing? You're hanging out.
I love when I saw the color rock, all that stuff is back in the day. They go to the whole social process, one person in the base on the brush. She's there right about to drink the race in the heart. And she says, Amy shows up. I'm not sure. Now listen, before we erase her, whether she says, I'm not drinking,
And then what happened?
see it because A, she strikes his pride and because she's here.
I didn't like it that much at first, and then I was
So,
like,
if she said I'm not drinking, then what? Stop. Just
What did you do? What did you do to enjoy your buzz? Did you get one of these like crossword puzzle books that just got haywire on it?
You gotta try coke.
the husband was already
Hey,
rich,
Tommy, Billy,
but
what's a
it
7-letter
wasn't
word that
good.
means
It was already
wrecking
written, but it
ball?
wasn't.
Go ahead.
So what do you do in a situation like this? Mignosa, Mignesas. So what's this
And
next one?
abusive.
We put from the
Come on,
Gula
what did you
Century
listen to?
in
Take
shapes.
yourself back to the moment. Tell us the truth.
Right? So
What?
there was a chamber, because that was only the 47th.
Is that true? Or
There
you?
was a Sheamus
Wow.
chamber actually right off
Show
Shite,
tunes.
which we'll discuss. Right, there was a Sheamus chamber,
Joaquin, you know about Los
Yeah,
and you would put this partial soak out in the Sheamus chamber. You actually read us in the process. It's
Where do you
secret
know? What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that...
Oh,
married with children? No children yet. Okay, how long have you been with this girl?
You can't use this partner with someone else. Like, why can't you use
What
the
does she
partner?
do?
Why not? You're never going to schmuck. The schmuck. So you can't use it for someone else. So you would go ahead and put it away. Okay, fine. So then you first some, Miss Perez's out of Russia. I will say, this is
So she's a genealogist. So what do you do?
supposing that we're talking about now, getting just like that. But he's ready to go. So what he was talking about,
Capital
it's
One,
scattered
I represent. I love Capital One. It's my favorite credit card. You don't like Capital One? Are you kidding? I mean, it's a massive. The number's 44312.
I have to know.
You cannot use for partial.
Capital One?
Go ahead and use
What's in your wallet?
What'd you say? It's hustle love, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I have a big poster of you in my office.
Okay, what's this? That's part one.
So
Case
Fernando,
one is where she
let's
says
talk about this
Amy
love life
shows up
situation because
prior
you
to
seem like
the
you would be a
release of
fucking
the
thoroughbred adventure. What's some of your go-to sexual maneuvers that you like to
Number
do?
2, the new part is scattered on the ash.
You haven't had sex in over a year.
Hook up,
You what? Pelvic wall?
Alright, she will say so on case 2.
I want to guess you probably have like a big ass
Where the white puncher was released in the water.
I
I will say now again,
That's a
remember we were
perfect time
talking
to ask that
about
question.
you were saying.
So, is she Latino as well?
There are the
that makes sense.
distinction, which is saying I'm not
Pelvic
thinking
wall
about it.
issue.
Here,
So you're a
try to
Mexican
tell
that's having
what's
to
in this
deal
case
with
is different. Here, the puncher was released. The unlock male. She gets her guilt. That wasn't an avenue street. After she gets her guilt, there's no need to make it drink more. Right? In other words, so it happens to be over here. The water the puncher was already raised. But she went ahead and she went ahead
Tell him it's fire.
and she admitted her guilt. Now it's the
So,
I'm not even
that
responsible.
is a great question. Do
Ultimately,
you
when
put
we
it in
pour
her
out
butt?
the water, we questions RSS updates and action.
A
So
lot?
let's say, and we once
Every day?
again scattered them
Not every day.
on
Once a
the
week.
ash. Okay, so let's say that's case 2. Like case 2, partially erased. She says, Honey, once again, shut down the process. Shut down the process.
Really, I'm
Name
sorry.
Farm
I
Miguel,
really have to
case
look this
3.
up. So
Same case, partially was erased.
been with her for 3 years.
Yamra, Amy shows up. That was a
married
match.
her a year ago. Pelvic
So
wall
it's case number
issues.
3 is
Were they a
controversial.
thing
What did she say?
3 years ago?
I'm not
Did it
drinking.
start right after
I'm
you
not
got
drinking.
married?
Let's say, so in this case,
Are you serious? You're serious. So you married. Hold on. This is wild. Did she tell you she had pelvic wall issues before? Didn't you ever throw a finger in her, Fernando? You would never put a finger in her vagina before marrying her?
It's a fucking nerd. Ease up on him.
Bite.
Does the vagina have a
Bite
dent
block. Right,
coming
so
out?
Okay, red man.
that is giving you a little bit more imagination. But bite block is actually bite block.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that but okay, but that's right. In any event.
This is a
Bite
mind-boggling
block. Much better, right?
story.
We're going to blame the bite block, but
Fix it. I know a girl that had that also, but
so Ma'arin Osa, Umashkin Osa Balkar.
Okay, right, man, you're out of control right now.
Red, this isn't ice cream.
We'll say again, we'll define the parameters of that as well. So we'll say now, just to the point,
Let me ask you this, Fernando. You're on your wedding.
so case number 1 is,
You just
she
got
says,
married. You're having your wedding
I'm not
night.
drinking
You
before
probably are already coming
Okay,
inside
cool.
your pants, thinking about having sex with your
She
genealogist
says no
wife.
to the process, that shuts the process
So
down.
what
That's it.
happens? You guys
That's
get
case
to
1.
the.
Case
You
2,
guys get a
case
hotel
2,
that night or
husband
something,
goes
right?
away. She says
Yeah,
to
what
me,
kind of hotel was
like,
it?
I put it also, okay? Also, shuts everything down. I'm not going to make it cool. Because
Were you a virgin when you got married?
case 3, husband has been erased. She says, I'm not drinking.
Okay,
Right?
so
So it's three
then
pictures
what?
and
You
saying,
guys get undressed at some point,
hey,
have a
honey,
couple glasses
and
of
I'm not
wine or
drinking.
something
So
like
case
that, right?
I'm
Get
not
some champagne.
drinking. Well, again,
Now you didn't even drink.
Yes,
You
you are.
guys were like, let's just do this. You get
Yes,
butt
you are. I will
naked,
say,
both
we'll
of you.
discuss the
And then
parameters of that
what's
as
the
well,
next move?
as well as
You
whether or
go
not
condom or
we
no
adopt
condom?
this hideous distinction of is she saying I'm not drinking from a starting tone
Oh,
and a
she has an
beautiful
implant
tone. We'll
and
talk about that as
tight
well.
walls.
Good.
Like, well,
That
what's
was
the point of her
another
having an implant if she can't have
So
sex?
this
She's
is
for the
talking
time.
about
She was
the
preparing
example
for
of
it, right?
Even Mr. Pekis, the shows actually
What a
amigos,
almost.
they have all. What's that? Once she gets the
Is there
word,
anything good about this girl? Can you say one
right?
nice thing about
She
her?
doesn't even finish drinking the water before the
Think
water
of one
has
thing.
the exact time.
Oh,
Literally again, her face that she thinks
She's
she's
got a good
compelled.
finance
There,
rate.
wow. Fernando, you might just be the only person that we have on the show who listens to the show. This is so fucking interesting. We're
they
at
only
12
was
minutes.
able to begin to say
All
they
your dick. Let me see if that thing looks good.
Otsikua Shalotu Kamehaza. Quick, remove her.
Okay, so Fernando, so you go no
Remove her.
condom. She has the
She does not meet the
IUD,
other info. So Rashi says over here,
oh, the implant in the arm. Okay, the little fucking baby Terminator. So
remember again, it's happening
then
by
what?
sharp.
Do you at this
Remember
point
again,
do you
she's
do
not
something,
actually entering
perhaps some
into the
foreplay or something? You guys make out, and then what do? What's your next move?
She's actually and that's special. Like the general work, she's on the step by starting
Verify the fact of rock hard.
It actually says over here, Shalotu Kamehaza.
Looks like
As that's notion, she creates a direction. She must say, so remember, that, and they say, she's about to die, they say, quick,
hold on,
take
the
her out
shower. Why do I
before
feel like
she
you guys
goes
took
ahead
separate showers?
and makes and essentially
Together?
becomes the source of
And then you
pull
guys
off
were like holding on to each other by like the waist or something?
inside of the courtyard of the base of the
What?
club. And the issue was very interesting. If she has some type of marriage, we'll discuss that. If she has some type of
What
marriage,
kind of foreplay?
I said,
I want to
hold
know
on.
about the foreplay. Hold on, Joaquin. I need to
So there's
know.
also
I
a
need
marriage,
details.
personal marriage that she has
Yes.
to delete the effects of the water. The Yesh says, Tola Shana Akos.
You
Yesh
fucking
says,
remember
Tola
this is the one time
Yesh
you
says, Tola
almost got
Shana.
raped? You guys
Was a
fucked?
different merits and different effects. You
You called out. Bring back the code for this one.
Yeah, little white wedding.
For 3 years. Can't hold that, but
Nice day to start again. So what happens now? What kind of foreplay, Fernando, are we talking about here?
Just
a man is obligated to teach his
Did
daughter.
you say no?
I will say, but this is fascinating. Why is the man obligated to teach his daughter? Why? She's teach that. Maybe that has his tolerance. What's fascinating? Because it depends on constitution that she is ever sold up. Know that is source of merit, personal merit, made the effect of the water. So we listen to the Rashi. Rashi says, "Bezer Shasmis Torah, Shira B'Kolani B'Parsha Sotah, Shasmis Torah, Yachim B'Nixah Nizot." It seems to be. That message, and it has no effect on her. Has no effect on her. She knows she's going to be going to. So she can erroneously merge the idea that the waters don't work.
Anyway, so here you are playing balance on bodies. When you say balance on bodies, what exactly the fuck are you talking about?
That's why. There's some stuff that she thinks that's different, but as I says, a man should really teach the Torah so that she understands how things work. So it has to show up in the event that she becomes a soap and that's shown in her lifetime, she should extremely test the sound of the soap waters, but she should understand that the reason it's not having an immediate effect
She sucked on her nipples, though, so she doesn't have sensitive nipples. Was she moaning? Was she enjoying it?
As I advocate, the man teaches his daughter Torah so that she never comes to test the solutions on the soap waters. Should she become a soap of Shalom and it doesn't immediately work, so she has it's not because the water's not working, but rather because she has some kind of stress. But you know, some people have also in their eyes is saying, teach a girl Torah, even though maybe more people for to teach a girl Torah, because when I say
7 minutes, that's a very specific answer.
But a man should teach his daughter Torah that she should know how things in Yiddish. She should know how things work. He's getting a dramatic example.
So there you go. She says,
but she should know how things work.
Moment of truth happens.
Rabbi Eliezer, but I allow you to eat on Torah, she will learn the shitness. It's a pretty strong statement.
Teacher's pointer stick. And you prepare
And I
for insertion.
literally translated, a man who teaches his daughter Torah doesn't take a teacher to tiflis. It's like tiflis. So it doesn't have a connotation of immorality. We'll see tomorrow.
Can he like stretch it out? Can he get like like a trainer?
About teaching one's daughter Torah. Because the other clearly seems to have
God.
He says
Does anyone want to tell them or
Yeshua says, and we'll see what that mathematics is. Rabbi Yoshua Omer, Motzi Isha Mekabeh Tiflis, because having a tiflis. Yeshua says, he really would rather have, Motzi literally means and intimacy than them having and separate. Meaning that a woman would rather have less material wealth, but a greater level of physical wealth.
What is it that they do? Does she like sit on a
The
missile
more
and they just
material
push her down?
wealth and physical separation. Again, we'll see all this tomorrow. That for a woman,
is that what they do? They sit on a missile?
not that actual like feed off, in a sense of physical
Does the
intimacy.
physical therapist put the finger in?
Yeah, she has like gloves.
Wow, it's a she. Wow, lucky you.
Material wealth.
You ever think about putting your mouth on the body of the physical
So
therapist?
says, Chassoya Omer, Shimon used to say, Chassid Sholta, Rasha Arum, Isha Pusha, and not just Pushim, or the Elim about it.
Well, Fernando, I'm going to be honest with you, man. It's been, you have to sign up again. I have literally 426 more questions to ask you about your wife's super tiny vagina. This has been an 18-minute long interview, one of the longest interviews of all time in the history of the show, and we have barely scratched the surface. I mean, I went straight into what's your love like I believe that was basically the same question, and here we are, 17 minutes later. So please sign up, come back, write jokes. Your jokes were the least interesting part of this entire thing.
This is actually a thing to talk about.
Not this
Maybe switch your wife out.
lashes that aesthetic people give themselves. You're going to listen to the five each of these categories. Are Elim about these are all things that destroy the world. Let's obviously a lot to unpack in this issue. A lot to unpack in this issue. Let's begin to analyze.
Well, Fernando,
I'm going to
you'll always
do
be welcome inside these walls here at the time of the stars. Thanks for coming by. Fernando Perez, everybody, there you go. Hell yeah.
So this is the Buddha said. There was a movie set in
Tommy,
the
what do you
What do you think
so,
about all this?
in the audience right now, a member of the Dingo
Then
Show,
the
one of
ring
the best people I know.
When I was
Mary
going to
Jane,
draw
hello.
that idea, ahí sí mato tanto su museo salió. I used to go to the country and I was like, you learn country from Travis Pass. Country is a type of attitude that makes the guy.
You want to point that at her real quick?
So
General Bogus?
Pierre was saying, I'm just tired, I was so good. And I used to add country
Stunning,
into
beautiful,
the end,
from
and
the
I
Dingo
would never
Show.
said anything.
Mary Jane.
Porque Shabasi said he's small.
Can I just
Then
say
when I
she's
said
also
he's
the reason I
small,
said that is
I'm
because
going to
at
be
10:30,
He said to me,
used to
he said to
follow
me,
you
my
guys.
son, what's your
Days
profession?
when you were just
I'm Archie, love Laflar Ani. I said to him, so I was
and we
good.
used to follow your show
Armor
right
lead me.
after.
Avizer Shalach Kamalak Shamayim. I said, no, that you were doing the Lord's work.
How are you doing it
You are
now?
doing the Lord's work. Why? Shematatsi Os Achos. Otasir.
We're doing
Right? Otasir Os Achos. Yim says Atamachu Eskola Olapia. Because if you add in one letter, then you go ahead and take away one letter or choose
Let's
one
get
letter.
another stranger
Literally,
up
you
here
can
and see
just
what
go to
happens.
work.
I mean, good luck following the
The way it
stylings
works,
of
the way it
Fernando.
works with Torah
no one will, and I don't want to beat
is
his ass.
that.
Oh,
is
this
that
is
one
very
letter
exciting, everyone.
change
This
the
young
timing of a
lady
process.
has permission to come here the second week of every single month because she is horoscope correspondent. And she's going to do a brand new minute for us. It is Christy Millich, everyone. Here she comes.
Right? Or Shema. Shema is talking about the Hashem at home. Right?
It's Christy.
So then show the same for every mayor. Be careful, because literally you're getting one change. One omission, one addition, one change.
What do I do about business this year?
I'm not below.
My
I said, Lady,
suggestion
don't worry.
in 2020
Governor
is
FLD
just
is
hoe
shutting
it.
back. Also,
All you gotta
I
do
have this thing
is hoe
that
yourself
I add
out,
into the
put
guide,
yourself
the
behind the
compensation.
paywall, get
It's
those
called
axe
compensation,
cheeks
and that
clapping,
makes
get
sure
some
we're getting
butterfly
no
coconut
elevation, no
oil,
change
and
of
keep it moving,
I'm
you
a
know?
lead.
Get a fucking 20% off for almost damn tattooed your left ass cheek.
I told her I'm not Umacha. The Torah is about the Tarshis so much as to be a basic sub. She yako
And in fact, when your grandkids ask you one day
ultimately
what
again
you
means
did
you
during
have to
the
use
Great
writing
Recession
that can be
pandemic
exposed
of 2020, you can say that your pussy perpetuated the economy the entire year to
Watch
come.
this. If you have a soda,
Exactly
you
59
can
seconds.
take out
Work of art,
take
Christy
out a
Millich.
soda from the safer Torah and use that to erase.
Heck yeah, absolutely. And I'll bet you anything she has
Why?
no problem
Again,
with
we'll
her
come down
vaginal
these.
walls. Am I
So
correct,
those are the
Christy?
small
Well,
size.
it's so weird because that's the magic of the comedy store.
It's not
Batman the comedy was pelvic floor dysfunction, so that's very interesting. Shout out Beyond Basics Physical Therapy
just
in
punch your
Manhattan.
soda in the Torah to be living that way. Maybe one. Maybe
You're kidding, right?
Dusty and Miller, thank you
Okay,
so much.
so that will in any event when you
hold on
smell
a second. Are
then
you
you
being
have an
serious?
Absolutely.
You had what?
the use of constancy.
You had the same
The use
thing?
of
Yeah, it's
constancy.
something called pelvic floor dysfunction, and it's from something called
Which the
endometriosis.
Gemara says, my family, my endometriosis. What
And I
exactly
get
is
surgery
this?
for it.
Sorry,
On your
Kamala.
vagina.
Those things are
In
used to
my
say.
uterus.
Let me buy
Yeah,
the casters, these years, the Baki or not. Maybe I was saying this. Maybe, don't worry. When it comes to ultimately, again, what letters should be added, what letters should not be added, I know, I got this. I got this. This is
Did that
first one.
surgery
And
hurt?
I feel the make us this book. The demo us see us like how you did down. The market could have actually raised. Maybe you'd be concerned maybe a fly is going to come and
Goodness
sit with
gracious.
us remember
Normally
again.
Puerto Ricans are great at
That
cleaning the
has a little
floors.
snitching that comes up as the
Come on,
right?
people.
The
Right in the
snitching that
corners,
comes
you
up
know,
on the
the
top
right
left,
corners.
right on the top left.
So pelvic
And also
floor and
remember
pelvic
again
walls,
on the
is that
top
the same
right,
thing? Are we
it
covering
starts
the same
past the leg.
subject?
Maybe
It's
you'd be
the
afraid
same thing.
that a
There's
fly
a
is going to come
solution.
along, sit on the snitches of the dollar, and make it into a
Do you hear this, Fernando? Are you excited?
That, but we also says, don't worry about it. Jest dobra Aka jest dobra Aka jest. Shani Matio Shani Alexi. Right? So dobra Aka jest Shani Matio so Kadio. The constitutional has got this thing. It's called time consumed. Put it in, and the moment you write what effectively happens, the ink dries. The ink dries. So the Gemara says, ink is that. So Bob says that's true that Rabbi Meir. They used to bring time consumed. That time, right? Rabbi Meir. I used to when I call it Rabbi Shmuel. When I used to love Rabbi Shmuel, I used to. I felt time consumed is so Kadio. I used to put time consumed into the. Well, I'm really. Dobra, Rabbi Shmuel never said anything to me. Shabbos is Rabbi Akiva Astralai. When it came to Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva said it can't do it. Listen, this is totally opposite story. So Kasha Shimush Hashimush, Kasha Asra Asra. So listen, I'm starting to think. Story number one, Rabbi Meir started.
You going to read us our futures or something cool like that?
And Rabbi Akiva never said anything. It comes to these 12, and these 12 is what he's doing. Story number two, he starts at Rabbi Shmuel says,
on us before on this show.
She's
always been spot on. She read some cards this time.
Akiva says something. So what's going on over here? So this fellow Shimush Hashimush, that was say from the perspective of who's learning by. That's not a contradiction. Why was this incredible? They caught up us with Rabbi Akiva. In fact, you told about Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's say, so why did you Rabbi Akiva? Even though you must be Tom Alibe, us looking at Rabbi Shmuel.
Okay,
let's listen to this. Originally, when we learned that Rabbi Akiva, then we announced this week that he has bought a house in Austin, Texas, which is going to be the new hub of comedy in the United States of America. And a lot of people are moving there, including perhaps even myself, including perhaps even the entire show of Kill Tony. So my question is this, for your tarot cards, is that a good maneuver for us? Is that a good question? Facts. Facts. Kasher traits. Tame. Mutter also. Rabbi Meir is learning by Rabbi Akiva, and he can't get like what does Rabbi Akiva hold? That's another way. It's such an incredible right. Because the cover of Rabbi Akiva was able to see all different sides, able to argue all different sides so conclusively. Says like I don't have a solid body of knowledge to cover it. So what does he do? He goes to Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel was much more concrete to this people. So he amassed a body of constant thought for Rabbi Shmuel. And then what? He'll say, and then what? How do you also do Rabbi Akiva? Then he goes back to Rabbi Akiva. Then he goes back to Rabbi Akiva to learn smart to see different sides of the game. So I just find that something amazing. It's incredibly so close also.
I just keep thinking of the N-word. Is that a bad word to...
If that's a positive word for you, absolutely. There's positive and negative are the same thing.
I got a question. If I do
sometimes as adults, often about so how do we lead our lives? Like a series of virtues, right? I believe one thing.
Let's keep them all.
So, let me know, think of your words. Let me know when to stop shuffling, and I'm gonna pass the deck starting with Brian. And each of y'all have your own card. So this is your card for the rest of 2020. This is your.
Do we get to keep it afterwards?
Wow. So Brian's is your question.
Jeremiah's gonna be so mad he missed out on a free thing.
I got a question. Is this scary? Like, should I really take this through? Or...
What
Jesus, that is so Mexican of you, Joel, to be afraid of the tarot card.
The name fucking is Jesus going to be mad at me for this?
What do we do? What is
All
our
those cards are your message for the rest of the year. So basically, drugs told me to do this when I came here the next time. They were just like,
as our kids get older, we
instead
realize
of
that
doing a regular tarot reading, just to give you guys this card. So
one set
these are goddesses.
Yeah, that's a lesson that we all
Yeah, no, I super hot.
when our children are young, we should give them So,
What is your goddess?
My goddess is magnetic
parents.
and diamond.
That's Rabbi Akiva versus Rabbi Shmuel. You gotta start out life. You gotta start out life like
I
that.
see the light in my own darkness. I face my ego.
Here's what we do. Here's how we do it.
You're
Here's
a
how we
Leo.
practice.
What's
Here's
a
how
Leo
we live.
supposed
Here's
to
what
face
we
in
believe.
life?
Here's the clear, consistent, focus, leadership. You are
Leadership, loyalty,
there may be different approaches. Sure. Absolutely.
ego. So your answer is you have to face this.
So now I understand what I said. It's not a contradiction to Rabbi Meir. Started Rabbi Akiva, couldn't get clear, consistent messaging. But Rabbi Shmuel, yeah, a body of knowledge, and then went back to Rabbi. Fine, I will say that we have another question. That is the first version that Rabbi Akiva was talking about. Rabbi Shmuel was not. Second version of Rabbi Shmuel was here. Rabbi Akiva was not. That's pretty much says.
So the thing
Kasha. Yeah, that's what
about
So I said, what it says, it's kind of general. It's kind of you don't.
Like if you want another way to career, you should be a fucking badass defense attorney. But with that comes, again, great responsibility because you're looking at it from the inverse. So if we look at the two of you as a pair, you are the infinite side together.
That was saying
But, you know,
feel the same
with that, you're meshing so
that is you can write the entire Torah with
that
content,
is somebody
but you
who
can't
kills
use
Kali. Her energy kills. And if we think of California, with all the fires going on, she is the goddess of fire. So she's emerging. So your job right now is to kill
The only thing you can't use
is to
content
kill
for
yourself.
Oh, perfect. I'm gonna kill myself. That's it.
is
I always said that if anyone tells me to kill myself, I'm gonna do it.
Coming up to see you, Brody.
Following advice. Enjoy it.
Oh,
Hi, Brody. How are you today?
My headshots were 11 by 17.
I was so for the sake of Torah.
These tarot cards are crazy. We're able to tap in with recently deceased comedian Bernie Stevenson. Brody, what else is going on up there?
Well, says therefore again. So therefore, Rabbi Yaakov says no. Rabbi Yaakov says no. Therefore, because you can't use Parsha Sotas, Sefer Torah can be in context. On the other hand, Rabbi Meir said yes, he can.
Okay, let's go with
And
Don's
Rabbi Meir says that I want to say even Parsha Sotas in the Sefer Torah cannot be in context. So I need to know you kind of tell. What's like these like what's like cut on the page 2, 4, 5 lines here. December. Any of you lost it, then I have to go so that better. So we'll say one is exactly the Maclocus again like Yaakov is the same Maclocus that I'm over here. Why? What do we say? Ultimately, again, when you write the Harsha Soka, it's a particular Soka. You cannot use that for another Soka. Right? So that the Achi Bar Yoshi only loves to show the Harsha Soka. Yaakov says, yes, you can. Why? Yes, you can.
There you go. You know what?
So we'll say, so your words is just a start. Maybe you're not focusing all along.
Jesse Johnson.
Opinion
I got a freaking egg.
that says
Whoa, what is that? Is that like a wild card? Is that like a joker?
but also be that one, the partial you wrote for one Soka can be used for us. And then the Soka, and the opinion that
Force
says
of an ever-expanding love. Aw, that's amazing. Fuck
from the
yeah.
Soka,
What
right?
does
They
that
say
mean?
that
Well,
you
she's the
cannot
cosmic
use
egg,
partial
so
written
she's
for
here. She's
one Soka.
she's
One other
bringing
Soka,
everybody
who is
together.
what
She's
is not
the
about
shepherd.
I absolutely agree that she is the moon of the show right now.
I very much
You know what? This is how we'll rationalize firing Jeremiah. Because we had one that we had a breakthrough with a horoscope plate.
Well, this is the first time hearing her moving to
that
Austin.
once a practice
Well, I mean,
once something is written for Rachel, it can't be used for Leah. About Torah, it's
and it's absolutely true. She does bring the entire show together. The fresh energy, always positive, always hilarious. Takes her moments.
Sweet sounding, not crazy sounding.
Great musician, not aggressive, doesn't try to take things over, right, Jetski?
Gemini, but
You're Gemini? What's your birthday?
June 4th, I told you 7th.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. I'm a really good friend. Let's go to Chroma Chris here.
Speaking of June, June 7th birthday girl.
Wow. I'm June 8th. Did you know that?
Whoa,
Yeah,
yeah,
never
yeah,
seen
yeah,
Have we ever talked about this? Okay, so tell us about your card.
I got Sarah's body, the goddess of self-knowledge, and it says the essence of who I am flows effortlessly. It's your
So Sarah's Swati is interesting because if we think of pelvic floor dysfunction and the sort of theme tonight, that is the second chakra. The second chakra is Saraswati, which was the creative chakra. It's interesting enough because it's also the cosmic egg sort of meshing. So you basically got the goddess of creativity.
Wow. Andy just put out a new video that's out on his YouTube, so that makes sense. He's been touched by the goddess of creativity.
I got a new video.
Wow.
There's another reason I love for Baltimore. Who do I get divorced? So
Ladies and
let's just go
gentlemen,
ahead and use the
there's
same
only
yeah.
one person left.
Let's say
We need to
moving number
get
two.
Red,
Just
and
sitting
he
in
goes
one
by the name of
of
Joaquin Watkins. Let's see what happens
going
here.
raised. Buffalo Shriek Kishnecha. Like after again. I'm
Just
moving.
read the fucking
All right,
card, Joaquin, just like we all did.
Baltimore.
Right down
So
the barrel.
let me
Daddy
use
son,
the
Lady
let's
of
talk about
the interior
doesn't
life.
work.
I trust the
It
adversaries
works
I
also.
fight
That's
with.
also garage ball.
I
So
know
let's
that
say
deep
again.
things
So I
all
was
love
thinking the
is
same
free.
idea. How can you use the
So
conscious
I think you should
Sota
try putting a
written
knife
for
in
Rocco
your
and then use it for
asshole.
Leo and the Hassan
Try, I'm professional. What are you talking about?
It's different.
Sometimes Christy gets very direct with her tarot reading. I think sometimes she just wants to get shit done.
Is this the punchline to this long ass joke with these cards? Because if it is, this sucks.
It says
He wants to know because he really is a Mexican. Do you know what that means to him?
Well, I think for you, it's just opening your heart. This is a heart opening thing. It's actually being vulnerable because you're Capricorn. At the end of the day, it's not about control. It's about allowing people to love you. So, yeah, put the vibrator in your heart.
Okay, alright. It's like I put a strap on in my heart and get it.
Christy, this has been so awesome. Thank you so much. Another great horoscope reading by Christy Bella.
Wow, I love this.
Yeah, so cool.
I felt that she was a very cute girl and one day I hope her close.
And the minute was great too, Christy. Topical, as in zeitgeist of everything that's happening right now with the global pandemic. And speaking of global people, this guy is shaped like a globe. This guy, unbelievable, regular here on the show. Truly one of my favorite comedians in the world. An incredibly efficient and well-respected tour guy here at the Comedy Store. Another guy featured on the Comedy Store documentary. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great, the powerful, Tina.
Entonces, remember again how often the mention of say that the silver water is a huge almost
get resampled from Prince Marine. It's like
money,
most of
but
us
you
say
shouldn't.
depression.
What was it? Who's being reflected in the
I mean,
show?
I had no
That we should.
depression.
I
I
know.
just accepted that I was fat.
Not
Like, I
good that's
went
my
back to my
fault.
childhood shit.
Akaka Mashka. Basically, that we shouldn't remember again.
I think time travel is only a happy scenario for white people.
Previous Mishka. That we should have said Mincha before drinking.
What the fuck am I gonna do every time we do get
How much of a kind of Minchasa no bug you that
like I can go back in time and find out that dinosaurs like
the
the
waters would not work. What is
Oh, my
that?
bad.
It says Minchas
I go back in time and find out that
Alright, so
dinosaurs
let's
like to eat
example
black
again.
people.
The first part of the mission is to be a relation. Ema Sefa, to look at the end of the mission. Yesh plus force.
My
I
friends are
suppose
getting soft.
let's say she has a type of
Text
personal
me the other day about his
First
love
alert
language.
to relate the impact
He's
of
like,
the
dude,
world.
my love language is
So
words of
that I don't.
affirmation.
So let's say
Why
this
you
was
telling me
the
that shit?
I want
It's like your dick.
he read shit in our team is supposed to pull up the mind from it.
Heck yeah, got it all in a minute. Swoze it in, just like he swoze into that sweatshirt before tonight's show. David Lucas. That thing is tight as shit. That thing is tighter than Fernando for his wife's pussy.
So therefore, this is a problem. The first part of Mishnah sounds like
You put that sweatshirt on and then ate dinner.
Second part of
Another great set, man. I really like the time travel jokes.
Time travel jokes, the joke of the night. I mean, it's just incredible. That's real timeless. I mean, that's an incredible joke. Definitely a lot more to be explored. You read that this week.
Before taking, start off left. And what's his name? It's total off. Incredible. Don't say five. And he's only wants you also wants to come in again. And the one of the things that is that the fire out take it out of the reason. He got it one of the things and working on some nighttime or what's the
Right.
still on the still on some.
Right. Now, yeah, that's something that is definitely featured on, I believe, last night's showing of that Comedy Store documentary. It was like, you know, and it made me think about this crazy time, because a huge part of my writing process, specifically for stand-up comedy, is trying it out, like writing things down and thinking that it's going to work really isn't any part of my system at all. Maybe like the first 2 months that I did this, and it was just wrong. It wasn't working. But I think, you know, things like that, you have such a cool opportunity here on the show to at least get feedback from at least the people in this room. If you're going to laugh in this room on the show, that means it would obviously kill. There's an actual packed audience.
So what's going on with the Halloween?
That's called
What happened on Halloween?
right now. What we call the court is again.
Thanks so much for closing out the show. The whole audience had that feeling of like, this guy is the next fucking real one, and I just wanted to let you know I'm appreciative of you being on my little show, and I'd love to have you back in the future. Also,
outside of the Rabbi, it's called Not Gonna Show. It wasn't general.
Hey, William is sitting in the back row. William, are you still back there?
Is allowed
Yeah, did you get a message sent to you from the guy that booked you guys? Because David did.
Listen, where do we know this from? God time, how many days we're doing this? The Lord saying is, even the Mace himself is going to be enough. Where do we know this from?
So you think you did better than William on the show?
Email him with yourself. Listen, we know this because
I agree.
travel with 45 travel with the arts.
Yeah.
Now, the truth is, we'll see. The point over here is that we're traveling with folks. Listen, we're gonna pick up with this tomorrow.
Did you dress up for Halloween?
Right?
Oh, when's the last time you dressed up for Halloween?
Tonight is the Kool-Aid Man.
Black cherry.
remember when the last thing you were that you dressed up as?
A gallon of milk. What made you do that? Chocolate milk?
Me too.
White t-shirt and a red hat. Wow, that's it? I think people were like, what are you? And you're like, I'm a gallon of milk.
You also develop breasts that
Hell yeah. So, did you do anything fun other than the show on Saturday this past week?
What's up? We'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up with the Sugi incredible Gemara. And I got to go back to some. So I got to go tomorrow. We'll say,
I've been chilling all day, especially in the China.
Yeah, it's cool. Absolutely.
I did all I did. I trained Saturday and Sunday.
Oh yeah, I saw Jeff was with you.
Jeffrey Barner, yeah, that motherfucker can fight, bro. He can fight.
He's one of those hidden rip guys. Like takes off his shirt. Like, what the fuck?
He weighs like, when we locked up, I'm like, damn, he's strong. Yeah, it's crazy.
So the people you need to be afraid of. 130-pound, absolutely ripped, super strong guys that seem unassuming.
And the thing I hate about small people is that they can get their arms under your neck and into those weird places. It's so much easier than a big guy. But, you know, big guy's not going to choke you. A small guy like Joe, they get that little.
Oh yeah, it's sharp and it hurts. That's off the windpipe. Alright, David, well, fun stuff. Keep training. Stay healthy, stay powerful. There he goes, the great David. Yes, everybody. On to the next one we go. Thank you. God, that time travel joke is something else.
That's great.
That's liquid gold, right?
And that's a fun one to play with. You're right. There's so much you can go into.
That is a diamond.
Like you can even break down like the 1920s. This happened.
Yeah, I love the dinosaur thing. Really, it's like I don't even think you need to mention the slavery thing. And what else? Everything else pretty much sucked too, right? It's like you could sort of go halfway back, and it's like just if you wanted your own like water fountain or something, you could look at the positives, right?
Jesus, this one black friend.
I mean, wouldn't it sort of be better if water fountains?
So he had a separate badge for it.
Okay, thank you, Joaquin. I pulled for the name of Kill Tony. Make some noise for David Eubanks, everyone. And to my song, here is David Eubanks.
I kind of grew up in a different family. I have gay dads, I have two dads, and when you grow up in that kind of household, you get a lot of questions, especially from kids in high school, middle school. Dave, is it weird if you hear your parents having sex? Is that weird or awkward? Of course it is. For the same reason it's weird for anybody to hear their parents fucking. Like, no kid is out there cheering on mom and dad, like, yeah, dad, give it to her. Come on, mom, you can take more. Wait a minute. Dad's not supposed to be home for another hour and a half. And the FedEx man sure has been here a while. And I have heard my dad's fucking, yes. But they never say anything out of the ordinary. It's all the normal stuff people say when they're making love. Harder, deeper, Carl, glad you can make it. Come on in here. Big ol' start pumping. Merry Christmas, you know. Perfectly normal things. And my dad's been fucking for a while. 25 years they've been going strong, which means they're good at it. I bet they can suck the cork out of a wine bottle. Alright, thank you.
Yeah, David. To my song.
I will give 2 points to anybody that can name what famous. There is a very famous company. They use that. Look what they.
I'm gonna go with Dove Soap.
Nope.
It was a hit, though.
All right.
Go with Coca-Cola on this one. Or Z-Cola. David Eubanks, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, correct?
Yes.
And this is true. You have 2 gay dads.
Yes.
And you hang out with them a lot?
I haven't seen them in recent months. They've been kind of just hanging out by themselves. They live down in Redondo. I live up in Thousand Oaks.
Oh, okay. And what's your mom like?
She's super cool, super chill.
You guys are close?
Yeah, my mom's super cool. She's like a really sporty, outdoor type woman. So she.
How old were you when your dad came out of the closet?
See, here's the weird thing. I don't know. It's always been rumored that everyone in my family knew that my dad was gay, and that my mom and my dad tried to make something work that they just couldn't necessarily make happen during a time when it was really not okay to be gay, in the 80s and 70s and stuff like that. So I officially knew about it when I was 5 years old after they split.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What was that like for you? Were you always cool with it?
It was a brutal divorce, so it was a really tough thing to kind of go through as a kid. But it is what it is. It's divorce. Tough to love.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You ever do anything cool with your 2 dads?
Yeah. They took me to Vegas for my 21st birthday, and that was a ton of fun. We went out partying all night long.
Oh wow. Goodness.
Did your mother ever remarry?
She's actually she's just a chaser, you know, like.
Wow. What do you do for work, David?
Currently I work at REI and sweet. Yeah.
REI is what?
Like we buy the outdoor store, like the kayaks, you know, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Wow, Joaquin, what happened to your accent there?
Well, kayaks, you may
Okay. And how long you been doing that for?
Just a couple months. I actually moved down here in June. I used to live up in Humboldt. I moved down here in June. Whoops.
How do you like Humboldt?
I loved it up there. It was great.
That's what, 3-4 hours north of San Francisco?
Oh, I think I said 3 or 4 hours north of here. No, it's
10 hours north of here.
About 4 hours, 5 hours north of San Francisco, depending on traffic. You get out of there like Santa Rosa and stuff like
God,
that.
that is far. That's closer to Oregon than it even is San Francisco, isn't it?
Yes, and it's still an hour from the Oregon border. That's crazy. Yeah.
Wow, only an hour from the border of Oregon, which is only 3 hours from the southern border of Washington, which is only 2 hours from the southern border of Canada.
Correct.
So technically, it's closer to Canada than it is Los Angeles.
It's bananas. Like the drive from here to there's 12 hours. Like on a good day.
You drove today?
No.
Okay. You live in Thousand Oaks now.
Yeah.
Why did you set up camp in Thousand Oaks?
It's just where like the living situation was. It's nice in Thousand Oaks.
And his father's
Right. So let me ask you this. You did a joke about hearing your gay dads have sex, but have you heard them have sex?
Yeah, me and my stepbrother used to like try to turn the TV up really loudly so we could.
Yeah, I know. You know what sucks is when your two gay dads are having sex and you turn the TV up really loudly, but it's accidentally gay porn on the TV. It just sounds like 4 dudes having sex.
To use a Brody line, did you ever smell that?
Yeah. Is it humid in your apartment?
I bet their bedroom smells like William Montgomery shorts. Halloween. Shit. So that's fun. Is your dad, the dad that made you, is he the top or the bottom, you think?
Bottom.
Wow, look at that. My goodness. What's it like to know that your father gets fucked in the ass? Okay, no, it's okay. You don't have to.
Have you ever tried it?
Have you ever tried it? Good question.
My girlfriend stuck a finger up my asshole a while back, but I didn't. I was daddy.
Wait, what happened? She stuck your finger in your ass and what?
Yeah, we were like trying to do like new like sexy things, and she wanted to put a finger in my asshole because she was trying to convince me it felt good, and I heard that it did. So let her rip.
Who told you that? Who told you it felt
That friend, the gay dads.
Yeah, the gay dads.
Taste the rainbow. Listen, son, if there's one thing I gotta tell you.
We sat him down when around was another man.
Let me tell you about the birds and the birds. Okay, so, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and this is a serious question. As a child, did your friends know that your dad was homosexual, and did they give you a hard time about it?
Some of them were really cool. Some of them were really not my friends. I put kids in high school, like middle school, elementary school. When they figured that out, there was like a lot of teasing and stuff like that. No, we don't call it a hard time in a game.
Yeah, you came from a broken home.
Yeah, well,
Okay, David.
See, this guy was in, not since you said the girl, the guy that had the girlfriend that can't fuck, but, still very interesting.
That's actually funny you mentioned that. That's exactly where I was going with this. When you guys, when you and your girlfriend decided to start being experimental, you mentioned that she stuck a finger in your, what David Lucas would call a booty hole. Now, what else did you guys do that was experimental? I think the listeners of the show would love to know.
that was pretty much it. We've just we tried like different drugs while trying to fuck.
What kind of drugs?
Mushrooms.
That's a fun one to do while having sex.
One of the worst ones. It's awful.
You're a monster.
To like fucking in different places, like outdoors, like camping. Like we did a hike in Sedona. We tried to fuck out there.
Hell yeah.
It's not good. No, there's flies and shit. Like,
Right. Yeah.
it's not sexy.
What ethnicity is your girlfriend?
Jewish and Puerto Rican.
Wow, look at that. Jewish and Puerto Rican.
Yes.
Goodness. What a
Did your father ever turn you on to poppers?
Yes. No, my dad's pretty like mainstream, like Anderson Cooper gay.
That's what he calls us dads as poppers.
Oh, look at him top my joke.
Oh my God. Wow, what a star. Wow. So tell us one more fun fact about you that we would be surprised to know. You have any special skills or talents?
I majored in wildlife biology up in Humboldt State University.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wild.
Just to figure out why two guys were doing it. You were like, does this happen in nature? Yes, it does.
What's the most interesting thing that you learned in your time up in Humboldt studying wildlife biology?
That I love stand-up.
Oh, okay. That's an emotional.
Who's your comic hero? If you could have said Kill Tony, is what I would have.
To be fair, I did really love your part in the Comedy Store documentary about the late nights. I really respect it. That was awesome.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I like you a lot better, and I'll never tease you about your dad.
You know what? I think maybe you just found a third dad.
Yeah. I'm collecting.
There you go. Well, thank you so much, David, for coming on. Very, very fun stuff. David Eubanks. To my song. Hey, hey. She switches to French at some point. Melanie.
Also the Hillside Singers.
Melanie also famously sang, I've got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. Oh yeah, brand new key, not friended me.
I said brand new.
No, I know, I said friended me. I got it confused with the great Randy Newman. With the Rogies. Alright. This young man has been on the show numerous times before. He famously has had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mario Tonti.
Is there any way he could just talk about that sexual encounter the entire time?
Thank you. I'm Italian, so I grew up with a really racist grandfather. When I was a kid, so I was too young to know that he was racist. So up until I was 10 years old, I thought the family living down the street were actual raccoons. Like when you're 5 and you hear your pappy say the colors, you just think he's talking about crayons. And you don't find out the truth until like way later. Like I didn't even know they were called Brazil nuts until a year after he died. And like it was his favorite nut too, dude. Like you couldn't just like walnuts. What the fuck? Yeah. He died of lung cancer though when I was 12. He smoked a carton of Camel non-filter cigarettes every day for like 30 years. Yeah, he loved smoking, but he would have hated that he died with black lungs. I told that joke to my mom because it's about her dad. She was like, he wasn't racist. They all talked like that back then. Like, it's like, yeah, Mom, so they were all racist back then.
There it is. Perfect timing, Mario Tonti. Mario Tonti does it again. How's it going, Mario?
It's good. I'm going pretty good. I don't want to talk about it more than he doesn't want to talk about it.
It's okay. We won't talk about it. Update us about your life or anything that you want to talk about with us. You've been on the show numerous times. You know how this part works.
Yeah, I started taking yoga a couple months ago.
You started taking yoga?
Yeah, I started taking a yoga class.
Okay.
Yeah, I got so fucking bored.
How's that going for you?
It's alright.
It makes you feel good, doesn't it?
It does make me feel good. Where do you take it? Yes, him. Yeah, right in my.
This has nothing to do with the Williams girlfriend.
You do it at Pan Pacific Park?
Yeah.
That's my park.
Yeah, I see him walking over the place.
Yeah, that's our...
see the juggler guy that's always there? No, I saw Alex Hooper there.
Alex Hooper walking the tightrope.
He was filming a skit the other day. It was like with 3 dudes like humping the air.
Okay.
Are they dads?
Yeah, that park also has stand-up comedy shows that they do.
It does. Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, you ever do those?
I go on one Saturday.
Okay.
What's that? It's all random. Well, Ben Hurwitz. Okay, I'll be there next week too, right? See you soon.
What have you learned at yoga when it comes to the people that do yoga? What have you learned people watching there?
White people are terrible. Just people in the park in the morning are just like really not my kind of people.
You say white people are terrible?
Yeah, most of them.
Have you Have you ever hung around people of other races?
Yeah, I mean, most people are terrible. But white people are good.
Like you get a heart.
Yeah, but I'm one of them now, so it's like, yeah.
Are you? What ethnicity are you, Mario Tonti?
I'm Italian.
Really?
I just said it.
God, it's Italian, huh?
Yeah.
Seem very Italian to me.
Not like a. I just finished watching The Sopranos. I'm not Italian.
You just.
Well, I mean, I've seen it before. I just watched it.
Yeah, no, I did that too.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not Italian. I'm watching it like I'm not fucking Italian. It's like,
really? No.
Yeah, you don't
have the swagger of an Italian. It's not about like not being Italian. It's like you just don't have like Italians are normally ridiculously.
You look more like a Luigi.
Yeah, taller, fat.
Yeah.
There he is. Did you
You
just
know,
say
I
that?
watched The Sopranos recently, and Italians are like pretty Armenian.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that you're reminding them of Luigi. Do you get this a lot?
No, but I think they can be fun of for me.
Oh, you did? That's so sad. How sad. Luigi.
Set you up for that.
You have a princess right now,
I
Luigi?
don't have a princess. No prince out. Here it comes again.
You don't have to cue up the sound effects, Mario. We're just going to do them. All right, here comes another sound effect coming right at you.
How many years sober do you have now? Because I know you used to love heroin and stuff.
I mean, I haven't done heroin in a long time.
How long you did?
It's been like 24, I stopped.
A fucking Italian does heroin, dude.
He hadn't even thought about heroin until you brought that up.
No, dude. Only this year's kind of me.
Tony Soprano's nephew did heroin on the show.
Yeah, but that's a bitch.
I remember when that show was out, I was like stopping right around the time when that was like airing at the same time. So like I was like with my family like watching the episode.
And look what ended up happening. It's Christopher Moltisanti, played by the great Michael Imperioli, who was Spider in the hit movie Goodfellas. Who had a very big line in Goodfellas.
Okay, forget it.
Was that the trivia? Ask me, I didn't understand the question. Who had a very big line?
He did.
Yeah. Why don't you take that? Or no, that was Joe Pesci. You know what? Tommy? Why don't you go fuck yourself? Oh, you're gonna let this fucking guy out? You're gonna let him talk to you like that?
I really thought I took the show.
Now I know Goodfellas absolute front to back every single word. That's what I used to watch on every sick day when I was a kid. That's how frightening my childhood was, is that when I was 9, 10, 11, 12, on sick days, that's what I would watch every single day. Thank you, Mom.
Just showed it to my girlfriend for the first time.
Oh, her mind must have just been probably
So jealous of her.
I know, there's nothing more fun than getting to see movies like that for the first time. Absolutely insane. You know what I just showed somebody for the first time a couple weeks ago, and it was an absolute blast, and it always is that way. It was the great movie Windy City Heat.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you! Who likes to fuck?
Yeah!
Twin tag. That's wrong.
Mario, we're going to keep it moving here. Thank you so much. Another great minute. Very fun. As always, come back again soon. Mario Tonti, everybody. We got one name left in the bucket. We're going to get another quick one up here. We're going to knock it out very quickly. And then we have a very, very special surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket comedian of the night for her very first time ever in Kill Tony history. Put your hands together for the comedy stylings of Lisa Landers. Here we go. What's going on? This is Lisa Landers.
Hey, I'm Lisa Landers. I have this really familiar look. Kind of like a Mormon housewife. But I get mistaken for people all the time. I've even had celebrities. I've got Lorna Turner, Amy Poehler, Macaulay Culkin. Because as we all know, Macaulay's known for its boobs. So, as I drive around, I see a lot of people wearing masks in their cars. I just have to say, wearing a mask you're alone in your car. It's kind of like wearing a condom to masturbate. You can do it. You don't really need to. I guess I still got a couple more minutes.
There you go. No, that's good. 53 seconds of Silent Thunder by Lisa Lynn. Welcome to the show, Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course, we're happy to have you. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. Where are you from? What part of Ohio? Cambridge, Ohio. Is that near Athens? Where is that?
It's 70 and 77 come together.
70 and 77, Interstate 70 running east and west through Columbus.
So it's like east
It's,
of
yeah,
Columbus.
east of Columbus, west of West Virginia.
Have you ever heard of a place called Michigan?
Yes.
Yeah, I just heard something about them this week. A lot of Michigan. Oh, that's right. Michigan State.
What is that, Tony?
Michigan State beat Michigan in a regular season game, eliminating them from playoff contention. Hey, you son of a bitch.
After water up there.
Oh, yeah.
Dirty Michigan water.
Yeah.
It's in one town. That's in one town. You got to broaden your range of knowledge of Michigan. One town. It's pretty close to Flint.
Has anyone ever told you you look like Nancy Cartwright?
Nancy Cartwright.
That's a compliment. She looks like this lady who plays Bart Simpson.
Oh, wow.
I love the Simpsons.
Did I ever tell you about Nancy Cartwright story real quick? Was at a bar and she was really wasted and she was trying to kiss me and I didn't know who she was. And I was like, God, this woman, and she's like, nah, she's too old for me or whatever. And then get in the car and my friend goes, you didn't know it was Nancy Cartwright? And I was thinking, like, how awesome would that be to fuck like Bart Simpson? You know, like,
And wait till she hears the voices that you can do. Whoa! Add it to the list.
Voices from Red.
Impressions from Brendan. Who else do you got, Brian? Remind us of some of the 6 impressions.
Cartman, did you do Cartman?
Oh, wow. Very impressive. Who else?
Yeah, what kind of stuff is it, Brian?
Hey, you can do a famous impression of a president as well. Am I correct?
I knew Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis.
Oh, yeah? Impression.
Maybe my favorite, your Bob Hope.
Yeah.
So,
Come on, do the Bob.
all right, I'll do
Love
it.
it. Yeah.
Bob Hope talking to his heroin deal.
Okay, well, I'm joking like a motherfucker.
Lisa, tell us something wild about you that we'd be surprised to know. You seem like you've had an interesting life. Okay.
I'm thinking though I might need to meet a physical therapist.
Yeah.
After today's,
You have a little bit of an issue down there? Oh, this is like a gynecology episode of Real Tony. Women just coming here like, do you have anybody I can see? I have a... We need one of those chairs where they just strap their shoes into a...
I used to have one of those.
red and color. So what else would we be surprised to know about you? You ever been in love?
I have. I've been in an off and on relationship for the past 2 years.
With Melissa Etheridge, am I correct? No, I'm kidding.
Ever been with a comic before? Ever been with
William Montgomery.
No.
Saw him earlier. It was the Arab Sheik.
Shit his pants. On the street.
It's not fair. She might have loved him.
Oh my God. Okay, so did you vote?
I did.
Who'd you vote for? Okay. Well, can't all be winners. Okay. What's my next question going to be before this? Now you don't even care about her.
Tony's next question. Why did you vote for her?
Did you start comedy in Ohio or did you?
No, I started here.
Okay. What do you do for fun?
We'll see that.
What else other than stand-up? You seem like the kind of lady that likes to ride a tandem bicycle by yourself, or perhaps, you like to build things out of hollowed books. Got a good laugh from Ryan J. Abel. I don't know where everybody else is here.
I wish that I had something that was terribly interesting about me, but I'm very plain vanilla.
Like, what'd you do today? You woke up, what happens?
Got up,
What do you do the very first thing? You walk to the
kitchen,
and what do you do in the kitchen?
make coffee.
What are you, the Keurig?
No, just
Regular coffee pot? Like a hotel coffee pot?
yes, just plain old Mr. Coffee.
Oh my God.
How many tattoos do you have?
Do you have any tattoos?
No,
Okay, so you make the coffee. What do you do while the coffee's brewing?
my supplements.
Oh, what kind of supplements are you taking right now? B12, iron, zinc?
Of course, all the things, vitamin D.
Are you on Centrum Silver or are you still on regular Centrums?
Depends on what's on sale.
Then what? You take your supplements on an empty stomach
Yes,
with a glass of water.
yes.
Sink water? Refrigerator?
Filtered.
But refrigerator like the glass against the thing?
Right up.
And I use a
That's one that connects directly to your faucet?
no, it's
It's like a poor person.
I visit to class and I shove it in my ass.
Okay, thank you again, Joaquin, for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you have your filtered water, you take down your supplements, coffee is almost done brewing.
Yes.
Then what do you do?
I pour myself a cup of coffee.
What do you do when you drink the coffee?
I stand on the kitchen counter.
You just lean against the kitchen counter, you look out of a window, do you stare at the floor, look at your own feet?
I look out the kitchen window.
What do you see out of that window? Tell us what you see.
Shrubbery.
Do you smoke while drinking the coffee?
No.
So you're looking out, you're looking at strawberry bushes out of the window. What does that make you think of?
I need to hurry up and get ready for work.
Oh my goodness. So you get ready for work. What do you listen to on the drive to work? You're about to be a nurse. You're about to go save lives. And stretch out vaginal walls.
What up, Mr. Aquarius? How are you?
What do you listen to?
I'm well, thank you. Are you ready?
Listen to the news. Or
Yeah.
What news? What kind of news? Are you voting for Biden? So I'm guessing fake.
So far, so good. I was up late. Riser and I watched a bunch of really interesting things, so I thought that was cool. And what did we watch? We watched. What did we watch? Information on just like a nuclear physicist who I really like. So that was cool. And just one moment.
I'm afraid to sleep in bed.
How was your day today, Mr. Aquarius?
It was good. We were busy and we came home. I didn't go lie down. My friend she said she just came home from physical therapy, so then she's going to carry out this other end. I just stayed here, ate, and then that's when I did the dishes. That's what took me some to do the dishes. Then I took me back, talked to Adrian, because me and Adrian and my auntie going to the movies tomorrow.
What are you gonna see?
She said, sure.
What are you gonna see?
What is this thing called? What is it called? It's called The Secret Between Us.
Okay, what's it about? Do you know?
Hmm?
What's it about? Do you know?
No, I don't know. I just know it's a good movie. That's all I'm going to see. They probably think it's something. Hold on. I'm just going to go through it. There we go. Oh, it's a book. Okay. That's a movie. Okay. It's a Secret Between Us movie. There we go. It's a book. Okay. Know that. Oh, it was a film too. Oh, nice. There's another film. Okay. Alright, so this is 2026 drama film. Okay, so The Secret Between Us is a 2026 drama film about a man whose seemingly perfect life is unhindered when a son from a past affair appears, forcing his family to confront secret betrayal and the path to forgiveness and healing. Written and directed by Tamara Hill. It stars Michael J. White, Lisa Avondale, and Victoria Roel, with Keith Sweat as an executive producer.
There you go, Keith Sweat.
So it released on April 3rd, so we're going to go see it. Okay, I can't wait to see it. Rain on you whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. You're going to have an invitation in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bingo. You should have an invitation.
I like when you do the countdown.
Speaking of countdowns, we got your girl's wedding. Let's look for Stacy. Here we go. 16 days, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Oh, get it. You got one. That was a tough one.
Yeah. Right.
Got it. Garbage.
Yeah.
That's garbage.
You know, you got this.
No doubt. Oh, breaking my heart.
Almost. Right.
Oh, that was perfect. That was gorgeous.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Give me this.
Next one.
No, not happening.
Well, yes, it is.
Oh, what a spare. Did you see that?
Thank you, Emma.
That was on fire. All right. Miss Aquarius opening up this lead. Comeback time. Nope, it's over, folks. No touching this woman tonight.
Okay.
Not right now.
Yeah. Positive. Oh, yeah, think positive. No, think positive. You got it. Think positive.
Oh, get that last
You
one.
got it.
No doubt.
Right.
Got it.
Yay.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, she got it, folks. She's putting this one away. To everyone out there, this is how you do it. This is how you put away the competition.
You got it. Come on, let's go. You just had a strike, so you got it. Come on, another one.
Not like that. Not good, Miss Aquarius. That was bad.
No. No.
Oh, almost.
Hey,
You win, I win.
You win, I win.
I win, you win.
Reload.
Reload. I did. We said it at the same time.
Oh. I didn't mean to take your line.
No, I want you to. I like it. It's great.
As long as I got your permission, right?
Yes, ma'am. Folks, Miss Aquarius is tearing it up. Folks, Miss Aquarius is tearing it up. Give me it. Oh, no. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. You got to get this straight. Yes. Good job. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, 9. Folks, she's got a big score already. Oh, and she got the spare. That's giant.
Come on.
Come on. That's garbage.
You got this.
Give me it.
This shouldn't let you do it.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
That's how you said. That shouldn't let you do it.
That's right. Get it, girl. All right. You can get these two. No doubt. They shouldn't even make you do it.
Nope.
Oh,
You got it. Bye-bye.
Miss Aquarius already has a big score, folks.
Yeah. That's right.
All right.
Gotta get these two.
And I didn't. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Miss Aquarius putting away the competition.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's already got 70, folks. She's got more than, so she's going to be in the 80s. She's got 75. This game is over. She puts up a giant score of 83. Give me, oh no, it's over. It's over. Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Oh, ho, ho. Miss Aquarius, this girl is on fire. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Good job.
Thank you. You too, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam.
You're welcome. You got me on tomorrow.
God
It's
willing.
always another day.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you, God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing. I'm going to get some on YouTube and I'm going to go to bed.
Excellent.
Okay. See you in the morning, God willing.
God willing. Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Zoot's here. How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Hello. How are you?
I just called up Lifeline.
What is that?
What?
What is Lifeline?
The S-word hotline.
Oh, Zoot, what's going on, man?
Just wanted to get support, ready, go to talk to, like, you know.
Hold on a second. I didn't hear what you just wanted some support? You just wanted some support?
Yeah.
Okay, did they talk to you? Did they help you?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help you. Are you ready to play Dice Party?
Yeah.
Okay.
They offered me support for just, but there's not much they can do. You can't do much. You can't go back in time and talk to my sister and stuff. Yeah. So I can't go back in time and talk to my sister and stuff.
You can focus on the future, my man. And the future is an invitation to Dice Party. Do you know that you have an invitation to Dice Party?
I don't.
Okay, excellent. Zoot, guess what? You and I are going to spend the day together because we want you to feel better. All right, here we go. Zoot, what are your thoughts of my starting off with 666? Give me another 6. All right, Zoot, what do I do? The 3X? Zoot, can you hear me? Oh, look at you, dog. That 4X stinks, though, because it's just, like, not a lot, right?
Yeah. But the chance that you could go for a 5. Yeah.
Give me... Because I was going... I already did the 3.
You already played the Times Freedom?
Yep.
That's rough.
I agree.
I don't know why you want to play full house.
Because
Saying that, I probably would have checked the crazy book.
exactly, the full house is easy to get.
It was easy to get a lot of ones.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of ones, big man.
Probably the worst one ever. That is a hard chance.
Zoot, you know we're watching a movie tonight?
Well, maybe.
It's called Bob Lazar, S4, and UFOs or something. Oh,
I
so,
want to watch the Iron Chan special.
okay, who's Aaron? Oh, you want to watch that too?
Yeah, you'd say I don't think I would ever be able to compete with Iron Chan's funniness. I think Iron Chan's going to be one. I think Iron Chan's going to be the biggest comedian in Australia. I think he'll be bigger than Jack McCann.
You're going to be the biggest one, Zoo.
I'm too mentally ill.
You're good, big dog.
Do you believe in parallel universes?
Perhaps, big man.
Multiverse?
Yeah, perhaps, big man. So, what do I do here?
There's many multiverses where I'm the biggest comedian in the world. But don't know.
Give me another. Oh, baby. So, what do we do? The 24 or the 29?
Right. I can do the 29.
I did the 24 because there's a chance to get the bonus. Dude, that was a good large.
I nearly didn't catch up. I nearly didn't catch up with the large right.
That was really good, dude.
But it was first roll. I feel like you should get extra points if you roll with straight the first roll.
I know you do.
Do I go for the 6 or the 4?
Whatever you want, big man.
I think I'm going for 4 here. Oh, that was the best decision.
Are you proud of that move?
Yeah. The times 4 doesn't get you shit, does it? For the 4 spec.
Alright.
Now I need. How many 6s do I need to get the bonus? 3?
Dude, we're tied on the left side.
You're kicking my ass and other side. Holy shit, that's a bad one.
2, 3, 4, 5. Small straight, dude. Good job. This
Good
is
news is I haven't played my chance yet.
this is not a good setup, Zoot. What do I do? 1, 2, 4. That's risky.
You played all the. But you got the small trade, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not a good setup.
No, it's not. I'm just going for points.
You haven't played chance yet.
Exactly.
You haven't played the chance yet. That'll probably be an option because you haven't played the chance yet. Play chance.
I agree.
That's not a bad chance.
21's a lot of points. Oh, Zoo.
Yes.
Oh, Zoo, you got the bonus.
Yeah, I got the bonus. Or I could go for a large 3. But I'll get the bonus.
Oh, Zoo, taking a huge lead.
Yeah, I kind of didn't want to. I wanted to do it 3 times, but no, I'm probably not going to get it 5 times this game.
Zoo, you know you're going to be in this call for like 8 hours straight.
No.
Yeah, you are.
I might say a friend in real life that could help me.
Okay, what do we do here?
Roll 4.
full house, dude, but it's not. Who's the friend you're gonna see in real life?
The guy living in the last that I thought they were gonna live.
Okay, who's that big man?
His parents were, why did I put it up? His parents were ex-Mormon, so he grew up. No, his parents are Mormon, so he's an ex-Mormon, so he grew up without drinking and drugs. So, and he's never smoked, never done drugs, had alcohol. So he's married with children and just had like a normal life. He was just a very normal person. But they wouldn't want me saying this. I think the only thing they wouldn't like about their life is that's overweight. But that can be worked on.
Sure. Zoo, you might win. Dude, it's not giving me any fives. This thing is rigged. Zoo, you won.
Maybe.
No way, Zoo, it's over. Zoo ends it.
They should play again. I'm not happy with this game. This is the only game I've ever played where I didn't get a full house. Without recording.
Shut up.
No.
Shut up.
You know what makes me mad?
What makes you mad, Zoo?
When I get a 0. When I play a game that's 0 on the board, it makes it look so bad. Oh, fuck. Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Actually, what do I do? Oh, yes.
Dude,
Actually, I played it 4 times.
that's big time.
You think I'll regret playing that?
No.
Get a free time to vote. Good fun. The only thing that pisses me off is I got low numbers at the end of the triple sixes.
This game is rigged.
So, that's a low chance.
It's not that low. Look at you.
$17 is a low chance.
It's not that low.
You know, I want 5 ones.
This game is rigged.
I want 5 ones. I don't want 6 of them.
dominating, though.
Full health.
That's
One.
that's big time, Zoo.
Whole run by the blue. Fuck. No. I should get that. I feel like I can get 4. I think I can get 4 5. Alright. What do I try for? The good news is I can go for 1 straight. Bad news is that shit, right? Can't go with that. Fuck. Bad. Well. Well, I'm doing third on the left side.
You're okay.
You're kicking me out on the left side. Do I just roll a left track?
Bingo.
No chance. I've not played a chance yet. What's the highest chance you can get?
Maybe 30?
I played the 4th. I played 3. Baby. Page. Pretty's good. I'm happy about it.
This is a terrible roll.
You saying my room? Oh my god, that is awful. Playing 10 point? I'm gonna win. Fuck. 5 times. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I got the worst shot.
1, 2, 3, 4. I already have all that stuff.
See, I had a really nice score. But this point in the game, I really have a nice score. I need to hit the binder. That's good. Rabbi, this is bad. And he rolls it 5 times.
No.
That's rough.
That is rough. Zoo, you need some 6s.
strikes do I get?
12.
Did I make the right decision yet?
Who knows?
You need a full health. The full house will guarantee you the win.
This game is rigged, Zoot.
You won.
For sure.
Even if I got Tom's flag back on me.
It's over. Full time. 9 ball. Trick shot.
I gotta check my messages.
Zoot, just a moment. I'm going to use yours.
Go pray. Leave the way. Rabbi. That's it, bro.
Zoot, are you ready? Oh, Zoot's dominating. Zoot, did your friend message? Did your friend message you?
Oh, you can put the ball wherever you want.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. What did your friend say?
Oh, he wants to. Anyway.
Oh, okay. So how long till you see him?
I just sent him a message. It was active 7 or 10 minutes. Yeah. Oh, I fell to do the trick shot.
Get in. All right, and then when you're done with your friend, what are you going to do? I know what you're going to do, but what are you going to do? You're going to come back in here. We're going to play. Are you going to hit your shot?
It'll be a little. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Why don't you get a hooker? Okay, are you going to Melbourne?
Yep.
Okay, so you've got that to look forward to, right?
That's why I don't want to spend any money. And there's paper. I could fuck a gal over in Melbourne.
Okay, when are you going to Melbourne?
Next
Well, that's exciting, right? Zoo, what kind of? How do I make this shot? Zoo, how do I make this shot? Yes, sir. Oh, what a shot! What's up, Zoo? You got this. You're gonna end the game. Oh, dude, you could have ended the game. You just said my name. What's going on, Zoo?
You have any regrets?
Everybody has regrets, baby.
What do you regret?
Oh, everybody has regrets. I regret not. Oh, wow. Not beating you in Dice Party every single game. I regret not buying.
Well, that's just a game of that.
Okay, not buying Bitcoin in 2009.
You couldn't have known.
I knew about it.
You knew about it in 2009?
Yep.
How did you know about it in 2009?
People were talking about it on the internet, and it just seemed like fake money. And there wasn't like a real clear way how to get it. Like the App Store had just. Oh, I got a penalty. The App Store didn't have. It's not like there was a Coinbase app or anything then. What a shot,
Yeah,
dude.
you wouldn't even have to buy it then. You could just mined it.
That's true too.
The network would have been so low with users that you could have mined like 5 Bitcoin a day with just a basic laptop.
Word, dog. So there you go. There's some regrets.
Yeah, you could have mined Bitcoin.
There you go, Zoo.
So I had Bitcoin in 2012.
Okay.
I played Second Life and some guy gave it to me, and then he told me to go to the game. He told me to go like to Satoshi Dice. I went to Satoshi Dice and gambled away. I don't know, whatever 50 Bitcoin is, $5 million or something.
That's a lie.
Yeah, but I did hear about Bitcoin. I probably did hear about Bitcoin in 2012. Definitely had the first time I heard about Bitcoin was 2014.
Okay, why are you just telling lies?
First time I heard about Bitcoin was 2014.
Okay. Did you play Second Life?
Yeah, 2015. Yeah, I did play Second Life.
How was it? Oh, are you serious?
Boring.
Why was it boring?
You had to buy things to make it good.
Oh, okay. So it was basically play to win.
I think I was watching an episode of Dr. Phil.
Okay. Dude, are you gonna win?
I watching the episode with Dr. Phil and this girl picked up the second half, and then I went on the second half, and it's like, this is boring, and I hate why everything. I think before that, I didn't have it again, guys. I think Linden dollars are still tradable, but you could swap Linden dollars for Bitcoin, and I was on like this. I didn't know how to do that.
Yeah, that was the thing. It's difficult to figure out how this stuff works. Yeah, but I mean, it's just difficult to know what to trust and such.
Mostly the thing was, Bitcoin back in 2009 was mostly peer-to-peer network, was mostly a peer-to-peer in real life network where you have to meet up with someone to buy it.
There you go.
But if you wanted to buy it, you'd have to, you could have gone to like,
Zoot, you have a 70-point lead. Are you ready for the greatest comeback you've ever seen?
yeah. I don't know, but it's really weird though, because there were like some early Bitcoin developers in Adelaide, like from that 2000. There've been people in Adelaide that were Bitcoin.
Oh, I just won. Dude, what a comeback. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What a comeback. All right. Are you ready for...
I think crypto has the most anonymous billionaires and billionaires out of any industry.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay. What do you want to play next?
I want to get the 100 points of the day. Oh, we're going to play in a conversation.
What's a conversation?
You got to send me a game. This game is like a conversation.
What is conversation?
Yeah.
What is... Oh, I have to send it like that?
Yes. Looking at games.
We're playing mini golf.
Can we play?
We're going to play mini golf first. All right, Zoo, I just sent you it. Is that what I was supposed to do?
When's the last time they added the game?
I don't know, Zoo. Look at this shot, though.
You know what game they should have?
Table tennis.
Can you get a hole?
I don't know.
Do you think table tennis would work?
No, the delays are too great. The reason why Play-Doh works is because everything is turn-based. Nothing is live. Same thing. But again, it wouldn't work because it's turn-based. Or it's not turn-based. It's live. Look at this! Look at this shot, Zoot. Oh, that was almost amazing.
My phone doesn't work this
Oh, okay. Well then, I'll just I'll let the time run out. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. I'll let the time run out, and we'll just draw on it.
נבל חגך לחי עולמי חגה והגדולה לחי עולמי הדיבור לחי עולמי You want to be my friend? Are you talking to me? Yeah. Sure, why not? Hello. You're not my friend. Cool. What are the lottery numbers? Oh, yeah? I just left synagogue, and I'm just kind of chilling in my car right now. You Jewish? Yeah, well, I'm kind of Jewish. I'm still converting. You're converting? Yes, because I don't have a Jewish mother. How do you convert? It's a long process. It takes at least like a year of schooling. I need to buy books. There's things that I need to do that I haven't done yet. I haven't even technically begun the process, so I have much time that I need to spend learning. Why am I slow? Why do you want to be Jewish? Because I'm Jewish on my dad's side, so, on a non-halakhic or law viewpoint, I'm Jewish, but not officially. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to make it official. So you become Jewish without Jewish parents? I have a Jewish parent. Rabbi, I could come Jewish without Jewish parents. I mean, you can. Are you Jewish already? No. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you could. That's a good question for any rabbi, really.
Welcome, how are you?
Hello. How are you? I'm doing okay.
Well, thank God. Dude, I've sent you an invite.
Markets are up, aren't they?
What's good,
So
quick?
S&P 500 gold is up,
What's good, quick scope? I know. Dude, you have an invitation? What's good, quick scope?
I just left as soon as I think he asked me what's up or something.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I actually just again left shul. I was doing a Mashiach feast.
Excellent. How was that?
It was great. I got to see some familiar faces, and more importantly, got to read Siddur with the rabbi's son for a little bit, and I feel like I learned some stuff today, which is good. I just want.
Excellent. Well, that's good. Are
you?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're up. You've known how to play for like 6 months.
But I think I really. I think that's going to help you. My strategy sucks.
I thought you were gonna win.
What?
What up, Pimp?
So, actually, my strategy doesn't suck as much as I feel. That's the lowest score I've ever scored. So, like, you want to go in?
Of course.
I know how to win now.
Okay. Are you gonna win?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You're positive?
Yep.
Okay, let's see it.
You're going to win. Okay. Make sure I don't get counted. Okay. One, pretend. Ready to lose?
Let's see it, too.
Have you ever thought about five? You never might be different than that. That was helpful.
Yep.
Can you talk and see this better?
Yep.
Yeah. Was that a bad man?
You're up, too. No, you definitely did not. We tied. We tied.
Let's go again.
You want to play Makala again?
Yes. I have not been in the color in about 6 months.
Right.
From when you left to play. I'm so bad at the play.
But it's your but it's your favorite.
The closest to the come. I don't know how you got rid of this get so good at this damn thing. But you used to do so dumb shit.
It's mathematical.
Alright. 1, 2, too afraid for football. I think I made the right move there. Rabbi?
Yes?
Fuck. That's not good.
Nope.
Good for you. Good for you. But good for me is not good for you.
You're up, Zoot.
Do you want me to kill you?
Zoot.
No, they're calling it. Why my luck is so good? Oh, Lord! Going? Brother, how did you do it?
I'm amazing.
You're not even trying.
Nope.
You got a good stop. Rabbi? I'm in a good position right now. Why would you take that? No. Rabbi, I'm in a bad position right now.
Fair enough.
Can I come back?
Maybe.
You hate everything about me.
No, Zoot, I like you.
What do you like?
That was not the move, Zoot.
Well, fuck.
Do you want to play again?
Go, bro. what I did wrong.
Zoo, go.
Is that a bad miss? I can remember. Making my perfect game. You're trolling. If you photograph, bang.
Zoo, focus on the game.
You're not playing good.
No.
I think I'm playing good.
I do too. You won. There you go, Zoo. Did your friend get back to you?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the plan?
Gonna say I'm off the profile. So, forget Tom. You got 3 hours.
Okay.
Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I'm not going to sleep, so
No, don't do that.
why not?
Because Reiser's going to be here. We're going to watch a movie.
I don't want to wake up. Got it?
Maybe.
This thing is good. Terrible.
Yeah, Zoo.
What day is it tomorrow?
Friday.
Do you think I'm going to make the show?
Nope. Oh, you did. Good job.
Can you? What camera one never beat me up?
Let's play this one. Try to beat me at this one. You haven't beaten me at this in 6 months.
Have I ever beaten you at bowling?
No.
Will I ever beat you at bowling?
No.
What game have I never beaten you at?
Bowling.
What game have you never beaten me at?
Maybe dominoes or something. Backgammon.
Oh yeah, backgammon. Backgammon.
I don't really know how to play it.
I need to smoke something.
Okay, what are you gonna smoke?
Crack.
You don't have crack there, do you?
Don't have crack there?
You don't have crack in Australia, do you? It's not like a thing.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it be there?
I know cocaine's surprisingly pretty popular.
So if we have cocaine here, why wouldn't we have crack?
I don't know, because you have cocaine. If you have cocaine, because you have access to it. But I understand. Not everybody does, and they want to get the best bang for their buck. So you need to hit.
Crack shape of the cocaine?
Yeah. And it provides a harder high.
Yeah, because cocaine only lasts like 15 half an hour up.
Do you think you'll beat me in this game?
Yeah. How long does a cocaine high last?
Like an hour.
Is it good?
Oh, it's amazing.
Do you think the drugs that aliens have are better?
Way better.
Would you do drugs if an alien offered you it?
In a heartbeat. That's a great question.
Yeah, but that neurological brain is wide different. So, like, what they do could fuck you off.
Okay, I'm willing to take the risk.
Could kill you.
Okay, cool. Let's try it. If I'm gonna go, that's how I want to go. How'd you die? Oh, fucking doing alien ecstasy. Oh wow, that's amazing.
An alien told me to take drugs. That's their fault.
Zoot, you need a big comeback. You know that?
You know, our water could kill you.
Enough water can kill a human.
No, but like, what if aliens are allergic to our water?
Okay.
Do you think every species needs water to survive?
No. At least not like extraterrestrials. No, I think some might just need pure hydrogen. Some might need helium. Some might need sulfur. Zoot, are you ready again?
Yep. Do you think there's
Zoot, do you think you're going to beat me in this game?
Zoot,
do you think you're going to beat me?
Do you think there's a species out there on another planet that is identical to humans?
Well, I mean, technically, none of us are even identical to each other. So you mean like 99.9% the same DNA?
You just look like us and talk like us and feel like us.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Weird, dog.
Why?
Just the universe is a vast place, so just based on numbers, like there could be a lot of species that exist. Dude, are you seeing this?
How big do you think the universe is?
Big. And expanding every day.
Do you think aliens black Earth?
Like, it's subjective. But yeah, I think they find it to be more habitable, at least to whatever we are, than some other places.
Maybe it's not habitable to them. Maybe the water, this thing on here that would kill them instantly. Maybe it's too cold, maybe it's too hot for them.
Perhaps. Dude, are you seeing this?
You believe that it was perfectly designed?
Perfection is subjective, dog. Dude, are you ready to play again?
Yeah.
Zoot, you're up. Zoot! Zoot, go! Go! What happened?
I got distracted.
Okay, well, it didn't cost you anything because I missed both my shots. And I'm going to give you a free round on this next one, so I'm gonna not take any shots here so that it's even.
I take a shot.
No.
I would have missed regardless.
I know. Alright, you're up, Zoot. Dude, you have a good chance to win. If you get this again. Alright, Zoot, you're tied. Going into the second to last round.
Yeah, straight A's.
Cool, Zoot. Zoot, you gonna play again?
Yeah.
Zoot, you need to focus.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I did that.
Did you ask his riser here?
Yep.
Did he just join?
Yep.
He did? You just saw him in here?
I just said someone joined.
No.
Rabbi misses. I'm gonna do the worst shot you've ever seen. Before the worst shot you've ever seen, I'm guessing that. Rabbi with a strong lead.
Yeah, you got that right. That was like the best opening round we've ever seen.
Terrible. Bring that shot.
Dude, you know you're making a comeback?
No, I just missed.
Yeah.
I can come back. The good news is I can come back. And he, unfortunately, fuck, that's not good.
Oh, what a fortunate bounce. Fortunate
I
bounce,
told
dude.
you I did the worst shot. I told you I did the worst shot you ever seen. So get it in. Unfortunately, I'm only 1 point behind you. Oh, we can tie. This might be a tie. How'd you miss that? Ah, nearly. Yeah, I'm going to win the next game. You're fucking... What the hell?
What's up, Zoo?
Why do you get split cups like that?
When you win a certain number of games in a row, you get different options.
What do you mean?
I'm just playing. They just changed it from the items.
Is that the items?
Yeah, they're free.
How do you get? How do you get them?
They're the free options. You go to items. Do you see items?
Yeah.
And then just change it to whatever you want.
Will it play better?
I think so. Zoot, get it. Zoot, change it, yeah. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
No, some of them are free.
Yeah. Okay. No, that was 50.
No, some are free.
I can't say any for free.
The first, 4 are free, Zoot.
First 4 are 50 points for me. How the fuck are you guys?
Hey, you've changed it, Zoot.
Yeah, it's nice.
Why did you buy them?
One. Is Rabbi here?
Rabbi.
What up, Omni Duck?
I just learned from in a different server that this person in the server knew me from when I was in DC. It's fucking crazy.
From when you were where?
You're a kid.
When I was in Washington, DC, this guy knew me from there.
Okay, Zoot, you need to be polite, dude.
He didn't like me, he hated me, but for good reason, of course. But he knew me.
Okay, Omni Duck.
Yeah, I know you're a robot.
Zoot.
Who's a robot?
No, Zoot is not having a good day.
Is he tweaking?
You could call it that.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to tweaker 10,000, how much of a tweaker are you?
Alright, Omni Duck, maybe it's not a good time right now. Come back a little later and we can discuss this, okay?
Okay, I really don't cook this because that's how much of a tweaker I am. I really don't just.
Zoot, why are you so mean?
I really don't get nothing for you.
Alright, Zoot.
Zoot, you don't understand. You would not have liked what my mom looked like before I was born. That's not an accomplishment, my good sir. I mean, it is, but it's not something to brag about. Did he get muted?
Yeah, I muted him. He's not talking nice to people, and because of that, he gets muted. Okay, so somebody knew you when you were in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, and the problem is, that I can't prove I was in Washington, D.C.
I mean, it's not a big...
Because here's the thing. Yeah, but it's dumb. Because I have to, that person could definitely prove that I was in Washington, D.C. at a certain time. But the problem is, because that guy doesn't want to talk to me. He mutes himself and deafens himself whenever I join the call.
Okay.
So I can't get him to tell my mom about, I was in Washington, D.C. I'm not schizophrenic. I was in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you just leave? Just let him be. Just leave him alone.
I don't know which we got it.
Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played?
Did you read it?
Yeah. Why are you such a dick, dude? Zoot. Zoot. I don't care. You have to understand. I can only be nice to you to a certain extent. When you start to insult other people in here, like I can already tell you that if I ever got popular, I would be like, yeah, I can't have a public conversation with Zoot because he'll just be mean to everybody else. Why are you so mean? You may get bad vibes from someone. You may get bad vibes from someone. That doesn't mean that you have to insult them, that you have to say that you raw dog their mom, that you have to say that. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's not funny. Zoot, it's just not. It's not.
Ready?
No, I don't reward that kind of behavior, Zoot. Go sleep. Come back when you're done.
Alright, I'm gonna fuck you.
You couldn't afford to. He actually left, Rabbi.
I know it did.
He actually left. That's insane. The guy kind of left. I thought it's sleazy. I'm talking to someone on Discord. I have someone right now on my X.
Alright, everyone said good morning, good morning. Let us begin. We begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. We thank our individual sponsors for the month of Nisan. All Catholic holidays are dedicated to Ocean Joshua this month. Memory of both parents, Shmuel Ben Zakaria and Sarah Bas Amram. And I'm Machine coming to dedicate Shmuel and Joshua this month. Memory of Abram's mother, Sarah Reina Bas Yeshua Hashem. The Red Line Umbrella, the Shamas Rabbi Aliyah, and the family. Let us begin. Today's daf is your test. We are here to start picking up my Mishnah and the new parak. I just wanted to close out just the halacha l'maisa we left off again. We ran out of time yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do the Rambam at the end of the sugya. So remember again, we left off in the end of the sugya discussing the idea about whether or not the woman can be subject to the soka process more than once. So if you remember, again, we had a couple of different variations of this question. So possibility one is, can she be subject to the soka process at the same time within one marriage? And then that question is further broken down into Could she be subject to the social process with the same man, right? The same suspected adulterer in the same marriage, or just different suspected adulterers within the same marriage? And again, within the same marriage is not possible. What about in different marriages? In other words, is there such a concept that maybe a woman once she is subject to the social process once in her lifetime, that's it. Remember the slur that is reflective of the opinion of the mayor? They read that once the words are in the body, ultimately again they serve to check her even under these processes. Is in a book called Soka, days. Grandma writes, Shah Sabah Hamad and Mix Hamahan, the Hazard of Kila and Ishish Kaya, the Mr. Any of the Shlashko Sa'ayah Grandma Hospital is like this. Allah Kulaisa, a woman can only be subject to the social process with a particular suspected adulterer once within a marriage. So therefore, let's say Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben triggers the social process. She drinks the water, and let's say she's innocent. Then Reuben warns her again about
Let's do it, everybody. Switch your bubble. Not that one-time mindset, right? I'm so weird out publicly, like at the airport. I'm like, it's so close. I'm not a boxer. I told you I worked with I worked with this guy, Danny O'Connor, and he was just showing me some stuff that he thought I won for it. He walks around maybe 165, maybe 5'8", maybe 5'9". Yeah, and I'm not trying to be like what I'm saying, but I realized I was trying to hit him, and I go, I can't reach him. He goes, no, you're not reaching me. And then he was just moving and then digging at my body, but not hitting me. And I went, the truth is, I don't think if in our first exchange you would knock me out. And that's really true. Like I would throw a jab and a right hand. And I just said to my friends, I go, if you ever hear me say that I box, and I really mean this, if you ever hear me say I box, or I know boxing, I don't know boxing. I don't know anything. You don't know anything, dude. It doesn't matter how much you work on it. It doesn't matter. And I went, and guess what? I'm not going to work on it. I'm not going to do it anymore. You know what you should do? When I say I'm sore, did you see how I was walking today? So goddamn sore. Right. I started doing those fight camp workouts where you do 20, 30, 45 minutes. But they have trackers in them. Yes. Where tracks and everything. Yes. So I tell you to do it. I do it. Dude, I'm so sore. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Bike and then so fight camp. So he gets into your house. It's like this big white heavy bag. You put sand in it, and you shred 10 pounds of that. You put 300 pounds. Okay. That's what you do. So you put the sand at the bottom so it can't go anywhere. Okay. Then there's an app. I connected to the TV because I'm set it outside. You connect the TV outside. Yeah. And you have a trainer that's taking you through warm up and then rounds. Mainly rounds and professionals. Really? So then you can. I was thinking, you'll bring up fight camps. I see what you're talking about. I was thinking about you. I do train on your goals. This year, you can do it every day. Yeah, I love that right there. The white fight camp. Yeah, I'm all about that. But so you download the app, right? And then it says level of experience, like what kind of workout you're getting. It's literally like never boxed before. Some boxing. I'm into it. This category says it thinks he can box. It thinks it can. And it says like pro level. Because you're competing against a bot. You're basically competing against the computer. Now, if you select pro level, you have to keep up with his pace on the bat. Yeah. That's going to get to you. Oh, yeah. And you have been doing that. So. But it's also built my shoulders. Yeah. So I will say that right now I'm in pretty damn good shape because I'll do, I go to arm type and we do these EMOMs that a lot of times Tim can't get lead. Or some other guys. And then we roll after that. And I'm good after that. And that's an hour. And that's good for don't do that. Just do like the 45-minute pro workout. Yeah, before I went pro workout, now, I was involved with this, right? So my boys, like one boy, okay, it's John Jones, Demetrius Johnson. But you got some people, got some people that know something about training. Like, Wonder Boy has a whole tutorial, because you can also put the trackers for kicks too, which that's your shit. That's my shit. I know, but one thing I say, but this is my thing to try. See, my son loves it. Because in baseball, they have trackers now. So when he's in the cage, they have a camera there. You can go to Fenway Field. And it shows his balls how far it goes on that part. So he turns around, look at his feet, see how far it goes. If it was an out, double, whatever it is. So he hit a ball, turn around, short. So this Tiger will punch and it shows how hard he punched. Wow. Yeah, on fight camp. Here's my thing. So it's tracked on I like doing it too. They're like, man, how can you pack punch? I'm just saying that. So T goes, Dad, how hard can you punch wrestling? I was watching how much they love the tracking. How dope would this be? This guy making him 1527 so we can get ready. How dope would it be if they put those in? The trackers are small, it doesn't affect your glove or anything like that. If they put those tracking on your using gloves, and you can see how hard Poison's left hook is. Or Francis Ngannou, like at Netflix. Nuts and I would love to see how hard his internet was against what was that at? Or Deontay Wilder when he's going to shoot your sword. How dope would that be? Would that be sick? And it's thin, dude. It's thin. It's thin. Damn. This is just for them, but not for the public. That'd be pretty amazing. Feature. Yeah, man, I hate the fight camp technology. Everybody trying to get that technology. These guys like Irene, they're going to make your robots are getting strong and trying to take them out. I wonder when they're going to have robots you can actually score. Let's with Hugh Jackman, and it's gas shit, dude. Just like you might have like robots where they're teaching you, and you don't even get shit. And you're like, all right, keep digging. You ever seen it with my kids watching? I saw that Peter Boss have six like this song. Yeah. Real stupid. Get the fuck out of my face. Get out of my freaking face, dude. But I was thinking, I gotta get, if I can't just send you one of those bags, you would use it like a mother. He was like, 100%, because they have the package on your feet for your wheel kick. Let's go. Let's go. Our boy Thompson teach you how to kick. Let's go. Dude, you might be able to do something. Dude, I'm telling you, now hold on. One thing I said I'd be able to work out with a couple of months in a box. Here's what I said in a box. Hey, keep busy. Whether or not I go. Now listen, your hands are great. My feet. That's all I do. Right? I go, hey, you don't want me to use my feet. You don't want the feet. You don't want the front kick. No, I know. This is your world. Your world's one, too. Your world's one, too. I'm up 3-4. Yeah, 3-4. 3-4 is a bad situation. 3-4 stinky to my back kick that goes into my roundhouse that goes into my 3-4 stinky. And I follow up. 1-2. 5 times. 3-4 stinky, dude. 3-4 stinky. My fingers stinky. Stupid stinky. That's what I call it. That keeps it clean, right? As they call it, clean 1-2. You're stinky 3-4. Here's what's going on. I talk about a hookup. 3-4 is what sets up 1-2. Right? What happened to your midsection? Yeah, that's what I do. So let's be serious here. And there is that little front kick that gets you right in the old, teeth. That sucks. That little shit's hurt you to that room. You get guys in the old work time where they'll teeth you right to the table. They'll just do a little kickboxing. They'll be like, he's like that. You're like, oh, that's all shit. So, I was watching Netflix Counting Pressure right now. Simple shit. So I was at this birthday party. I get together. What's that? West? What's it called? West? West Hills? Yeah, West Hills. That's where the big action was at. So West Hills, like traps are rivals, right? So you go to West Hills. West Hills, if you're not from Austin, it's our version of basically Beverly Hills. Yeah. It's like the super ritzy, old school kids. Most are trust fund babies, really good athletes, but it's where the lead of Austin live. Yes, I don't live there. I go to a party that have nothing in common with these people. But there was a lady there in her restaurant talking about how they watch crime dogs. I'm like, you don't say. Because I wasn't talking, I was in the corner. And then I hear her start talking about murder. And she goes, do you know about the Austin ice cream murders? I'm like, I do. Because you watch the documentary. Oh, that's all surface level. And then she goes, yeah, but you know there's a doc that comes out tomorrow on Netflix about the bicyclist who was murdered in Austin off of Wall Street. And I go, I don't. And she goes, oh, it's a fun story. Fun meaning you're gonna be messed up in the head. Yeah, she's like, fun. It's a crazy story. We watched it last night. It's heartbreaking because it's a family that loses their daughter. If you have kids, they showed her as a video. This girl was up. Her name's Mo. Yep, her name's Mo Wilson. She was a badass travel cyclist. So it's on dark night. Badass. Like, bad. Like, pro cyclist. Monster. She was super pretty girl. That's her on the right. So she's dominating cycling, right? She's doing all this shit. And then she starts seeing this guy who's a pro cyclist. And he has a girlfriend, but they're on and off again. According to him, he's got a play. He's lying to the girl at home. He's not listening. He's being a dirtbag. First team all dirtbag. So he's doing the dirtbag thing. Well, his living girlfriend is like super jealous. This girl's just getting started. She's starting to respond to starting to attach. She's running all these races, going national, international. She's crushing. She texts him, and he has her under a different name on the phone. And the detective asks him, why is she on a different name? Because, my girlfriend's a little crazy. I just don't want to deal with that. Every guy knows exactly what he's talking about. Every guy's like, hey, bro. But also, so her name's Mo, and her name in his phone was like Chris. She's so pretty. So this crazy bitch at the bottom left there, the living girlfriend, he has an iPad, and his text on his iPad. So she sees that girl is hitting up her man iPad to sync. Yes. Yep, you know what we're talking about. So she sees the messaging that he's going to meet up with him. She goes, okay, cool. She has a 9mm in the house. He drops her off, she waits. She's only there for a reason. She comes to the house and shoots her in the face twice. And when she's on the ground, shoots her in the heart. And then evades police, gets away and goes to Costa Rica, where she's doing yoga. And they couldn't find her, so they thought it was going to be a cold case. So one detective goes, oh, I know what we'll do. Because they believe she was Costa Rica, we'll put an ad out. Costa Rica, we'll look for an American yoga instructor. Looking for work. So they put an ad out. Her dumbass. She got all this plastic surgery. She got plastic surgery and shit. So she got all this plastic surgery. Her sister's passport.
Nice to be a
So
time
they
in history
fucking
where
shot up to the Austin police. They put a
things
video
used to be
on
thought I was
the
publicity stunts and then no longer.
They go,
Approximately one
is
was
your name Caitlin Armstrong? Yeah. Very cool. You're arrested. She got her. And then, well, they have her apprehended. She had some condition with her leg or some injury. She's like, you can't check my legs because of my injury. Like, yeah, I can do it. She takes off. This is awesome. At Travis County Jail. She had a great news before that match. She was super right before that. She's just busted. She was trying to evade police there. Man, she must be a real psycho. Oh, dude, they gave her 9 years. Yeah. And she had no remorse. Yeah, that's a sociopath. Oh, you know what? He was dating a sociopath. Yeah, she is. It's super heartbreaking because they'll show like videos of her as a babe, like the mom girl, it's a child. It's horrible. Your beautiful daughter is killed. So they let the mom talk to her in the courtroom. And she was like, you know, when you shot her in the heart, you shot me because she killed my shooting in the heart at the end. And, you know, and the parents were like, you know, this isn't a victory after they gave the sentence of 9 years. This isn't a victory. 2 families are, you know, praying for the family supervisors, paying for Caitlin Armstrong's family. And me and Joanna were like, God, I would not be that way. Well, there ain't a security guard in America who could hold me back from getting my hands. I know, but forgiveness is the only way to see it. There's no forgiveness. Yeah.
kill my kid. There's no forgiveness. We're enemies for life. Of course, I would have been like, enjoy fucking Chris for the next 90 years. What you did on her face, she was so pretty, but this is a scumbag. Or she was trying to get away. She was trying to look more like your sister. What a fucking, what a sociopath. Yeah, just shot her and then she just left her boyfriend and everything and just went to Costa Rica. Yeah, was on the like sociopaths have this weird, sociopaths think they can get away with things. I'm gonna go to Costa Rica. Good plan. Maybe that's not too far domestic, but then also, see, I think the boyfriend should have taken some accountability because he was manipulating both of them. Sure, but the boyfriend was. By the way, you know what the cop said? The cop goes, was he doing whatever shady shit, hooking up with chicks? Yes, but he didn't know she was capable. That's what I'm saying. He's probably he's probably dealing with a psycho. She's already a psycho. They're loaded off at this stand. They go, do you know Caitlin Armstrong? They dated for like 10 years. And he goes, I know. I thought I did. I don't know. No. They're like, hold on, you don't know her? No. The person I know would never be able to do that. Yeah. Well, you know what? Sociopaths can really, they can surprise you, man. They behave a certain way for a long time. And then they turn. But that's just heartbreaking. Man, it's a tough young girl. Just they'll stop and talk to this house. So from there, and they wouldn't play the 911, they would play the ring because the neighbor's ring picked up the audio of her getting shot. She gets shot twice, both in the face, one stroke here. And that didn't kill her. You're yelling at them in the heart. And I'm silent. Terrible. And then the mom, they bring her in. She's like, the mom starts crying. She's like, you just left her there. She's all alone. So, fuck, dude. The first thing I heard. I can't imagine. There's some scumbag people out there. She's just a real piece of shit. Monster inside. But they're out there. And you don't talk about a piece of shit. Well, that's just a piece of shit. Just a lot of issues. Have you seen that dog? I'm not that into it. Like, Joanna was like, let's watch the Brett Favre doc. I'm like, I know all that shit. I like Brett Favre too. I know all this shit. Like, it's gonna be new for you. Same shit for me. Yeah, I'm not following too long. I'm like, let's watch Lamar Odom. He had 6 heart attacks, 7 strokes when he went to that money ranch and just did drugs for like 7 days straight. He legit died. He was out for a while. Yeah. And they brought him back to life. And then Khloe Kardashian with his drugs. He smoked crack, sir. I'm sorry. And also, he's smoked crack. He's also a giant, so it's not good for his body. He's already a horrific fucking disaster. Smoking crack. So he has like 6 heart attacks, 7 strokes. He gets sober. Khloe Kardashian with him every step of the way. He's not having money coming. She gets him rehabilitated. Gets him walking, he went brain dead, so he forgot his family. She started bringing back his family, she started giving him all that. She's paying for all this, the nurses, all that shit. He didn't have money. No, I guess not during this, so she covered everything, got him back to life, nursed him back to health. And then she went to go surprise him one day, and she goes, if you ever smell the scent of crack, you know, you'll never forget it. She goes, I go to surprise him one day after all this work. Finally back to his feet, remember his family, walking, I walk in, and I can smell crack cocaine. She goes, and I left it, never came back. She goes, I don't know about that. Let's take a little break here. I love a good dad bod, dude, but with the summer coming up in just a couple of months, I've been thinking about getting a little better shape. Like pretty muscular. Yeah, but summer is coming. Well, you gotta get shredded. I can use this for sure. Now I'm pretty shredded, but classic dad bod just comes from, drinking more beer, eating more, that's fine, but that's not the whole story for a lot of guys. No, as you get older, I can tell you, the guy who's getting older, your bodies reprogram themselves. You start storing more fat, losing muscle faster, and all this is due to low testosterone levels called. They start dropping in the early 30s, so it's easier to get fat, but I started feeling it real. When that happens, it becomes easier to get fat and all that. So here's what happened. Tomars, man. Yes, Tomars or Tamars. It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels.
help your body burn fat more efficiently. There it is. There it is right there. I've got some of these. It's got tongue Ali, which is known to raise testosterone. Shilajit, zinc, and boron. A lot of times when your zinc and boron levels are low, that's what happens. They'll test you before they put you on testosterone therapy. Bring that up. Your testosterone will go back to healthy T levels. Weight management, exercise performance, these things fall. So, by the way, each batch, by the way, very important when you get supplements, is third-party tested. That's the most important thing. So, I've got these at home right here. This is the best way to naturally raise your testosterone. I know that because I've talked to people that before I went on T, this was the prescription. All the things that are in Mars.
Just take 5 pills in the morning after breakfast.
And it's a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Just see how it feels, all right? Well, worst case, you don't absolutely love it, you get your money back. But over 91% of all the users report higher energy levels. So, and that's really what it's about. It's about higher energy levels. If you start to feel incredible results, that's what it is. Now, here's the thing. You'll get 50% off Life Plus free shipping and 3 gifts at mengotomars.com.
That's 50% off for Life Nut. 50% off, so that's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. It's also available on Amazon, super easy after you purchase. Last you heard about the employees, now your boys here at Fine Kids send you. That's mengotomars.com. But then what's interesting is she was saying how he's always wanted to be famous. He always wanted to be in Hollywood and be famous. His number one thing is to be famous. So if you remember the Lamar and Chloe show, Chloe didn't want to do it. Her family didn't want to do it. It was Lamar Williams' idea. Wow. It was his idea. He seems like a nice person. But I know that little big kids went to school. She's the most normal. She's the most normal. Yeah. Hard to be normal anyway in general, right? When you're in the disaster. Yeah. But they all seem like she's the most normal. Yeah, she was pretty she seems pretty normal. Yeah, she seems like I appreciate she's pretty hands-on. Always drop the kids off at school, always pick them up. I think she's a good person. I think she's just dealing with the world. Like overall, I think Kim Kardashian is somebody who is doing that criminal justice reform that she went to law school. Yeah, she passed the bar. Kanye didn't like 2 days before. Yeah. Kanye passed the bar. Let's see, court. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Just because she failed it was very cool. Mama genius. Check this out. I'm very fun, so sweet. And the guy got his hands first. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's smart. So, you know, if he decided to do it, he said he did it. Because Kim couldn't do it. As of now, it's just lots of official information. But I think it's tough for Kim and Chloe too. Kim loves it. They're both single. Like Kim's dating Lewis Hampton. When you're at their level, you can't just date a normal dude because you don't know their motives, anything like that. So they're single because, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, that's a tough gig, man. I'm telling you, like, everyone wants rich and fame. Dude, when you see them and the shit they have to deal with, talk about that, the security they gotta deal with, people don't realize what that is. You're so right. Like, people don't understand what fame on that level is. It's a prison. It's a different level. They can't go to the mall. They can't go to out. They have to always take out. I did a movie with Tom Cruise. He was working on it for a long time. Tom Cruise, he was like, when you want to go to some restaurant, he goes, I can't go. I'm like, what? So my kid will play on the same team as his, as Kanye's and Kim's kid, same as Tiger's best friend. So when we drop them off there, they drop singing off all the time. The issue is like, even at a little league game, there's security there. There's 4 fucking security guards at all times. So it's just not normal. But it's normal to their kid to say that was normal. What's not normal is when he turns 6, is they have a chocolate fountain that's carved out of a sigil. So it's his body made out of chocolate, a chocolate fountain. He turns 6. And then they have the new movie, they have all this elephants and all this shit. And then when he turns 7, Tina's dad was at party
this Friday. I go, oh yeah, where's that? He goes, Six Flags. I go, well, that's been tough for you. Six Flags. Kim's going. He goes, yeah, just the moms and more kids. June goes, it's just the moms and the kids. And I go, that's gonna be a disaster for St. Kim. And then Tiger goes, oh no, Dad, it's just us. And I go, hey, read it. I go, what do you mean it's just us? He goes, oh yeah, they're holding up the whole part against Kim. We have to wait one. Like, oh, and he goes, what am I doing for my birthday? Oh, we're getting a cupcake. And we're going to cake. That's requirement. You gotta be stoked about it. Otherwise, I'm going to be you know, so that's one reason I left LA. Like, I've always said to my friends, do they call it something like, you know, like keeping up with the Joneses, but then just keeping up with the Kardashians. And I can't win that. No, you can't. So on spring break, you can. Summer break, fall break, whatever the fuck, winter break. Yeah. Well, people should know that your kids were going to where my niece and nephew went. Your kids here again. And just go to that school. You're going to school with people like Puffy's kids, people like Josh Brown's, Arizona Browns, LeBron James kids, all of them. That's who you're going to school with. Not to mention a bunch of very big Hollywood people. Oh, and then, dude, I was the poorest. Yeah, you're damn right. And you were making bank, and they looked at you like a peasant. Yeah, laugh at me. Yeah, that's laugh at me. Right. So, you were telling me that story about, they were talking about going on vacation. Oh my God, so spring break, fall break, winter break, summer break. Teams going to go dead. Saints going to Paris, Saints going to Africa. What are we doing? You're staying. You have a backyard. Did I jet ski in St. Martin's? That was the toughest thing that happened by far. That was one of the biggest issues in LA, keeping up with that shit. I know, because it's not Tiger's fault. Yeah. Because he was school with those kids, he thought that was normal. And I'll never forget. I had that F-150, the Ford Lightning. It's a 2003 truck. I made it as nice as possible. It was dope. I did most of the work myself. And we could pull up, and it's all Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Lamborghinis, Urus's, G-Wagons, and he goes, oh, Dad, can you drop me off here? Cool. So I go, and you were driving a nice car. Yeah, I go, what? His dad just dropped me off here. I was waiting line. And I was like, yo, you probably just know waiting line. And then I'm like, hey, man, I go, oh, he's embarrassed in my car. So then I go, oh, buddy, you don't want me to drop you off because you think their cars are cooler than mine. Because, well, it's just different. I go, it is different. You know it's different? I worked on this car. This car is very unique. This car is very unique. Those people, go ask them what engines in that G55 or G60s do. Go ask them what engines they use. They have no clue, Tiger. They bought those because they think it's the thing to do. I bought this because I actually enjoy that. Love it. You're those things like shit to school like that. It's just not conducive to acclimating to the real world. I don't think it's good for them. I always say if your kid's never flown commercially, you should probably be arrested for child abuse. It ain't gonna work out for them typically, almost. You know, like I'll give you another example. It's like my friend's kids. They were like talking about how they were with a friend of theirs, and well, this is their vacation. They're like, you know, we're out here in the waters on this insane yacht. Let's use the sonar to find where the whales are, and then we'll go snorkeling with the whales. With the whales. That's the kind of experiences you get. So it's very hard to compete. It's hard to compete with them. I just give Tiger examples like, we were talking about that, the Alaska vacation went on. Yeah, the hotel was fantastic. Try it. Yeah, like, trash meeting, it's not a four season, right? It's just a lodge. You have a room. There's no TV metric. It's very basic because you're up at 5 a.m. You go to bed at 8 p.m. It's a hunting lodge, dude. It's a hunting lodge, so there's not a lot there. We're walking Tina's jeans. And I go, hey, I went for some big, so I get up early in the morning. There's no TVs, there's no cell phones, there's no service. Let's just see how it goes. But at the end of the trip, he's fine. In that plane, he's doing all the fishing. We're out all day. He's eating, right? And then when we get back, he's like, Dad, it's the best time I've ever had. I'm like, I told you.
And this isn't crazy expensive. This isn't nothing wild or extreme. Like, dude, this is hunting is good for that too. When you, no matter how much money you have, when you're on a glacial lake in Alaska and you're looking for animals in freezing, there's something about that shit that when you're done with it, you're like, damn, that was an experience. I'll tell you what, world different out here. World different. The parents out here switch around, man. It's a bubble of sport parents where that was really great. Good. You have 24 sessions in. It's like, junior? No. It's not even a competition. It's not like the bragging. It's like, oh, damn, that kid's really fucking good. Or you can hit 24 9. This. Everyone has one goal, you're the best.
And even if you don't make it, the value of getting good at something when you're young has nothing to do with going on to be a pro. It has to do with the fact that you are learning how to learn. You're learning how to get good at something, and you can apply that to everything in your life. That's the other thing. Like all of a sudden you have some pride in the fact that, well, I'm watching that really good tennis player or that really good pianist, but I kind of know what they went through to get there.
It's also like it teaches you to work hard, and then you reap what you sow. So it's like, all right, well, I put in whatever. I get 6 extra BPs this week. And they go, oh shit, I'm like, 6 for 6 this weekend. Again, you're working. Yeah. LA, that's very tough to find. Is it very tough? As far as the same animals in workout, yeah. Because a lot of them come from my resources, right? That's the thing, like, in the bubble we're in California, in the valley there, Calabasas area, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. It's for you kids on phones or tablets, different. But that's one of the reasons we had to have one of Tiger's friends come over saying, because he'd come over, he had a cell phone at 6. And instead of playing with tea and bossy in the backyard, he was on his phone. I took it from him. Buddy, we don't have cell phones in this house. I want. What do you think happened? He stopped. He never came back. To his dad, we're saying, like, he wants his cell phone. So he didn't sit and play with you. He wants to scroll on his phone. And then I get pretty real. And I go, Barry, fuck him. Yeah, until they fuck him. Okay, fuck him. Tell me what tickets in your dad. Okay, cool. See at the end, let me know if you need tickets while you're scrolling on the fucking phone. Good luck.
It's not him, it's the parents.
Correct.
It's like, you
are also so busy where it's also nannies. Because the nannies don't have the hours. It's a nightmare. So you don't push out upon your worst night. It's a nightmare. It's a recipe to create no motivation, to create incels. It's not good. Tell them, congrats, man. If you need tickets. Let's go back to the root. What is going to focus? Like, not out here. Especially out here. Not something on the phone. Everyone's sports specific, oriented. It's just all about family. It's just different. Now that exists in LA. This is what you get twisted. People will say, get ready for sports in Texas. We come from LA, where especially baseball, football, baseball out there. Like, if you look at the top 10 teams, 10U, 11U, 12U, the majority from California. The majority of MLB players California. So, like, get ready for Texas. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fucking great here. California's big boy baseball. Big baseball. They have all the resources, all the pros, all the hitting games. It's year round. One of those perfect for baseball. It's year fucking round. Look at all the top teams all of California. All the top pros all in California. California creates more MLB pros than anyone else. Crazy. Great baseball. Great baseball. My daughter turns 18. Fly to LA. Holy shit. How about that? 18. He started only for like all my friends have to say something. All my friends are here. 18. Did you say 18? She has a full she never will be in my eyes. You know, it's like, I thought you knew her when she was 3. Literally 3. You knew her when she was actually
2 years old. How about that? She's a little thing. You knew her 16 years ago. Diapers. Yeah, diapers. She was that bright one. Yep. My God. And then last time I saw her, like a year ago, you picked her up for something. You guys were at the Tesla. She's in Taco Bell. I go, what's up, girl? Hey, Brandon. She comes out and be like, oh, where are you? Well, you're a full grown woman now, so that's cool. Yeah, she's huge. Yeah, she's got 8 teeth. That's no, yeah, thank God. On the books, yeah, thank God. She can do some sports. Yeah, she played varsity tennis, actually. Oh, great. She is going into college, got into Boulder. She's going to Boulder. She's going to the old went to Boulder. How do you think she got it? What? Yeah, dude, I pulled some strings. Yeah, does she really want to see you? Yeah, that's going to be her first choice. What? Instead, the old dorm. Yeah. Wow. Crazy, right? See, Boulder, great school. What was she a major in? Engineering, mechanical engineering. Yeah, she's social. Yeah, that's right. She was all that. She's never got a baby. Yeah. And when I say she's never got a baby, I mean she is taking AP classes. She's now in college courses now. It's nuts. She likes academic competitions. She enters academic competitions. Their team came in like 15 nominations. She's raise your hand if you've been put off dental cleaning and annual checkups. Honestly, any kind of doctor's appointment, that's us, dude. Well, first of all, try to find a good doctor. Right? It's a nightmare. When you move to places, I don't know who's a good doctor. I don't know where I go. I actually don't have a doctor, which is a major problem. Dude, I just got a dentist. That do so much work. But for years, I've said, it'll work out. It's fine for years. Yeah. You basically go, oh, I have this. Let me go to ChatGPT and put the symptoms. Yeah, does it sound familiar? This year, you're going to do things differently. We're finding doctors we love and booking appointments on. So, Talk. COCDOC. Okay? So, basically, it's a free website. Helps you find and book high quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you actually love. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 150,000 providers. By the way, it could be ophthalmology, dentistry, primary care, eye care. From one of the other 200 plus specialties offered by ZocDoc, you can easily search by specialized symptom to build a care team that is right for you. The best appointments made through ZocDoc happen fast, typically within 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. You can do that, by the way, Brennan, personally, like in person or via Zoom, whatever you want to do. So stop putting off those doctor appointments like I've been doing. My teeth are a nightmare. Go to ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter to find and instantly book a doctor you'll love today. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter. ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc. We're thanked them for sponsoring the podcast. But she's making sense. I've never had to worry about her in terms of accomplishing things. She was violinist, varsity tennis, damn Boulder, one other she got everything in Texas A&M. Crazy cool. Yeah, all especially for engineering. Literally, she said every school she didn't get into was Stanford because all of us on that she's not Asian. White girl? So hot white girl, by the way. Fucked. White girl over in America. In like that's you're competing. You're not getting in. Go look at Stanford. You're not getting Korea and China's got something to say about that. They've been studying. They've been getting ready for that Stanford movement since the but then also you're fucked. So I never claimed Tigers makes inside. But on those college athletes, you full blown Mexican 100%. Oh, you forgot about your white dad. By the way, you actually some Peruvian Indian. We're going to throw that in there. We don't know. But Colombian City Slash, Cherokee, means tres culturas, which means three cultures: Spanish, Aztec, and
if we have to pull that card out, it's gonna look like a fucking DEI hire.
correct. That shit is gonna be. It's a Spanish Aztec mixture, Medic prefix.
I'm so glad. I don't know.
We don't know how much you want to get in, Bubba, right? Stanford Rift, they all do the hybrid. I'm just saying that there are things going on here. He could be some Native American. There's a lot going on that he should be getting a full ride. Not just, actually, they should pay you just because that's what he's going to get an academic scholarship, but then there's the other stuff.
I don't know if academics is thing.
No, I mean athletic. Yes. He's going to get an athletic scholarship, but then there's he's marginalized. He's an oppressed community.
I'm surprised.
So you got to get some reparations. That's beautiful.
Don't tell me I use that card.
My kids are white as fuck. And you're full. I had white as white. Like, my son is a bit of a ginger. That kid cannot be in the sun for more than 3 minutes. You start to see your kids. Man, either does old dad.
You want to tell the time. This one. I was going to join our bloodline. Peter.
Oh, wow. Yeah, real pure.
Your wife feels so funny.
If my wife doesn't burn immediately, then she can't be in the family tree.
I was like a vampire. She
was one of those people that dance. She has a golden tan. She's white. My girl's actually Italian Irish, so she's kind of dark. My wife is darker. I'm white. They get my fucking skin. Whatever my skin is, even though I'm half Sicilian, I didn't get any of that shit.
Your daughter was crushed it on the SATs. Or they sent to SATs. She crushed us to Peachtree. Why? Like, we can't toss it. Yeah.
Special tennis team captain of the fucking, I don't know what the hell she does. She's just like, it's too much. I didn't tell her, hey, you can't do everything. You gotta stop.
Well, you can't. You gotta take one of those extracurricular activities like doing shit.
So have some fun for once.
That's fucking wild. I was at Tigers practices over the high school field here with my field. There's a kid walking around. He's a junior. I think he pitches 102. He had an IT offer to go pro. He decided to go to the University of Texas. He's walking around and he was just like, what's up? Yeah, that kid. I'm like, God, that kid just cuts the world by the fucking balls.
My daughter got she's down at the beach with her mom. I'm a big surfer and a surfer. Some 19-year-old surfer in Brokeback, stud, long hair, comes up, no money, right? His mom goes, hey, my name is Tanner, whatever. Hey, Jan, I'd love to take you out sometime. My daughter looks at me, she goes, really? And he goes, yeah. And so my
for shooting.
My ex looked at him like, this kid's a stud. So she goes, I'm gonna go to the car. So he picks her up the next day. It's a day date. And how badass this kid is. He's a surfer. So he takes her down to the tide pools. And shows off a little bit. Gets her to pet an elephant seal. Highly illegal, but he's a risk taker. He's a risk taker. And my daughter goes, this guy takes me to this place where nobody knows it's this beach. And I'm like, what's going on here? And he's like, and he goes, and there are other people there, other surfers. And nobody knows, but it's the locals thing. And he goes, and he pet this female, and then knowing this would happen, the male comes flopping out, and they got to run away and get home, because they took giant wad of 5,000 pounds. He's like, let's get out of here.
You think that's the elephant seal again?
Now, hold on. Now, hold on, bro. I'm asking,
that's how you elephant seal.
now, sir,
You think that's only elephant seal?
my daughter turns 18 today.
You think that's only elephant seal that got fed?
Now, hold on, bro. I'm not, bro.
No, I'm asking about the fucking animals.
Yeah, it got pet. I'm just saying that's a stud too.
Dude, they want to stud. I go to my daughter, like, yeah, the surfers go right, listen, you're a canoe
financially supporting the boy surfs long. Oh, that's the thing. And she knows that. And so she said, it was a nice time. Oh, talk about, oh, Jesus, hold on. That's not that sexy on a date. It is what it is, God bless. But she was like, does she have boyfriends before? She has. Oh, she had that Jewish boyfriend. She also had that guy in Seattle. She had a long distance. She was going to Seattle. I was like, excuse me, she's flying to Seattle. I said, how's that going? She goes, hey, long-term relationship, long-distance relationship somewhere. Yeah, no shit. But also, you know, Fisher, listen, why would you pick on that? Swims all the way to Seattle. She met him touring college. He seemed great, and now she's going to Boulder. Boulder was top 5 performers. So you're crazy thing. You don't know her. She's a grinder. She's like, very cool story. And getting straight. But also, she's not like a sorority girl. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. You see those sororities, like, oh shit, this is Liddy. Yeah, there's a possibility. There's a possibility. Candidate. She's not one of those girls that needs to be super social. You know? Yeah, I'm different. Yeah, you're different. Yeah, she'll be fine. Like one time, she'll lie on the cross. She always played sports playing the cross. And then she kind of like after the game was just walking alone. I go, is she being excluded? My ex goes, no, she's late for a violin. So she's making a beeline. Yeah, she's not like you. She doesn't hang around. I was like, oh. Dude, you love this. So, Tiger and Bossy, Tuesday is the only day they don't have sports. The only day they have off, right? They come home, like that when you don't see our buddies. They head out the door. They got walkie-talkies. Like those old school walkie-talkies. So they get outside the neighborhood. They come back after whatever 3 hours playing. I go, how was it? They go, oh, Dad, so they built a fort. And because down by the lake, they get wood and they built this fort. And he goes, yeah, we started an army. Like, oh, cool, man. What are you guys doing in the army thing? You know, it's me in Boston, Everett, and we're America. And I go, oh, cool. And he goes, and then the other kids in the neighborhood have more understanding for this. He goes, and there's the Nazis. I went, what do you mean? And he goes, yeah, it's America versus the Nazis. And I go, who came up with the Nazis? He goes, they call themselves Nazis. All right, well, I think go step in. I said, do you know, maybe just call Americans versus Germany. How about tell them to rename the thing? I don't know. We don't draw our armies, right? You don't draw Nazis. Well, you don't draw on your uniforms, do you? I said, does one of them have a fake mustache? How deep we go? It's a mustache that fits under a gas mask. It's America versus the Nazis. That's all right, funny. Yeah, they're learning World War II right now. There you go. Yeah. There you go. That's great. Well, here, kids are like, we'll take America, we'll take Nazis. Yeah, you watch your kids start to figure out the social space. It's really interesting. My 4-year-old fell in love with his 4-year-old cousin in Florida. Fell in love. They were inseparable. Okay. Incredible. Dude, baseball was lit. Dodgers are just on fire, thank God. Dodgers are fucking cooking. What do you mean? Is this no. Sorry. Is baseball starting now already? Yeah, bro. It's just the end of the season. Really? It's till October. The World Series was just happening. Yeah, and they did. It's regular season, early in the season. I think it's like 8-2, so there's like 10 games in the season. And the Dodgers went to Toronto. We beat the dog piss out of them. And Toronto again beat the dog piss out of them. But baseball's better than ever. But then also, there's a fight last night. I want to get your take on this. I didn't teach it. So it's a pitcher, right? I think it's Anaheim. I forget who the other team is. Okay. So he runs at the pitcher. Big cat, too. Dude's no punk. He runs at the pitcher. He hit him before. Threw another high pitch towards his head. And his third at bat. So he's like, they start talking shit to each other. But as he approaches the pitcher, you would think drops the ball, just passes him. Yeah, right there. He's hitting him with the baseball like this. Boom, with the baseball. Interesting. Once you drop it, you don't hurt your hand. That's what I'm thinking. You're going to hurt your hand with the baseball. You think like this? Or you with weapon? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how many fights he's made because I would throw the ball at him and then punch. Yeah, but I wouldn't use the baseball because I don't know. But I try these. As good athletes as they are, they're special
wise. They don't fight. I've seen a lot of football players and guys like that throw punches.
That's everyone in general.
Yeah,
if you're not learning.
Yeah, you never really.
Can you go to the Kenna gym? Because that's what. Oh, this is part of this though too. The coach for he's at the Braves. The coach for the Braves. He's an older coach, right your age. Dude, he trains MMA. He trains MMA and wrestles. He just fucking double it. Take him down to the ground to stop the fight.
Okay, let me see this. Yeah, guys, take a break because I want to talk to you about stash. Investing can be very, very intimidating.
Yes.
There is that stash, and when it comes to investing in the market, it basically has an algorithm which helps you and guides you through this, okay? You don't need to watch the market every single day or become a finance expert, you don't. The key to success is guidance and consistency, and stash gives you a clear plan so you're never guessing what to do next. The best investors do not rely on guesswork. They have an expert by their side and a system that keeps them on track, okay? Most people don't have access to a human advisor, and that's where Stash comes in. Gives you a disciplined, long-term investing philosophy focused on steady habit building, not speculation. That's really important.
And Stash is registered financial advisor built right into an app from your phone. Stash shows you way more than just your balance. Offers personalized next steps, keeping you moving forward in any market scenario, so you always know what to do with your money and why.
That's right. So don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/fighter. That's get.stash.com/fighter. See how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. So get.stash.com/fighter. And there you go. Paid, non-client endorsement, not a guarantee or representative of all clients. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk.
Here it is. So hit him in the hand before, which is the worst place to get hit. This is last night. So this is his first at bat. So that's the second one. So they were talking shoot each other. Now watch this. The batter's big too. I think he's 6'4", 235. I love how both benches clear.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Double leg.
Oh, that's a good double leg right there. Okay. Oh boy.
That Anaheim Angel, he didn't land a single punch.
Hey, he's throwing though. He's
He
throwing.
didn't land a single punch.
Yeah.
Great double leg by that old man.
They throw the way that they punch the way they throw. It's actually.
Yeah, he's like this.
Yep. It's exactly that. You sink to the level.
There he is.
There's Weiss.
Oh, is that Walt Weiss, Jim? No, that is Walt Weiss from the fucking Colorado Rockies. He's a fucking Rockies.
Look at his ears. Almost got some ears on him.
Looks like he had some cauliflower.
A little bit.
Both of them get kicked out, though. Jim, you see if that's Walt, the great Walt Weiss. It is! Holy shit.
I don't know anything about Walt Weiss. Tell me about him.
Oh, buddy. He's one of the greats.
Yeah.
He played for the Rockies. He managed the Rockies, too. He's 62 with a great double leg.
Yeah, that's great from 62, actually. Love that.
Did you ever see? So you know.
I think he's Jewish.
Look
Look it up.
You know, Nolan Ryan is writing Round Rock, and he owns the minor league team. He's a
He's not Jewish. Okay.
You wish. But Nolan Ryan's not far from him. The great Nolan Ryan. Yeah, you ever seen his fight? Where he's like, fuck that dude up. Where he gets him in the headlock, and he's just like, yeah. And then he goes on. They don't keep him in the game because it's the 90s. He's a badass. And he goes on to strike everybody out.
I didn't see that part.
Oh, yeah. Goes on to dominate.
He was the guy who never missed a game.
Yeah, people see him around, especially around Rock. I was just there for Tigers football game.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing because the man, the myth, the legend, Riser has bestowed his time upon us and his presence. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, freeze. Everyone freeze. Everyone. I'm more important than everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm here.
Let's talk for a second. Are you ready?
Yeah. That's why I came here to talk.
No,
Watch Bob Bizarre Night Part 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's Bob Bizarre Part 2. So Zoot comes in here like he does like every night. And I'm like, how are you? And he's like, not good. And I'm like, okay, well, what's going on? And he said, I just called Lifeline. I'm like, okay, what is that? And he's like, that's the, I don't want to say the word, but it's the SUICI, that word. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it ends in an "ide."
Yeah. And I'm like, normally I give him shit in a, I feel, a respectful manner, but aside from saying that he's not funny and he sucks at mini golf, I am as supportive of him as I can be. And he's like, I'm like, oh, okay, well, talk to me. What happened? And he's
One of his only good jokes was about making an anger monitor.
right, exactly. Which is a cute idea. So I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, I'm not. I wish I could change my life from when I was 15 years old, or the decisions I made when I was 15. And you know, he's like, do you have any regrets? I'm like, yeah, we all have regrets. Wish I bought Bitcoin in 2009. I wish, you know, like I played better in Dice Party or whatever. Um, you know, you can't linger on that. So I told him, okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna play with you. We're gonna play games all day, and I really had anticipated like we'll play all day. I'll just keep him busy, and hopefully his mind moves away from this. And he's like, well, I'm gonna see a friend later, maybe. I'm like, okay, fine. So I play games with him longer than normal, and spend more time with him than normal. I'm a little nicer to him than normal, and everything's fine. But then this other person who comes in here with who has mental issues, they're the one who's told me they have mental issues, comes in here and they just ask, they just like, then I have two, it's literally like two children who demand my attention, and I have to divert to one of them. So the new person comes in and they're like, hey, this person says they know me from Discord from something else. And Zoot's just like, why are you such a dick? And I'm like, Zoot, calm down. And Zoot's like, no, I fucked this guy's mom. And I'm like, Zoot, you have to understand that I am not your personal, like, sounding board. That there are other people here who either depend on me or want to connect with me or whatever. So I muted Zoot for a little while. Then Zoot, then I unmuted Zoot. We continued to play a little bit, and then Zoot was just saying dick remarks, and I was like, Zoot, we're done. And I can only do so much for people. I'm not a licensed psychologist. I don't want to be anybody's psychiatrist. That's not. I'm here. I'll be a nice person to you, but you need more help than perhaps I can give you. And from Zoot's perspective, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, I don't feel sorry for him because he doesn't try to get himself help. He's in a place where there is free health care. He could make an appointment to see a doctor. He could get on a prescription medicine, perhaps, to even try that might make things better. Instead, it's like, they don't have anything for what I have. I'm like, yes, they do. I read him like 5 different medications they have for it. He's like, they don't work. I'm like, I mean, you can try. He's like, no, I've talked to other people and they say they don't work. And I'm like, you said that they don't exist for what you have 5 minutes ago. And it's just this round and round thing. I tried so hard to get this person, to get Zoot to seek help. So I don't know if Zoot, I don't think Zoot's doing it for attention. He wouldn't just make that call for attention. He does have some upcoming plans though, which I think I'm positive about for him. He's going to Melbourne, like next week. He says to go see the comedy finals of something, and so hopefully he can get his mind on that and off of whatever the fuck he did when he was 15 years old. And yeah, I just wanted to tell you what was going on with Zoo. So that's that. How's Yellow?
Well, thanks for informing me that. I will try to call him privately, maybe, and see how he's doing. I think, yeah, some people are, including myself, are like haunted by regret, but yeah, you gotta, as my mom Riser always says, you're not going backwards, you're going forward. So
She's exactly right, and that's what
focus on that.
that's what I told Zoot as well. Don't focus on that which you can't control. Focus on that which you can control, and that's working at your stand-up comedy, being going to Melbourne, seeing women, doing whatever. I mean, he doesn't have a job. He doesn't need to work. He's got everything taken care of for him. He's got a great life. Yet he thinks that, like he doesn't or whatever. I mean, he could make his life better. He could get a serious job and move out. He doesn't want to do that. That's fine. He has a dog. He has friends. He
No, he doesn't have friends. Well, according to him.
Well,
that's why he was also feeling depressed.
He kind of does. He has us, and then he has the people at the comedy shows. But here's the thing. That only is going to work so long. I understand they're not like deep friendships he can build with them. But if he's anything like he is in here, I would want to be around him. As I said in the past, it's the best analogy that I can think of. He does everything to prepare a punch bowl. And the punch bowl's there, and everybody's drinking out of the punch bowl, and they're having a good time. And then he just feels that he should take a shit in the middle of the punch bowl. And everybody doesn't want to be around him anymore. And then when you confront him on it, he is like, he wants to change the subject. And under normal conditions, if he were in a place where he didn't have access to medical care, or he couldn't seek therapy, I'd be like, oh, I'll give him more of the benefit of the doubt. But at this point, he's just really stubborn, and I can't help him. So I tell him, look, Zoot, if I ever get to the point where I have a lot of people in here, I just can't have you in here. I'm going to mute you. Because literally anytime it's anyone aside from you, anybody who's just foreign to him, he insults them. He'll say, this guy sucks. This guy's a dick. This guy's an asshole. In front of them. It's like, I can't deal with that. I'm not, that's not a cool thing to do. So,
yeah, unfortunately, your life is like being broadcasted at all hours of the day. So, and your intention is to grow a community.
That's right.
It's not exactly conducive to that.
That's right.
And other news, though, what you asked how Yellow is doing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, she's good. I don't know if I told you this, but I have my next door neighbor. She's I guess training to become a dog trainer and trying to get her like certificate to become a dog trainer. And she's like a wildlife biologist, and she knows a lot about animals and stuff. And so I have Yellow, who is a bit of a handful sometimes and needs a lot of both physical and mental exercise. So part of my neighbor's certificate for the dog training requires that she is working with animals, and so she's asked to borrow Yellow for dog training, and she also, the dog right across the hall too, which is a Vizsla, she is training as well, or working on stuff with them. So she has two dogs to train. They're literally right next door, which is good for her. And so recently they have this like, they're going over different training methods, and I forget what all of them are called, but there's one specifically that was invented by like some dolphin trainer, and it's called shaping, and it's, in my opinion, it's very like strange kind of and difficult a little bit, but basically you want to get the animal to discover what you want it to do, and you use positive enforcement in order to kind of guide its actions. And so right now the task is that she wants to get Yellow to pick up a non-ordinary object, like not like a ball or a stick or something that she would intuitively love to pick up, but she just trying to get her to move a book, and now she's moved on to a flip-flop. And so when Yellow's nose goes near the flip-flop, she'll give her a treat. If she bops the flip-flop with her nose, she'll give her another treat, like instantly. And the goal is to basically allow Yellow to discover that through the rewards that, like, if the end goal is to obviously move the sandal, but she can't actually use any dialogue or verbal communication. She's only using the treats to reinforce, and it's completely up to Yellow to try and navigate and figure out what she has to do. But it's a very kind of obscure training mechanism, and it's known as shaping, apparently.
Very interesting. So is that when, is Yellow there now, or no?
She was just there like an hour ago. Now she's just zoned out and sleeping.
How hot is your next? How hot is your next door neighbor? 0 to 10.
10.
Oh, she's
10 for sure.
She's gorgeous.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you ask this bitch out?
I mean, she's like in her 50s.
Oh, she's a 10 in her 50s?
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
We get along well, though. She's super kind.
Dude, tell the Rabbi says what's up.
Okay, for sure.
Okay, so she's not married.
Do that.
So she's single?
I'd rather not get into these personal details.
I mean, does she live with someone?
No.
Damn. All right.
But,
cool.
You know, it's kind of friends and family a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe someday. Someday, yeah. But also, have you ever heard of Zula Pharmacosi?
Zula Pharmacosi?
Yeah, it's like Zula Pharmacosi. I might be butchering the pronunciation, but
not based off that pronunciation. What is it?
It's basically this. It's a fascinating, like, remedy. I just had the word. Fascinating remedy. Okay, basically, if you have an animal who is, like, potentially sick, you present them with a bunch of different remedies, like natural remedies. It could be like barley grass or like coconut oil or whatever it is, and then you present like a bunch of plates to the animal, and then you let the animal sniff all of the different remedies, like spirulina or whatever it is, and then the animal will intuitively, the theory is that the animal intuitively knows which remedy to select to help themselves heal. And it's like you basically allow the animal itself to become the doctor, and it'll instinctually know which medicine to choose.
Okay.
And yeah,
Does
kind of fascinating.
most certainly does yellow bite?
Kind of, yeah, unfortunately. If strangers are annoying her, usually, like, I got tie her up at pickleball, and I've had problems at pickleball because she will just nip strangers who are coming up to pet her, and it's not good. She doesn't, like, take chunks out of them, but she'll definitely try to nip them. And yeah, she's unfortunately most of the time, if she's not tied up, she loves humans, and I've never seen her really do that. But yeah, she's tied up some of the time, like on occasion she'll bite, but the trainer next door says that she can work on that. And she also doesn't like being moved at all, usually. So she apparently can work on that as well. So we'll see.
Excellent. All right.
Do you know what a theremin is?
Pheromone?
Theremin.
With a T?
Yeah, like THEREMIN.
Not off the top of my head, enlighten me, please. Perhaps. But...
it's this, I think, technically classified as a synthesizer, but it's like this very strange musical instrument where you're basically playing it with your hands, and there's just like air, basically. You're interacting with the air. It's like ghost strings almost that you're playing with your hands. And then depending on how you move your hands through the air, not making contact with any of the instrument itself, it'll play these like very like strange, synthetic, airy like sounds. And I feel like it's a synthesizer, so it can make to alter the sound, but
does it really make noise?
Yeah, no, it's a real instrument, and it's just it was invented in like the 20s by a guy named, I think his last name was Theremin, I think, and
the 1920s.
Yeah, 1920s.
Okay.
There's a documentary on it, but I'm not sure if it's super boring or not, but there is like an hour-long documentary on it that I've added to the watch list.
Excellent.
But there's this guy at Burning Man who, I wish I remembered his username off. Oh, it's like something Angel 666. And I'm following him, so I might be able to find it. But he makes these like very strange pieces of art that often involve aliens and gay sex and very strange painting scenarios, and he has done these like sets at Burning Man where he's just out in the desert, nude, with his naked body, playing the theremin, and it's just, I find it both hilarious and awesome and also inspiring.
I'm gonna have to look this up.
Rocky Angel 666 on Instagram. His fucking art, dude, is crazy. And he's definitely into UFOs and aliens. It's super fascinating, honestly. I think you'll like his art. I can send you a link if you want.
Are you?
Or you can just type in Rocky Angel 666 on Instagram.
All right. Are you in any graffiti subreddits? Yes or no?
No, I don't believe. Pretty sure I'm not.
Okay. You
But
should.
I do. I follow many graffiti artists on Instagram.
I understand, but why wouldn't you be in the subreddits?
I don't go on Reddit too often, but
Are you in the Fighter and the Kids subreddit?
Also, I don't know. Sometimes I have like an issue with like the quality of posts on Reddit a little bit, depending on the group. But mostly, I'd say it's. I guess you can filter and stuff, so it's not a. I don't know. Sometimes there's low quality, but that's not the reason I don't go on Reddit, to be honest. Or that I'm not a part of a graffiti Reddit.
Okay,
Are there some amazing graffiti Reddits I should be aware of?
Yeah, dog. All kinds that I really think you'd like. All different kinds of fonts and like where people graffiti and like the history of graffiti and what do you call it? Bombing? Like bombing is really big. And I'm in. It's got to be 15 different ones just because of you. And like there's like one for bombing trains. And I don't want to use that word because that'll throw off the censors or whatever. But there's
painting,
like painting, yeah, of buildings, indoor painting, outdoor, of course. The different paints that are used, different like types of pens that people use for it, like famous graffiti artists. Like it's a huge subculture, and I mean, you know this because you're the one who introduced me to it. I still don't very much like it, which is kind of interesting. That I don't know. I feel like you're ruining something that belongs to someone else, and I just can't get around that. That to me is not cool. But I mean, I guess if something's like abandoned, that's a different situation. But you don't know that.
Do you know what a bando is?
A bando?
Yeah.
No, what's a bando?
It's like slang for abandoned building.
Oh, okay. So I mean, that's like a little different, but I
mean, there's also like legal walls too that I understand, and I also I think if you go into like an alleyway or something, and it's just what makes it interesting is like it's compounded and like each tag and like message is like was written by an actual human being with a soul, and like the words that people pick sometimes, like their moniker, is super fascinating to me. And some people have really interesting, like you choose one word and you write that same word usually thousands and thousands of times. So some people select words that are not actual like words in the English dictionary. Other people, they write like sleeps or like rest or like props or you name it. Gnome. There's a writer that just writes gnome in Toronto. Some of them are random. Some of them one graffiti artist that I really like from Toronto area, I believe, or somewhere in Canada, I'm pretty sure, based on the volume of graffiti they've done. They just write, listen is their name, and they have like this bird character that they write, and usually if you go through like the archives, they'll do like this pretty dope bird character, but then they'll have like a speech bubble, and there'll always be like some really dope little message written in the speech bubble, and I like that guy.
What do I have to look up on Instagram?
I think, like, if you want to, do you want to for Theremin guy or the Listen Graffiti?
The 666 guy.
Rocky Angel 666.
If this isn't the coolest shit of all time, I'm blaming you for.
Dude, it is. This is my, like, if I had to rate Instagram profiles, and I'm pretty damn meticulous, or not meticulous, like picky, I'd give this dude 10.
You mean
Like,
just
he's nude, playing the theremin, goes to Burning Man, and his art is like transcendental. I don't know what more you want.
is he like Samoan?
What does that even mean?
From Samoa?
Why do you think he's from Samoa?
Dude, this theremin thing is tight as.
It's amazing.
So what is that? How? I gotta look up how that fucking instrument looks. That shit's baller.
Yeah. I told you. And this guy plays it, and like in the desert at Burning Man at like sunrise, or just in his house, naked.
It is widely regarded as the first electronic musical instrument. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that shit is cool.
Very.
Normally, people come in here and they're like, you gotta look this up, and I'm like, go fuck yourself. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. But that's a winner, dog. That shit's cool. Does he show his face?
I mean, yeah, you can see his face in a lot of the posts. Usually he has face paint on.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one without him having face paint, but you can get the general makeup of his face pretty well.
Yo, dog, what was his name again? I just lost his.
Rocky Angel 666.
I'm gonna follow him. I don't follow people because everybody sucks, but I'll follow him.
Who knows? He might.
Okay, so now I'm gonna look at his art. I just like him because of that fucking instrument. That instrument's tight as fuck. He likes pool too, which is tight. All right, how does he get away with nudity on his Instagram?
I think he does a pretty decent job at hiding it. Like, he's using the way the camera is set up, it's like the theremin is blocking his genitals.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing.
But it has his bare ass.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Oh, he's wearing.
I don't think anyone reports
Hold on.
because it's just
Hold on.
amazing.
It seems like for the front, he wears like a little loincloth or like a. Oh yeah, he does. He wears a loincloth, or like a. He wears a thong outside.
Yeah, I think the Instagram moderation AI is just like, wow, this guy's too awesome. He gets a hall pass.
His art is really beautiful.
Yeah, no, I like it.
I asked if he's
I'm
Samoan.
curious, like, what he actually is like as a person. I imagine he's a pretty interesting dude.
Word dog. Okay, are you ready for a new word? A new phrase?
Yes. Is it Newfie?
It's very goofy, dog. So I have been sending my I've been sending articles to different journals to get published, and I've also been sending like shorter articles, more like short essay, not even short essays, but like at least 1,000 words to like Jewish journals, and they just take a long time to get back to you, like 6 to 8 weeks or whatever. But like I write on some religious topics and that are legitimate. Like these articles should be published and they shouldn't just be on my Medium page or whatever. But I was writing one yesterday, and and there's this phrase that came out that is exactly what I do. I'd never heard it in scientific terms though. So you know how I say I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for, you know how I say that.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it has a scientific phrase that I didn't know about for like 4 fucking years. It's called CHDI, Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. How tight is that? Continuous Human Data Infrastructure.
That is dope.
Word, dog.
What does that like acronym describe before, like, other than a streamer? Or just any continuous human data point?
Let's look it up.
Did you fucking eat that, man? Did you just eat the fucking pan? Oh, no.
It is a specific data set of province and prefecture level human development data. The search results indicate that the CHDI dataset leverages authoritative sources like 2020 census data for metrics such as mean year schooling and government educational plans for gross enrollment rates to achieve finer spatial resolution for resolution than national or provincial estimates. It's actually still not really. I don't know. That's what AI defined it as. Of what I'm doing. I didn't even ask it to. I was just like, I stream my life 24 hours a day. Write a 10,000 word essay on this, and it doesn't do it. There are some really simple things that AI does not do. Like I was watching this one thing. Believe it or not, on Fire and the Kid, they had this one guy on who was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go for a run. Please time it for me." And then he went and he was gone for like 5 cents, and he comes back and he's like, "How long did that take?" And AI was like, ChatGPT was like, "That took 7 minutes." And he's like, "Okay, no, it didn't. I'm gonna do it again." And he did it for like 3 seconds, and he's like, "How long did that take?" And ChatGPT is like something like 10 minutes. He's like, "That's not right." So he sent it to Sam Altman, and Sam Altman was like, "Oh, we're working on this or some bullshit. We fixed it or whatever." And then he did it again. It didn't work. And I do the same thing with ChatGPT. I'll be like, write a 2,000 word essay on whatever the topic is. Make sure it has this in it and uses these sources or whatever. And then it'll give me what I wanted, but only like 1,200 words. And I'll be like, do a word count. And it'll be like 1,200 words. And I'll be like, yeah, I said, how many words did I say? They're like, oh, 2,000 words. Sorry about that. We'll fix it right now. And then it'll give me another essay, and I'll be like, how many words is that? And it'll be like 1,100 words. So the way around this is...
I just write it, like, at the end of the prompt, just like, write write 10,000 words. If you run out of characters, or are ending the message without completing the full 10,000 words, just pause it and I'll press period to indicate to continue writing until it's finished.
That's a good idea.
Or something like that.
That's a good idea. I also just sometimes give it an outline and say, all right, give me in 2,000 words or whatever, parts 1 through 3 of the outline, and then once that's done, I will move on to the next section, and then the next section, or whatever. But yeah, I've been asking people to be on their podcasts as well, and I've gotten some bites. Nobody. Well, one guy said he'll do it, but he has a small podcast, which is fine. I'm fine with being on small podcasts. The key to me is to be on a podcast that is more information about myself on the internet that I don't control, so that it's if my shit gets deleted, which it occasionally does, then they don't generally delete other people's stuff about me. So that's really important to me. And I've got I noticed in this podcast that I did on Monday, I've known that I do this. There's some words that I use constantly, and you don't really recognize that there are some words that you use unless you hear yourself or somebody else makes you aware of it. And I use this word constantly because I'm very safe in what I say, generally because I don't like being wrong. And so I use a lot of qualifiers. I won't say exactly what it is, but I just hearing myself. Anyway, I'm going to use the restroom, and then we're going to watch. Are we going to watch the rest of the Bob Lazar interview?
Yeah, sounds good.
And then we're going to watch Area 51 S4 and Bob Lazar. And then, if you're still up, we're going to watch the new Bob Lazar. That's the plan. That's what I like to hear. Okay.
Watch the new one, though.
No.
New one first.
No, not even close, dog. What do you think you're dealing with, dog? We saved the newest for last. Yeah. That's how it works, son.
I will take your words.
Okay, just for a moment, I have to hit one button. Actually, I have to hit one more button. Perhaps. Because I have to...
Discover how the theremin works.
Dog, I know how it works. I invented it. 1920 to 1926. I'm the Russian guy. All right. Bob Lazar time, son.
Yeah. Also, I watched this documentary maybe a year ago or something. It's called Cosmic Mildew, and I mean, I don't know if it's completely accurate, but it seems fairly scientific, at least for some of it. And it's like this Russian documentary is like part of it, and then part of it is talking just like a bunch of crazy facts about mildew and fungus and parasites and bacteria, and it's like mind blowing.
That's bothering.
So it's on the list.
Okie doke.
Alright, Mr. Lazar.
I don't say this enough, but thank you so much for streaming this stuff.
Yeah, you've never said that before, but no problem.
I know, that's why I say I don't say it enough.
Fuck, do you remember the timestamp for
Yeah, 69 minutes.
what?
69 minutes.
Okay. You can see my screen?
Yes, sir, beautifully. I agree.
honest.
I agree. That's why I wanted to start at 69 minutes. I knew it was a little early, but it's an excellent point. Did you see that? Did you?
Literally just you can buy it so much easier and less hassle.
Did you see that Joe Rogan today said that the war was started by Trump to hide the Epstein files?
I didn't see that.
Remember when you rebuked that idea?
Well, I mean, the fact that everyone's posting about it almost validates my theory.
That doesn't validate your theory at all. If anything, that reinforces my theory.
No, it reinforces my theory that because I said, like, you're not going to erase it out of the public's perception. So even if he tries to create a decoy, there's all these influencers that are like calling the kettle black or whatever, and saying like, no, look, he started this war for the Epstein file. Like Joe Rogan, I don't know how many followers he has, probably a lot.
20 million on YouTube, which
Saying
is
the thing. So, like I said, it's not easy to just, people probably won't forget.
okay. Well, all I hear is I was right, but that's cool.
Okay. Whatever floats your boat. was a mind fuck of an idea.
What are you saying specifically?
What?
What are you saying specifically?
Just that the anti-gravity stuff is not just like a propulsion system. It's like basically saying how like you control time itself.
Yes. Oh, wholeheartedly agree with that. If that exists, apologies. Force fields exist. Time travel exists. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I really like that. It's mind blowing. It's like, with enough technology, you literally like control time. And gravity is time. Those other things you said was time.
Force field? Oh. Energy maybe?
Can I rewind that a little bit?
Please do. Yeah, that's really important. Gravity is time and space is time.
Yes.
Can you still hear the audio?
Yep.
That's a strange hiccup in the story. That this guy who is literally like one of the 7 people on Earth that have seen a fucking UFO doesn't give a shit about UFOs.
I love that part of it. I absolutely think that is incredible.
It's just so no, but does that make sense to you though? Like if you were like such a small percentage of people that get a glimpse into such like profound technology as he states, why would he not care about other people's UFO reports? Does that not seem strange at all? Or am I crazy?
No, not at all. I feel as if it's like in my opinion, like a really hot girl who knows she's extremely hot, who just has other interests aside from just banging dudes.
I'm sorry. Redo this metaphor. What the fuck are you saying?
All right, it's like your fucking next door neighbor. who has a ton of other interests, as opposed to just like she has like dudes all over who want to bang her, and her interest isn't banging dudes. Her interest is helping animals.
Okay.
So that bitch
I
is
mean,
that
so
bitch
Bob
is.
Lazar,
So Bob Lazar is like a
people just
really
want to
hot
give him
girl.
that UFO dick, and he's
Bob Lazar is like a really hot girl. We'll remove your neighbor from it, but just imagine just a beautiful woman who could be just jumping on every fucking alpha dick in the world and getting really into it and getting married and getting starting podcasts and going on vacation and doing all kinds of stuff like that. But she refuses. She's focused on other things like reading or art or animals or something. That's what I love about Bob Lazar. If he were like, yeah, I touched this thing and blah 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 blah, like I've heard these guys talk before. The guys who are like, I did all this kind of stuff. Okay, uh, and then they want to like tell the world about it, and that's cool. But there's something like I go about those cases with suspicious caution, but like still want to hear them out. Bob Lazar's the opposite. Bob Lazar's like, I don't like this subject. I like physics. That's why I was recruited at S4. Not because I was into aliens. If I was into aliens, they wouldn't want me. I was into physics. And that's what's fascinating to me about it. He's
I
he's more into it. He's more into aliens now than he was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. 10 or 15 years ago, I don't know if he really knew the Betty and Barney Hill. He's been forced to have discussions with people over these things, and they've been like, you need to know who this is. I mean, we'll talk about those cases at another time because they're absolutely fascinating. They're from the 1960s in New Hampshire, and they're about alien abductions, which are absolutely fascinating. But in this case, with the Bob Lazar story, it's like he has his mind on other things, which, in my opinion, makes him even more credible. He doesn't need this. He doesn't need to go on the UFO podcast circuit. He's got his own business. He's happily with it. He's happy in his own skin and his own uh, privacy, and that's what I think is amazing about him.
okay, but I understand that, and I don't think that any of that is wrong necessarily, but I think that even even if you're obsessed with physics, if you see an actual UFO technology, because you've actually been one of people that have interacted with that technology, and you would probably think that, oh shit, all of these accounts of people saying all these things are probably real, and the subject isn't just fiction. There's actually substance to it. And I get that he loves physics, but I think that 99 out of 100 people, if they actually walked into a room and saw a real anti-gravity propulsion system and technology that's just hundreds of thousands of years and more advanced than anything we have, they'd probably be curious and start investigating UFOs more, not just shrug it off and go, man, physics, futuristic physics.
Yeah, I mean, there's an aspect of this that is sad to him. He lost his wife over this issue, and he's lost.
How is that the fault of technology? I mean, I guess he was paid to study the technology, but the UFO tech isn't necessarily to blame for that.
No, it's not. But it would be like, dude, every time I go into this, it reminds me that like my life was threatened. It ruined my life. They tried to ruin me financially. My wife divorced me over this, or we got a divorce over it. She cheated on me. Not only did she cheat on me, but the whole world knows she cheated on me. I want to put that behind me, and I want to move forward. I like physics. I don't like getting into aliens because, frankly, they didn't teach me that much about aliens when I was there. They talked about the propulsion and
that should be even more of a, they're trying to keep that like hush and secret. Maybe one thing if they're like, yeah, aliens made this, let's go explore, but they're like actively not saying anything about that because that's exactly what it is to try and like keep a secret or whatever. It's like even more of a cover up that they're trying to do blatantly. Should spark more curiosity.
okay. Let's think
Okay,
about.
I want you to try to make my argument like fully logical and sound, like 50 AIs amalgamated.
Okay, so basically, what you're saying is that this should have injected a passion unlike any person ever with Bob Lazar because he could actually verify what happened with his own eyes. He touched it, and he should have gotten really deep into the different alien races and abductions. And how could this not cause this passion to be inflamed within him, ignited within him? He, if he's telling the truth, that's what should have happened. And maybe,
Yeah, I mean, it's like you come into contact with like literal miracles, and then you just like shrug it off. And you're like, whatever.
well, I mean, there's an aspect of him too that he, his life has been endangered by this. When he went on the news on the Las Vegas CBS affiliate, they put him like in a shadow and they tried to change his voice, but the bosses knew. They called him right afterward, and they said that the phrase that they used was something like, "Do you know how badly you just messed up?" Like, you don't know who these people are. You're working for Navy intelligence. They could kill you. So, in my opinion, I would want to get as far away from that event as possible. And if it brought back bad memories, I wouldn't want to get into it. He never talks about this in the Joe Rogan discussions, but they, this is an interesting thing. They, they did all kinds of tests on him before he actually went up to S4. This actually is the part that I find more fascinating than even the part he talks about here. And I know Joe knows about this. I don't know why he doesn't talk about it, but I've heard literally like every interview that Bob Lazar has done publicly in the last 35 years. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of like a Bob Lazar uh, biographer. In my own way, I'm not, but like there are people who know more about him, but I know a lot about him. And I can tell you that one of the things that he talks about is they did when you, like, whenever you're working in these places, sometimes they'll do, it's called like a 34 point or 32 point, something like that, um, allergen test on your back to see if you're allergic to anything when you go up there. And also, when they briefed him, they said that the the U.S. government was aware that aliens had done at least 64 different DNA modifications on the human genome, and also uh, they did something to him that caused him to forget his memory. Um, and it was almost like they could use this kind of concoction. He called it a cocktail of some sort, and I don't remember if he drank it or if they put it in intravenously, but it caused issues with his memory. And they don't talk about that in the Joe Rogan discussion, but there were those aspects about it as well. So if they're putting a cocktail in you, perhaps that makes you forget things, they could also maybe make you just not interested in the subject matter that you're in. But I really don't necessarily credit it to that. I credit it to he had a very good friend, John Lear, who was obsessed with this stuff. They got in trouble with the Nye County Sheriff's Department. They got taken to the sheriff's station when they went in the RV. His friend was obsessed with it. And if your friend was obsessed with it, it'd be like, look, calm down. And he's like, no, you got to go on the TV show. You got to go on the TV station. And then he goes on the TV station. They threaten him. His wife is cheating on him. It's just like a lot. It's too much. And on top of that,
did Bob Lazar not go like searching in the desert in his RV for the UFO?
Yeah, he did. And they got it on video. That video still exists.
Really? I haven't not seen that video.
We can look it up after this. Yeah, it's grainy because it's just taken from like a 1980s camcorder in the darkness. But yeah. And so here's what happened.
Was he alone or with his buddy?
No. He took his ex-wife, John Lear's RV. It was John Lear's RV, the pilot, and then their other friend, Gene Huff. So the four of them went up there to Broom Lake or Area 51, whatever you want to call it. And the reason why they did it on a Wednesday night because the test flights of this craft were done on Wednesday night. And the reason why they were done on Wednesday night is because that's when traffic in the area on the highway was of the lowest rate. So basically, it was the least populated time on this highway, and you had to go off the highway to be able to see this. And you'll see it rises up, just like he talked about. And that's how he was able to show his friends that he wasn't lying, that this stuff really existed. These are excellent questions. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does, but he's still curious enough, or you're saying he wanted to prove to his friends that it existed. I mean, you can ask ChatGPT, like, what are the odds that someone comes across miracle technology and just does not want to care about it? I mean, I get the additional context of fearing for his life with negative association with possible brainwash or whatever, but his mind clearly, by the Joe Rogan experience, is still working just fine. And also, I think that, like, based on the interviews I've seen, he seems like a open enough person already that, like, Joe wouldn't have to, like, get him drunk to try and coerce him into saying stuff.
I agree. I don't know why. I agree.
Entirely, but
I've never been a huge fan that Joe Rogan does that. But you've got to think that Joe Rogan's just trying to get a little extra out of him. And
I mean, it makes Joe Rogan look bad when it's like, hey, Bob Lazar has, like, forgotten what he's trying to say multiple times.
I agree.
Because you're basically doping him.
I agree. I don't like that Joe Rogan has done this twice now. Like, it'd be like one thing if, okay, we got him drunk the first time. But no, now we've done it twice. That's, to me, kind of like not cool of Joe Rogan. That's when I saw that they'd been drinking initially. It's like, come on, dude. Like, that's going to hurt your credibility on this 25 years from now when people are like, yeah, Joe Rogan had Bob Lazar on his podcast, but he was drunk both times, so maybe he was just telling tales. Like, but then there are other aspects that, hey, they're humans, they like to do what they want to do, and when these guys go hang out, they the first time they did it, I thought it was at Joe's other place, but they go out to dinner and they um like get drunk or like have a good time. Okay, so I'm going to look up the answer to your question, which is an excellent
Do you
question.
think they were pre-gaming?
Oh yeah,
Because,
oh yeah, for sure. I think they have had at least 2 whiskeys.
okay, and Bob Lazar does not seem like the type of guy that drinks like ever.
Ever, exactly. But it's basically like Bob. It almost shows me more credibility to Bob that he isn't known as a drinker. In all of these stories, he's never been a drinker. And in fact, to work up there, you can't be a drinker. Like, you can't do drugs. He's always been very straight line. Oh, and I want to talk about that prostitution issue that we talked about last night. So I looked pandering, exactly. He was basically coerced into accepting that charge. He didn't have good. He didn't have good uh, representation, and it even says in the documents that the assistant prosecutor strong armed him into taking that charge, so that he would like basically he would say like, okay, so I don't have to do any jail time. I'll do whatever it takes. And they're like, okay, well, we're gonna say that you told this woman to start being a hooker. And he's like, look, just so long as it means I'm not gonna have to do any jail time. Sure, I have to go to the local soup kitchen for 120 hours. I'll do it. And they're like, fine. But it did not seem like he did.
Yeah, no, they gave him a plea deal that makes them look not like the prosecutors look as good as possible.
Exactly. And you know what he did? I've had girls come in here and they're like, Reb, I have nowhere to go, I have nowhere to turn to, I don't know what to do. And I'm someone who doesn't taboo. I think that sex work is taboo. I think that it should be legalized for consenting adults. That's a very important caveat. For consenting adults. And I've told women, some of whom have been like, I can't believe that you would recommend that. But it's like, look, you're going to freeze to death in a car. You have no alternative. They won't take you at a homeless shelter, you've said. You have nowhere to go.
What happened to Audie? She used to come in.
Yeah, I had to mute her. She
I liked her.
Yeah, she has some mental issues though, where once every 30 days or so, she has a breakdown, and she sent Miss Aquarius all kinds of mean messages. She sent mean, yeah, and like Miss Aquarius, she's like the nicest lady.
Yeah.
And so Audie still watches my streams, and she's welcome in here, but I have her muted. But it was a case of an individual. There have been a few of them where people who like had nowhere to turn, and I'm like, I don't think it's that big of a deal to be an escort. Life has been since the dawn of time. It's basically the exchange of goods or services for shelter and security. And to me, that's a fine thing. I don't think that's a big deal.
It's the oldest occupation.
Absolutely. And in my own way, I've been a sex worker. I've been a gigolo. I've been paid by women to have sex. I mean, that to me is not that big of a deal. It doesn't make me any worse than anybody else. In fact, it makes me even more of a pimp. And from a woman's perspective, I understand that it can, cause issues. But in my opinion, it's not that big of a deal. Now, if I advise women to do that who had nowhere else to turn, it's not like these people were like, oh, well, I could go work at McDonald's. No. I recommended that already. I recommended getting an education.
It's the last resort.
Exactly. It's literally, like, this is how I saw it. You're going to freeze to death in your car. You have no alternative. You've told me you have no alternative. Or you basically get a roof over your head and get heat and get a meal in your stomach, and you have to go through. Not saying it's enjoyable, but to some people it is. Uh, I understand, and it's not like you have to kiss the guy. It's not like it's skin to skin contact necessarily. Like you can, he's wearing a condom or whatever. I don't think that that's that big of a deal. But guess what? In the world of pandering, you could make an argument that that is pandering. Now, is that what Blizzard did? He within the documents, and I didn't go too deeply into it, but it was like he told a woman that she could be a prostitute for money, um, and that she could recruit other women to do it, which is legal in some cities in Nevada. It just didn't happen to be in the one that they were. So I don't know. To me, it was very. It's like I don't want to say anything specifically, but uh, like
There's worse crimes you could commit.
yeah, exactly. And uh, does this discredit what he talks about? In my opinion, no. If anything, it is neutral or gives him more credibility that he's had his whole life just drugged through the critiques of the people of history. Okay, but we were talking about the alien aspect of it, and I'm going to look up that question that you asked about Balthazar. Yo, dog. So Balthazar became like uh, a private figure after his disclosure of Area 51. What would make someone do that? Why didn't he want to really get into aliens and become like a spokesperson about this? Now, I do know that his life was threatened and that it perhaps didn't seem like it was in his personality. But what other reasons could have been why he did not become a UFO aficionado?
Given that he's interacting with miraculous technology or the odds.
Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. Yeah. So, Bob Lazar merged. Okay, claim and motivation withdrawing from public UFO. Lazar has repeatedly stated that he did not seek fame, and the public attention complicates his life. In interviews, he said, "I'm not out here giving UFO lectures of producing tapes. I'm not in the UFO business. I'm not the UFO guy. It makes it very difficult for me." He added that it's actually beneficial for him if people don't believe his story, because skepticism reduces unwanted attention and scrutiny. This suggests a deliberate effort to distance himself from the UFO community, not to protect secrets, but to live a quieter life. Personality and lifestyle preferences. Lazar's background reveals a nonconformist, technically driven personality, more interested in engineering than activism. Before his UFO claims, he was known for building a jet-powered Honda and co-creating Desert Blast, a secretive pyrotechnics event focused on extreme do-it-yourself events. I forgot about this. He used to do this thing in the middle of the desert every year where they would buy as many fireworks as possible and blow them up. He just loved, like, it was almost like Burning Man before Burning Man.
Well, he likes pyrotechnics, given that he said on the podcast that the 4th of July they should just
well, exactly. This pattern indicates Lazar identifies more as a maverick physicist or inventor than a whistleblower or truth seeker in the public sense. His focus appears to be on scientific exploration and private experimentation, not public advocacy. Credibility management. Lazar has maintained remarkable consistency in his story for over 35 years, rarely adding new details or dramatizing events. He claims this is because if you have a lie, you have one lie, implying that changing the story would expose falsehoods. By avoiding the UFO circuits, he sidesteps association with less credible figures, other theories, or commercial ventures, books, tours, merchandise that could undermine his narrative. Staying out of the spotlight may be a strategic choice to preserve perceived authenticity. But the thing is, he doesn't care about it. He's not making money. Joe Rogan doesn't pay you to be on the podcast. Yeah, Bob Lazar is Joe Rogan's highest rated podcast of all time. Don't you think that Bob Lazar knows that? And he could say, well, I could just start my own podcast and make bongo kinds of money. He doesn't want that. He wants to work at United.
Do the guests get no royalties, just cloud?
That's correct. They do the podcast, and generally people do do any podcast, not always, but for visibility. It's publicity. It's not. You don't get paid generally. Now, let's say you want to get a really big guest on your program. Then sometimes they have a number. Usually it's like $10,000, $5,000 to $10,000. I can tell you, Fire and the Kid, to get some of their bigger guests on back in the day, they were paying $5,000 to $10,000, but they had the money to do it then. I can tell you that. Yeah, I can tell you that I personally have paid to be on podcasts. When I first started, I paid people to be on their podcasts. I would go on Fiverr, and people would be like, for $20, we'll interview you. And that's how I got some of my first interviews, because no one knew who I was. And AI didn't exist where you could just look me up. It was like very clouded in who I was, and you couldn't just get a description of everything that I did. So anyway, for those reasons, there you can either pay to be on the podcast if you're a guest who's really small and want some visibility. It can be done for free, or the podcast can pay you to be on if you're a big guest. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, at least in Joe Rogan's case, the guests their flight is paid for, and their hotel for like 2 days is paid for. And I believe they get like a per diem, like for their meals. In this case, Joe takes them out to dinner or whatever, and he's going to show them all his toys and his cars and Teslas and stuff. But in the case of
hospital accuracy on target.
Yeah, exactly. In the other cases, though, like let's just say, like, I don't know, Brett Weinstein, those guys who he has on all the time, they get, I believe, a per diem. They get their flight taken care of. They get the hotel, and then they also get but they're not paid. They just do it for the visibility.
This is an unrelated kind of question. I mean, not really. It's on the subject of YouTube, but do you have a list of like the top futurists on YouTube for like podcast guests and I guess like channels?
Off the top of my head, no. I do get people who mention them to me. The best way to get that is just through ChatGPT.
Okay. So you don't have like are you in any like futurist Reddit groups or like?
Yeah,
how do you even obtain the information on future?
I'm in them all. Oh, hey, it's Zoo. Zoo, how you living, big dog? What's up, big dog?
Rabbi.
What up, big man?
Are you worried?
Yes.
I had a dream last night, and it was real. Not real. I went to a place, and they told me the cyber wars are coming. They said that eventually one day everyone's messages will be leaked, and every message that you've ever sent will be leaked to the whole world.
I agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah, I've talked about it in the past that, like, if we look at like Rome as a previous civilization and we look at their documents, enough time has passed that nobody cares about privacy of other civilizations, and so they let these things be disclosed. So yes, I think every communication in the history of humankind that's accessible, and perhaps ones that aren't currently accessible, will be made public to the future generations of the world.
Why do they have all these laws? I think they have them in Australia where your messages after a certain time they can't be used as evidence in court.
Well, that's not the same in the United States.
It's not.
Statute of limitations. It's
not statute of limitations. It's just that you can't prove that someone sent the messages. There's no way. Like, someone could send a message under my name, but unless I show up to the location, there's no way of proving that it was me that sent that message.
Okay, well, I don't know about your fancy Australian laws, but in the United States, let's say you committed a crime. Years later, if it is shown that you're the person who sent the communications, charges can be pressed against you.
Right. So I had a plan to kill someone, right? But I had sent messages, right? But I never went to the location that I sent you the messages. I said, let's meet up and kill this person. We'll meet at this location. But we never went to that location. You can't prove that it was me that sent those messages.
Okay.
No, they would gather probable evidence if they looked at your phone's location and it was pinned to your address or something.
Yeah, but someone else could have been in the house.
Okay, I mean, but they could go back to your discussions and say, someone, Zoo talked about doing this, and that person could be a witness to it, and they could eventually bring charges against you.
Or they'll look at all the other phones that were in the house, and then you're going to be like, oh, this person who hacked into my phone didn't bring their phone to my house, and then they ran away. I don't know. I mean, it is. I get what you're saying, though. It's not easy to prove necessarily.
It's not easy to prove. I could say it wasn't me that sent those messages.
Okay, but I mean, you're on my stream. You're on my stream talking about this. So someone may say, "I witnessed Zoo talking about the idea of sending those messages. Perhaps he was the one who sent them." I mean, Zoo, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
Because it came to me in a dream where the whole world's going to get the whole world's going to get all that information leaked out of it eventually. People don't realize.
Okay.
I know there's conversations that are being recorded, so I'm careful about what I say.
Okay. Are you going to your friend's house?
He's coming to meet me. Yeah.
Are you excited to see him?
I'm excited. I mean, I'd rather. There's a lot of other people I'd rather meet, but they'll do for now.
Okay. But the idea that you bring about, will everybody's search history and everything be revealed someday? In my opinion, the answer is yes.
How long do you think people will have?
Perhaps generations from now.
It could happen tomorrow.
Anything could happen, Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo, I wrote a joke. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, what?
Okay, give me 1 moment.
I mean, if the CIA got Epstein's email leaked into the whole world, sorry, CIA did that. What's to make me think that people aren't going to do that with your emails?
I mean, I agree. My emails are pretty open. They're on camera.
I mean, they're not as controversial, and you're not eating babies.
Yeah, thankfully.
Alright, Zoo, you ready to hear this joke? You're gonna love it. It's based on a true story, kind of. So, what?
Are you friends with? What's your true story?
Okay, so I was playing pickleball in Vancouver the other day, and for whatever reason, this little kid, this little boy, there's a public shower in the middle of the park, near the pool and the volleyball courts and whatever, and so this kid was just showering completely naked in the middle of the public park, And so I was messaging people on Telegram and not paying attention. And the way I hold my phone, like I hold it like kind of upright and like look at, like tilt my head back because I want to protect my like vertebrae and whatnot. And so for like 45 seconds, I was just like staring at my phone on Telegram and like I said, like to prevent like this my vertebrae from getting all hunched over and my spine misaligned, I like hold my phone up basically. And so what it looked like in the park was like that I was like basically I was looking like right at the kid showering, but I was just staring at my phone, but like my phone was facing the kid, so like the entire park for like 45 seconds it basically looks like I'm like straight up recording this fucking naked child just showering in the park in front of everyone when I wasn't. And so yeah, unfortunately I lost a good 45 seconds worth of footage. Don't record children showering.
Well, where was this kid's parents, and why weren't they having him clothed?
I don't know. They just decided maybe they're European or something. You know.
Okay. Zoo, what did you think of the joke?
Yo, Zoo, are you there? Yeah, he's writing it down. What did you think?
He's memorized. He's got
delivery of my joke.
He's got flashcards.
What joke?
No pun intended.
What joke is it? What was
The story I just told. Did you hear it at all?
No, I wasn't listening.
Alright, well, go rewind the stream. I'm not gonna redo it, but
What is it?
Zoo, you're not in a position where you're able to listen. If you're not in a position where you're able to listen to people, then go do something else. Your friend is coming over. When they're done, come back in here when you're inside and you can talk. But it's rude for Riser to go through a whole story under the assumption that you're listening to it, and then you're like, huh? Did you hear me?
Zoom, you'll be happy to know that I just ordered Kanye West's shoes from like 2010.
You got Yeezys?
The Yeezy 350s.
That's not a bad investment.
No, because they're the most comfortable shoe I've ever worn. So no.
You know what's a good investment right now?
What?
Pokemon cards.
Alright, well, shoes are a depreciating asset, and you need shoes that are comfortable. So I'm not trying to make money on Yeezys.
You need Pokemon cards.
No.
Imagine you
The
got
time to buy Pokemon cards was in like the 90s. And all the cards in the 90s are like, they're valuable. You're not going to get that ROI with modern cards probably due to inflation.
Just wait till the day where they're releasing nuclear codes and you have to win on the Pokemon card tournament and you don't have the right cards.
What?
You're not proud that I bought Kanye West shoes? Are you trying to show me Pokemon cards?
But one day you'll have to they're going to release nuclear codes, and the only way to get the nuclear codes is to have a Pokemon card tournament.
Did you have a dream about this or something?
What?
Did you have a dream about this or something?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you, Zoo?
I'm in a shopping center.
And you just were like, hey, I want to tell these guys all this information on stuff?
Everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. Everyone's looking at me crazy, like I'm walking around saying all this stuff, and they're looking at me crazy.
Okay, well.
I'm a competent member.
He's not himself right now. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, he is, but not. He's off a little bit.
Yeah. If someone truly encountered world-shattering technology, we expect persistent, intense curiosity. So when that's missing, there are three main explanations. They're suppressing it, they're due to external or internal pressure, they're reframing it as ordinary within their context, or the claim itself is unreliable or exaggerated. You don't need to assume deception, but you also can't ignore that mismatch. A clean probabilistic way to think about it is let A equal person saw extraordinary non-human text, and B equals person shows little curiosity. We expect P parentheses B / A equals low. Most people would be fascinated. So if we observe B, it weakens confidence in A, unless we have strong evidence for suppression, desensitization, or unusual personality traits. Bottom line, it's not impossible for someone to witness something extraordinary and seem indifferent, but indifference is statistically atypical for genuine transformative exposure. So when you see that pattern, the most rational stance is remain open, but update skepticism upward.
Okay.
See, to me, it just does not seem logical. I mean, I get that there's context supporting the contrary, but if you genuinely, like you, Rabbi, I mean, maybe you're biased or whatever, because you already have a predisposition to being curious about UFO tech, but let's say you didn't, and you blank slate, and you're just a physicist dude, and you work in secret desert underground hangar, and you literally see a piece of technology millions of light years beyond anything we have here. You're telling me that you would not be curious about who's behind that technology and everything related to that technology. You just examine it from like a purely scientific point of view.
No, I would be No. I would be obsessed with it unless when I thought about it, it brought back bad memories, like I was cheated on or my life was threatened. If that happened, then I would do everything I could to suppress those memories.
Okay. I mean, as someone who's obsessed with, like, even just, like, the physics of it, you probably, I don't know, I feel like there should just be a lot more curiosity.
It would be like, I don't know if this is correct, but like, imagine you were raped by a really hot chick. And everyone would be like, dude, that hot chick raped you. That was amazing. But you're like, yeah, but it's still a rape. I don't want to think about it. I just would rather suppress that information.
I guess, but I don't know. He should hate physics more than he hates the UFOs, then.
No, because physics is everywhere, and you can't really compartmentalize it. Whenever you're looking at an object, you're thinking of what it's made of and every time you see motion, what you're making calculations. You don't have to get into aliens. It's not. Let's say this. He did get into it a little bit, and every 5 years he would talk about it uh, on radio stations, and then eventually, like he would do Joe Rogan and do the movies and stuff. But I mean, and he did another movie as well. It's called S4. It's considered the worst movie ever made. It's like the Brendan Schaub special of movies. But here's what happened with that one. I've never seen it. He was like, they just basically stole my story and did not consult with me on it at all. And they didn't have a very big budget, so it didn't look very realistic. But apparently, it does have a cult following. So maybe one day we watch that one too.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying he could direct his hate more on the government entities that are trying to sabotage his life or his wife, or take personal accountability for the way that he managed his relationship throughout this crazy journey, instead of blaming something that's essentially an inanimate object for his troubles. But enough said. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We can continue watching it. And sharing the screen. There's just no way that you see it and you don't give a shit about aliens.
It's not that he didn't. Okay, look, let's talk about this for a second before we go into. I know we've been talking about it, but there isn't anything more. His story is the ultimate discussion of it, unless you really get into alien abduction cases, and those haven't been that well vetted until you get into the internet age. And that was another 10 or 15 years after the Bob Lazar story took place. So it's not like today where you could be like, I'm going to just watch a bunch of videos on this, and I'm going to listen to a bunch of podcasts, and there's just not that much information on it. That's why it's the number one discussed topic for Joe Rogan, because the public demands more.
Very little credible information. This guy's on a few credible sources.
Exactly. And I've got to say that, like, it's one of the reasons, like, I can name alien abductees. I get people who come in here and talk to me about alien abductions. Do I have that much credibility, or do I believe them? I do, actually, but their stories haven't gone through the vetting process.
Well, hold on. You showed me a video yesterday, 2 hours long, from the Disclosure Project with highly accredited individuals and academic people, highly educated people, pilots, military intel, all of that.
That's correct.
Why wouldn't Bob Lazar be interested in those people's accounts?
That's an excellent question. Well, and another excellent question, why didn't they have Bob Lazar in their thing? Isn't that a good question as well?
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they work together?
I mean, that one I'd say, like, Bob Lazar just is really trying to keep a low profile, even though he still doesn't really do that, but he might be like, this is too pushing his buttons a little too much.
Yeah, I think, really, if his life...
He's already said everything or whatever.
That's true. He made a video in the 90s that was like, this is everything that I know. If anybody has any questions, just watch the video. And, I really think that there's a major issue that his life has been threatened. The more and more he talks about this, the higher and higher chance that he could die.
I mean, yeah, but I'd still be secretly curious about it. Maybe he doesn't seem that afraid from how he's talking on the podcast.
Well, he's an older man now, and he has less to lose than he did before. And he knows that, like, going on Joe Rogan, everybody knows about it now. It's very similar to when he went on the local television. It was like to get the story out as opposed to just telling random people. And that made it like he always said, the reason why I went to the news is that if I died, if they killed me, it would just reinforce what I say. Now, we've learned that these clandestine organizations will still kill you. So that isn't like a perfect strategy, but it was his strategy. Look, if you watch enough Bob Lazar stuff, you can see he just doesn't like this stuff. And I get what you're saying. It is incredible technology. Okay, that's fine. Where do you find more information about it?
I mean, all those 400 witnesses that the other guy had.
Yeah, but none of those
Would be
people.
a nice place to start. Maybe.
None of those people talk about.
Unless you're saying that.
I mean, maybe I guess they do. But like, none of them actually saw.
They're talking about infinite energy and all sorts of. One guy claims they cataloged aliens and crashed spaceships where he saw an alien.
That's true.
Willing to testify to Congress.
That's true. But why does Bob Lazar have to be a leader in this? He could just watch the Disclosure Project like anybody else, right?
No, this is just on information that Bob Lazar would at least probably want to inquire on. If he was curious about God, like, it's not just like the next iPhone, it's like literally like godly, like time altering technology.
That's true.
And even from a strictly physics perspective, he would want to be curious and explore anything he could get on if he was obsessed about physics like he thinks he is. Also, why is Joe Rogan not asking him? Like, you said that it was like a soft disclosure or whatever, but you have like the federal government like releasing the UFO files and whatnot, and all this like UFO shit coming out on like the news publicly. Like, why is Joe Rogan not asking him what he thinks about that?
Well, if you heard, the Trump administration actually walked back and said they weren't gonna disclose all that stuff because they're Republican donors or whatever, like the really evangelical Christian ones consider aliens to be demons or something.
Okay. Well, there's still been like a lot of UFO stuff at the moment. Like, I remember us talking about it because it was big news at the time.
Oh yeah, I mean it's definitely.
But I mean, maybe just because Joe knows that the Bob Lazar was like, oh, I don't actually care about UFOs. It's not the one person on Earth to actually see one and try and reverse engineer it.
I think the answer, and maybe it's not satisfactory to you, but Bob Lazar does not like this stuff. He just doesn't.
Okay. What are the odds that Bob Lazar is just a liar and an actor?
Less than 1%.
Okay. So no further questions from me unless you have any more things to say.
No, you're raising excellent points. I like the fact that Bob Lazar is not into aliens and does all that kind of stuff. Look, his friend, I guess, like you haven't done.
That is the strangest part about it.
Okay, but his friend,
It just seems.
his friend, John Lear, the guy with whom I had email correspondence, and whose day he said I made one day, was what you're talking about, and he took this information and he started going on the podcast circuit, or not the podcast circuit, the radio circuit. He would get interviewed all the time. He would go to all these lectures. He was all about this kind of stuff. And Bob Lazar would hear this from his friend, all of the inside stuff, and not know what to believe anyway. His friend did this. So when you're like, wouldn't he be really interested in this kind of stuff? He didn't know what to believe. He had a friend who was like super obsessed with this stuff, and who was on forums and was a retired man and had this amazing office full of just like all kinds of UFO articles and clippings and stuff. And anything that he wanted to know, he could go there to this guy's house and just be like, okay, tell me about Zeta Reticuli. And John Lee would tell him all about Zeta Reticuli, but can you really believe what it is?
Well, I mean, after working at a alien secret, like military alien workshop, maybe.
Where do you find more information? Where do you find? Let me just ask this question. Let me ask this question. Where do you find more credible information that's published, that's available to the public easily about aliens?
Well, then you're talking about there just being limited data, not actually limited fascination with topic.
Well, I think they're related. That if someone is fascinated by a subject, that's one thing. And Bob talks about like this was just incredible technology, and he had this word for it, like it was delicious, like it was like, or something like that. It was delectable. It was like from a physicist standpoint, this is the coolest stuff ever. He loved that aspect of it. But where do you get more information that's verified about these aliens? Even the guy who said,
doesn't have to be verified.
Well, that's the thing. Bob seemingly doesn't want to waste his time in the UFO circuit. And you got to understand.
As you know, why wouldn't you give anyone the benefit of the doubt, like an abductee or someone who's interacted with aliens?
When Bob Lazar did this, he had people coming to his house in the middle of the night, people calling him in the middle of the night, saying that God told them to come to him to tell him their UFO story. It became an annoyance.
Fair point.
And that's a
he
big.
Should have used an alias.
Yeah, no, he did. He did when he first went on the news. He used the name Barry, and that was the name of his boss or partner at the UFO at S4. But I forgot about that aspect of it. He talks about during the 90s, and it's true, he would get, and John Lee would talk about people from all walks of life would drive 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 hours to go see him. He'd get people from Nova Scotia, he'd get people from Alaska who just became very motivated. I need to find Bob Lazar. They'd look up his address. They'd try to find out what they could about him. And then he'd get a knock at the door, and it just became an annoyance to him. I don't want to get into that. I said everything that I'm going to say about it. If you want to know anything more about it...
Did he care what they had to say, though? Isn't that like more validation? There might be something to it.
None of them had any credibility, in his opinion, and I understand. He's going to get a lot of kooky people who drove 40 hours to go see him and knock on his door at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but like that speaker said, was a doctor. He was like, yeah, I might get manipulated by people faking blood, that they're peeing blood or whatever, and so that they get painkillers for their kidney stones, but that doesn't mean that every single patient coming into the hospital is faking.
That's not Bob's role, though. He's not there to be the arbiter of what's a real UFO story and what's a fake UFO story. I get it. I would be annoyed as well. I would just say, I don't want to get into it anymore. I can't get anything credible. And plus, I've had, in the last month, 8 people come to...
What if someone had something credible, like material from a meteorite that was just unknown to...
Okay, what about it?
Wouldn't he give it? Wouldn't he be interested in that?
If somebody...
Let's say there was other credible information. Would Bob Lazar care then?
Perhaps. Did you just get kicked out of the call? Riser.
Yeah.
Did you just get kicked out of the call, or was it just me?
No, you got kicked out.
Yeah, I did, on one of my devices. Okay, so what more comes out about it?
I'm just saying, hypothetically, if there was other credible information, would Bob Lazar decide to give a shit then?
I think, I mean, like, for instance, when they, scientists were able to find Unum Pentium, also known as Moscovium, element 115, he was like, yeah, I told you so. But that was a big thing. That was new information that came about that reinforced what he said. But does that necessarily mean that he has to go on the UFO circuit? You've got to understand and I'm sure you do. Imagine the people that you meet on the UFO circuit. They're kind of wild individuals.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just his personality or whatever.
Well, and you see that.
It'd be cooler if he didn't have that personality.
So what do you think he should do? Have a website and stuff?
No, he should just be fascinated and
allured
by...
He is fascinated. What more information is there, though?
Well, you're in the ufology community. What the fuck are they talking about? Just random Photoshop pictures of UFOs?
No.
There's no leaf government technology?
No, there is. There is, definitely.
I mean, they're saying that the transistor was reverse engineered from aliens.
I am saying...
You told me that.
I told you that, yeah, and I agree with that.
So, isn't there a lot to explore in terms of alien technology that Bob Lazar could be investigating, or at least have some awareness of?
Is there a lot of technology? Yeah, there is. I think he's made it clear, though, that unless it can be verified, he doesn't want to be the researcher to do it.
All right. Well, shall we continue?
Oh, absolutely.
You see it? You hear it?
Excellent questions. And I think at the end of the day, I don't know. That's a question for Bob Lazar. But I'll defend this man and his story more than most anybody else I've ever whose story I've ever heard, just because it's been consistent for so long. Um, I don't see it streaming.
I'll check. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it should work now.
I hear it now. Yes, sir. Watch, he answers all those questions directly.
Is he saying that the alien ship had halogen lights, or those are like planted there by some human?
No, he's saying that it was super dark in there, so they had to get halogen lights to turn stuff on, or to be able to see stuff.
Yeah, okay. They're saying in the 3D world that they're building on the computer that it wouldn't light up.
No, he's saying that they like made it in Blender, and there's no external windows or anything to be able to see in there. And so
No, the filmmaker is saying that the remodel that they created in 3D, they had to turn up the lighting to see the interior.
agreed, because there's no lights in there. Like Bob Lazar saying,
So
when I was in there, they had halogen lights that we could see, but the filmmaker didn't have those halogen lights talking about.
in their 3D model.
Correct, because it would be dark in there.
I mean, maybe. I don't know if I fully understand what exactly they're saying, but in a 3D model on the inside of a hollow object, you're likely going to be able to see if you turn the lights on. But of course, there's variation of that, but it's not going to be just act like some alien dark spacecraft where you can't see when lights are on.
It's going to be up to the model. It's going to be based on the software they're using. If they're using really accurate software, especially in terms of lighting and such.
No, but there's no setting for the dark alien spacecraft material that doesn't absorb light.
Okay, it's like if we were modeling the inside of a semi-truck. We'd have to either turn up the lighting or whatever for the truck, for the like back part, or it would be dark in there.
Yeah, but he's saying they have to excessively turn up the light and like brightness by like 20x to be able to see anything in the simulated 3D model. Which I don't know. I don't think there's a material that's like alien dark spacecraft material in 3D.
That makes sense to me. There aren't any external lights.
I'm not sure if we're even talking about the same thing. I think we each have our own thing that we're picturing. Well, let me rewind it a little bit to
Please do. Please do, because it makes sense to me.
I don't think that if you're in a 3D model, you're going to have to, like, light is going to react like a alien spaceship interior.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because it might be just the software you use. Let's say you are making a box with a small hole in a 3D environment. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it going to be really dark inside the box?
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that it was so dark inside the box that they had to turn up the lighting by 20 times to be able to see what was going on inside the box.
No, the lights were on the inside of the ship.
No. Bob Lazar is saying that the ship was dark normally. They had to bring in external lights.
Inside. They're talking about the interior of the ship.
I know what they're talking about. They're saying that without any additional lights or anything inside the ship, it's very dark. Bob Lazar is saying that when he was there, they had to use halogen lights and they had extension cords all over the place to light up the inside. And as that other guy said, because it's like 52 feet in diameter, it's big. They needed extra lights.
Yes, I'm following that part.
Okay, so then the guy says that this was reinforced by when they were modeling the crab, what was going on inside. It was very dark inside their model. So they had to turn up the lighting 20 times in their 3D model so that you could see what was going on inside.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but then wouldn't that mean that the alien spaceship wasn't like some super dark, hard to see thing if the 3D modeling software also required the light to be amplified?
Okay, can you repeat that for me?
Wouldn't that mean that the spaceship interior isn't abnormally dark if the 3D modeling software light also needs to be amplified to illuminate
The spaceship,
dark space?
the spaceship is abnormally dark. It doesn't have any internal lights unless you brought in the halogen lights.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so what?
But if the 3D model, okay. Let me just rewatch it
Hold
again
on.
and I'll
Okay.
see.
Okay. Okay, stop.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like there was some disconnect between the interior of the spacecraft and a simulated 3D environment interior. If they're saying that it's one-to-one, exactly like a carbon copy, the physical spaceship is the exact same light refracting and sheen 3D model, then I guess they have really good software or something to model the spaceship, but I don't know. I got a little confused.
That's okay. Is it clear? Is it clear now or no?
I mean, I guess he's saying that they're really accurately modeling the light within the 3D model. But, yeah. you saying like they built an actual physical model of it?
I think then there's that as well. Yeah, they did.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you, John.
This is an excellent question. There's Dennis Mariani and then Barry. Hold on. What in what were the roles of Dennis Mariani and Barry to Bob Lazar at Area S4? Dennis Mariani and Barry Castillo, Lazar's work partner. So Barry was his partner. Dennis was their boss, as I understand. Hold on. Yeah, Dennis Mariani was the boss. So here we go. Dennis Mariani and Barry Castillo, Lazar's work partner, enforced strict compartmentalization, that's a long 7 syllables, and security protocols at the S4 facility. Mariani, as Lazar's supervisor, mandated that Lazar carry a .22 caliber Smith and Wesson pistol at all times when off-site, and required him to register his existing firearms with the Las Vegas Metro Police to ensure legal compliance. Barry Castillo, acting as Lazar's designated work partner under a buddy system, enforced a rule that scientists could only communicate with their assigned partner and were prohibited from speaking to other groups without a formal written request approved by a supervisor. This isolation was part of the broader directive to prevent unauthorized information sharing, where any communication with other teams had to be routed through Mariani. Additional rules and directives observed in S4. No unauthorized contact. Scientists were not allowed to touch or handle the alien craft without explicit permission. Lazar was reprimanded for touching a sphere that pushed his hand away. Compartmentalized projects. Lazar worked exclusively on Project Galileo propulsion, while separate teams handled Project Sidekick, beam weapons, and Project Looking Glass, time effects, with no crosstalk allowed. Security monitoring. Lazar signed agreements waiving constitutional rights and allowing phone monitoring, and his security clearance was revoked after he disclosed details of the program to the public. Does that answer your question?
Is Barry, has he spoken publicly about this as well?
No.
I thought in that podcast just then they were talking about Barry's reaction to the VR world, or the different Barry.
No, Joe Rogan's talking about that.
No, I swear to God, they're just trying to go Barry, like they just mentioned Barry.
Okay, just go back. Just go back
his
to
reaction to the thing.
He wanted Barry's reaction, but he would love to know what it is.
Okay.
But watch it. Let's see what it is. Oh, yeah. He was saying if you mean that.
They're talking about the actual event.
Exactly.
The VR.
Exactly, and I may have been incorrect. He never explicitly says Barry would love to see what this is. But he did say that he thought Barry would come out and talk about it at one point, but that never happened.
Right. Okay. Got it. sorry to interject again.
You're good.
Wouldn't Bob Lazar, since he loved physics and testing this stuff, want to like work up the ranks in this like thing?
Yeah, he did. But what ended up happening was they stopped calling him to come up to work. The reason why they stopped calling him to come up to work was because they were tapping his phone and they were finding out that his ex-wife was having an affair with her flight instructor. And so Bob Lazar became and they couldn't tell Bob Lazar what was going on because there's like a mental health aspect of it that they have to ensure that the person remains calm and like doesn't freak out. And so they stopped calling him to come up. And because they did that, he got frustrated and then told his friends about it.
Right.
So
has anyone ever interviewed the wife or the affair dude from the flight travel agency?
Not to my knowledge, but the wife is on camera when Bob Lazar takes them up to Area S4. I call it Area S4, but it's S4. It stands for Site 4, to be able to look at this stuff. But they, I think for her own safety and also the embarrassment, she never wanted to publicly disclose anything. But John Lear talks about it, and Gene Huff talks about it.
Why does his wife cheat on him?
Okay, so when Bob was working
give me a concise answer.
Bob was working at the base, they would call him in the middle of the night at any time and say you have 45 minutes to get to, at the time, McCarran Airport to fly on what are called Janet flights to Area 51. So he would say, honey, I've got to go to work. And she would say, go to work? What are you talking about? It's the middle of the night. Who goes to work at the middle of the night? And she got suspicious that he was having an affair. And so she ended up having an affair of her own.
Why would the hours need to be so bizarre?
That's not quite well known.
If they said like, oh, it's dusty in there, it's like casual, people don't really give a shit.
Yeah, let's look that one up. Yo, why did they have to call Bob in the middle of the night? Why did they have to call Bob Lazar in the middle of the night to go to work at Area S4? Why didn't he have like a more normal schedule? Like the other guys had a schedule. They'd work 2 weeks there and 1 week off. Why did Bob get called in the middle of the night?
It's not like he was flying aircraft in the middle of the night either. So we know that.
According to Bob Lazar's account, his work schedule at the secretive S-Force facility near Area 51 was not regular or predictable. Instead of a fixed rotation, the 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, that some other personnel reportedly followed. It's 2 weeks on, 1 week off, I should say. That some personnel reportedly followed. Lazar claimed he was placed on an on-call basis. He stated that he would be contacted with little notice, sometimes in the evening or middle of the night, and instructed to report for duty. The irregular schedule allowed him to maintain his cover job at a Los Alamos photo lab during the day, as he explained in interviews and discussions, including the Joe Rogan Experience. The late-hour calls were part of a system designed to keep his dual roles compartmentalized. So here we go. Why Bob Lazar was called on an on-call basis. Lazar claimed that the on-call nature of the work was due to the highly sensitive and unpredictable nature of projects at S4. He was part of a small team reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology, specifically focusing on propulsion systems. Because breakthroughs or technical issues could arise unexpectedly, specialists like Lazar were needed only when their expertise was required. Oh, that makes sense. So basically, you would work there, but if they didn't need you, then they just send you back. But if they had a breakthrough in the evening or at night or whatever, they're going to call you to work on it and use you for all the knowledge that you have. And then once you're done, they're going to send you back.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And then also, Lazar suggested that his clearance level and the secrecy protocols were so extreme that full-time integration into the facility wasn't initially deemed necessary. He described signing agreements that allowed the government to monitor his phone and movements. So imagine you want to keep this project as much of a secret as possible. You only want the people working there when their knowledge is needed. You don't want them gaining knowledge from extra stuff because there's a better chance that they're going to be able to leak the information. So the idea is only have them there when they're needed. They're only needed when a breakthrough happens, but that breakthrough could happen round the clock. So they were on call for that. But that makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I mean, they could leak the information anyway that they already know. So, like, it seems like you're gonna limit if they're running tests and it's like.
But they wouldn't have as much.
Your job is to figure out the things. So
they wouldn't have as much information. So if they had Bob Lazar there, 2 weeks on, 1 week off, 2 weeks on, 1 week off, he would get 80 hours generally of the work, whatever, 40 hours a week or whatever, of knowledge that's there. That's more of a risk because he's going to be able to see the flights. He's going to be able to learn about the Project Looking Glass, about the other project for the laser beam. He's going to learn more about that stuff, and you still don't trust him. So instead of having him there for long periods of time, because he's brand new and you don't yet trust him, only bring him there for maybe a day or two that you do need him so that he doesn't build up all this knowledge about it. Once you start to trust him over the course of months and years, then you can perhaps have him there for a long period of time, 2 weeks on, 1 week off. But until then, only have him there at a limited amount of time so that if something happens and he does leak something, he only has a few hours of knowledge of being there.
I mean, they thoroughly vet people that they let into this super secret club.
And they did.
They wouldn't feel had to but that they wouldn't feel had to lie to their wife and potentially get caught and have this whole thing unraveled because there's no lying, there's all this lying going on.
I mean, generally the people who work those kind of jobs just tell their spouse, I can't tell you. I work for the government or I work for a contractor. And that's that. And don't ask me questions.
So why wouldn't they tell Bob to just say, you just don't tell your spouse that you're just doing confidential work for the government?
That is what he told her.
Tell her anything.
That is what he told her. But his wife
the wife just didn't believe him?
Correct. And she maybe was just tempted to have an affair anyway. And so she justified it. Her name's Tracy. So Tracy felt, look, Bob's already leaving at weird hours of the night. This gives me an opportunity to cheat on him. I met this flight instructor. He's really good looking and he's cool and everything. I'm going to fuck this guy and have an affair on the side. If Bob's out doing whatever, nobody knows what he's doing, then why can't I do my own thing?
I guess sounds like the wife is more of the problem here than Bob.
Well, she was, but they can't vet every single person in your life. With him, with Bob Lazar, they vetted him, John Lear, because they were like, John Lear, he's been a problem or whatever. He's a weird guy. What's the deal with him? And Bob was like, look, I met him basically through a friend, which is true, through Gene Huff, and I don't have a lot of connection to him. And they were desperate. If you learn how Bob Lazar got the job in the first place, he got the job through arguably the most important person aside from J. Robert Oppenheimer, whose name is Edward Teller. Like those two, J. Edward Oppenheimer and Edward Teller, were incredibly influential in the Manhattan Project. And it was Edward Teller who directly recommended Bob Lazar for the job. And they were desperate to be able to make advancements on this technology.
Word, alright. Yeah, it is coming back to me a little bit. Alright, let's finish it because it's getting late.
What is this bullshit of getting late? We didn't even watch like the whole thing.
Well, it's like 2 a.m. where normal people are sleeping.
Yeah, dog.
And Bob is not making himself look too great for people studying this.
Why do you think that?
I mean, he just went like, oh, the picture of the hanger, that was Google Earth. And then the guy was like, no, dude, it was a real photo from the guy that we were FaceTiming when we were making the movie. And I was like, oh yeah. And then another thing, he was like, oh yeah, what flag? And then the producer guy was like, remember the American backwards flag thing? And he was like, oh yeah, that. Like, this is not helping him. Forgetting shit that happened.
Dog, he's drinking whiskey at the same time. Cut him some slack.
I know, I'm just saying it's not the best. Well, when you are forgetting your own story. But nevertheless. Why would Joe Rogan insist on ending the podcast?
He likes to keep these things to 3 hours.
Okay, fair enough.
You ask excellent questions. Like
Thanks.
yeah, definitely. The questions you're asking are like really great ones, and I don't have all the answers, but his story, especially because of all of the quirky people within the UFO community. I mean, you may not hear, but every single night I listen, and I have for like the last decade, to UFO stuff. If it's usually UFO stuff. Um, the where Bob Lazar used to do. Um, okay, so there's this guy named Art Bell who had this show called Coast to Coast AM, and if you ever watch in Joe Rogan's studio, there's you can see a poster of one person, and that's Art Bell. It's the only poster you can see, and it's on whenever they show the wide shot. And Joe Rogan loved this show as well. He said he used to listen to it when he was drive from the Comedy Store to his house, and he'd be like going through the different like the mountains and valleys and such, listening to like UFO tales, and it was fascinating. Um, all right, so Bob Lazar would only do interviews. Like nobody would give this guy an interview. He can't just go on CNN. They don't. Nobody would talk to him. Um, but like this guy Art Bell would, who did this overnight show, and then Art Bell eventually sold that show to Clear Channel, which became iHeart and like the largest radio conglomerate in the United States. And I listen to that show still to this day. I've been listening to that show for 30 years. Not every single night of my life, because sometimes I fall asleep and stuff, but like huge amounts. There's a reason I listen to KFI uh, and have for years, which is an LA station. It's because they carry Coast to Coast AM. If they stopped carrying Coast to Coast AM, I would listen to something else. I'd listen to whatever Coast to Coast AM is on. That is how obsessed I am about this radio station or this radio program. I've called into the radio program in the past. I've been on the show on my stream. And the reason why I'm so dedicated to the show is because they had Bob Lazar on. Like, that's how connected I am. When Bob Lazar first came out or whatever, I didn't know because I was only like 4 years old. But as I got older, maybe about 10 years old, well, maybe a little older, I started to just want to learn about this kind of stuff. And sometimes on like the Discovery Channel or something, they'd have some kind of special about like what's going on in secret locations of the United States, and they might mention him or whatever. I really got into the story though about 20 years ago, 19, 20 years ago, 20 years ago or so. And then I saw the Disclosure Project, and I was like, no way, this is all true. And then it just blew my mind, like, dude, that means that time travel could be real. That means that traveling faster than the speed of light could be real. You know, Riser, if you really want to know, I wanted to dedicate myself, nothing religiously, I had no intentions to be a rabbi ever at any time. I was just basically a student who wanted to change the world in one way or another. And I wanted to get behind a topic. And there were three that came to mind that were really important to me. One was ending female genital mutilation. Two was ending male genital mutilation, which was difficult, especially in my community, because of the symbol of the covenant that is the bris, the circumcision. And the third was the moon. I thought the moon was such an amazing, the Apollo program was such an amazing accomplishment at the time that I wanted to dedicate my entire life to one of these topics that I felt could better the world. And then I started getting into the moon and learning how that was what happened with the Apollo program. And that broke my heart because it was like one of these things to which I wanted to dedicate my life was gone. And I got pushback within my community about circumcision, how we've been doing it for thousands of years, and there's no way I'm going to be able to change that. It happened to me. It happened to my forefathers, and it's kind of like this this ingrained abuse that we don't recognize because it happens to us at such a young age. And then I started, and then the female genital mutilation came about through an episode of Oprah, that I thought, well, what is this? What are they doing in Africa where they're like hurting these women and like sewing up their vaginas based on like their virginity and things like that, and causes infections and kills them. And I wanted to dedicate and I should say I wanted to also dedicate my life to ending malaria. So at one time I traveled to our nation's capital, Washington D.C., for some conferences put on by some basically just uh, uh, professors from Yale and some other institutions of higher education in the United States. And um, I was really impacted by that, like how I could help the world. And when I started to get into the moon, it was like, wow, I've been lied to this whole time. And then I got into that transferred me to get into aliens to some extent, though not immediately. Like when I would learn about these things, I didn't have a guide who would be like, "Oh, you need to watch this, this, and this." There was none of that. Like you have me, and I know the answers to for like 90% of your questions. I can be like, "Oh yeah, it's because of this and this and this," because I've been through this and I know the stories very well. This didn't exist, or I didn't have a guide like this 20 years ago. It's infancy. There weren't a lot of resources to be able to learn about this stuff. And then I started learning about like fiat currency and things like that, and recognizing that like the world around me was more and more alive. And whenever I went to my just community, it was always like, uh, well, perhaps some of these things are correct, but in general, it's just like just religious people like to bury their heads in the sand sometimes, and that was hard for me. And then the Bob Lazar story was like something that was scientific, that like explained to me that there could be something real here. And um, I learned about Jeffrey Epstein about in and around this time as well. So like 2010 or so, after he had been prosecuted in Florida, and I would share what I knew with my closest friends, but that was always seen as just like, wait, you're saying that there's an island in the Caribbean where all the richest people in the world go? And I was like, yeah, and it's got blue stripes on it. And they'd be like, that's the most bunk shit we've ever heard. And that was just like, like basically you didn't want to. And then on top of that, there was the Edward Snowden issue, where I knew about that before it happened, and I would tell everyone who would listen to me about the Project Prism and Spectre and the Five Eyes Alliance, and everybody was like, "We have a Fourth Amendment. What are you talking about?" It was just I kept getting rejected and rejected and rejected, but then these people would come back to me years later and say, everything that you told me back then seemed like such bullshit, but it actually turned out to be exactly right. I can't believe it. Like, I'm so sorry. And I would be like, no, I totally understand. I had to, like, I still feel badly for some of the friends who would talk to me about aliens, at least just even like the idea that they could exist, and I would just dismiss it. And then that's why when I like now as an adult, and I talk to people about life extension technology, and I tell them like, you might be able to be perhaps if you want, an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But I want you to know that the potential of digital immortality may be real. That's not science fiction. That's the same shit that, in my opinion, that's like when I talked about Epstein's Island. That's like when I talked about Edward Snowden. It's just like I'm ahead of the curve on this shit. And for Bob Lazar, his story has maintained uh, extreme consistency, and it's like one of the rocks of my life that, uh, not because of him, but because to know that there's more out there and that this type of science could exist. And actually, what he was working on, Project Galileo, isn't perhaps, it's maybe I think a little cooler than perhaps Project Sidekick, which is the beam weapon. But the cooler of both of them is Project Looking Glass, and the idea of being able to see into the past. And I talked about this with you previously and other people, but allegedly that technology was given perhaps by some other extraterrestrial uh, civilization to the President of the United States, and it's stored at the 30 at the Scottish Rite Lodge in Washington D.C. in the museum there, and it's just like it's not like in a secret. It's like behind glass. I've been in front of it, but I've not been inside. Um, and that's just absolutely fascinating to me. I'm like what we're talking about, and I know you want to go to bed, and I understand. And when you join this Discord as a member, I get some quotes there, and one of them is Arthur C. Clarke's, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic." And that's what we're talking about here is real life magic. It's absolutely fascinating to me, and I'm glad that you recognize how exciting, well, how important these discussions are. It's depressing to know that like we live in a world where these things are kept as a secret, but it's a look underneath the it's a look inside a portal that's very exciting. So thank you for coming to this with an open mind, and um, you asked really great questions, and thank you again. I know I said it earlier, but I want to reinforce. Thank you so much for streaming these things. I really appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to any of that, but my name is Luke.
And I told your mother this, and I'm absolutely right. You're very funny. You're very funny. Have you ever thought about doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, just
Doug,
for shits, I guess.
Doug, you could be a killer.
Just so I can, yeah, go up against the James Dean comedy.
You have 3 years of eligibility. We went through and read Zoot and I read the qualifications. You have to be an Australian resident, Australian permanent resident, or you could work, or you could have like a student exemption. So all we'd have to do is get you into some kind of Australian university, and then you could perhaps, take on the
a lesbian poet.
Goliaths of the beat poet and Zoot.
Yeah, I would love that.
Wouldn't it?
We should both actually.
Oh, one day perhaps. Wouldn't it be interesting if we did, and Zoot just destroyed us? He just went up there and killed, and we got crickets.
Yeah, no, I feel like it'd be a good data set to acquire for humanity. We can verify, just engage, just how bad or good, or like the scene of the Australian, whatever district of Australia he's in from.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, well, I know it's late, and I appreciate you watching this with me. So I guess that means we have to have a third Bob Lazar night. Tomorrow night we have to watch the movie. It's called Bob Lazar, S4, and UFOs, and then we have, or whatever it's called, Flying Saucers or something, and then we have to watch this one afterwards.
Isn't the S4 one like one of the worst movies ever?
No, let me explain. There are three of them. There's one just called S4. That's the worst one ever. I'm not saying we watched that one. There's another one that Jeremy Corbell did that he was promoting with Bob Lazar the previous time. And that one's called something like Bob Lazar, S4, and Flying Saucers. And then this one is just called, I think, Bob Lazar and S4. They all have very similar names.
So we're watching like the sequel.
No, tomorrow night we're watching the Jeremy Corbell one first, God willing, and then we're gonna watch the one that Bob Lazar promoted most recently. So we're watching the one with Jeremy Corbell, the one he promoted the first time he was on Joe Rogan first, and then we're watching this one.
And the Jeremy Corbell one is good?
Yeah, that one's really good right here.
You haven't seen it?
No.
You claim you're Bob Lazar's #1 fan, and you haven't seen the Jeremy whatever documentary
Corbell
movie?
I should say I think I started it and just maybe just was doing something else at the time, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so perhaps I would like to watch it in more depth, and perhaps I wasn't a secret executive producer on it, and I just am in conjunction with the United States government not to reveal my true role in the film. So this is my cover story. And in the meantime, you may be having an affair, a secret affair with a flight instructor. Who knows? That
was my other question. When Bob took his wife in the RV to prove that spaceships are real or whatever, was that before she had the affair?
No, I think it was after, while she was having the affair.
Okay. And what did she say after she saw him? Like, oh, that's flying saucer's cool, but I've been cheating on you the
last. Something along those lines. I know for Bob Lazar.
I guess you weren't having an affair.
I know for wouldn't that, you bring up a really good point. Oh wait, you weren't having an affair, and I was. Oops. I think that the whole see, yeah, exactly. That's a really important point. I think that that Bob Lazar, it's a very painful subject for him. To some extent, he's gotten better to talk about it, but before he would just talk about it's just painful to think about, and I understand that. You've got to understand this guy's been put through the ringer. He lost his job. He had an affair. He had his life threatened. He had to be up at all kinds of hours. They had the whole hooker prostitution. What is it? Starts with a P. Pandering. Thank you. And like once he gets fired from there, nobody would touch him in terms of working as in like, what do you say? I worked at the super secret base, and like nobody's gonna believe his story. Like in 1993, like they'd be like, "You're wild, get out of here." And he had to start his own business. I want to say he had another business before. Oh, look who it is, Zoot. I'm glad to see you. How's your friend? Zoot. Zoot, Zoot, I want you to know that we care about you and we love you, and you're our friend, and you'll get through this tough time, okay?
Josh isn't really know this.
In the future, yes, perhaps.
Yeah, I just made a talk machine and $15 million, so I just put it.
Well, boy, do I have a project for you. It's called Project Looking Glass, and if you had stayed in here, you would know more about it than you knew previously.
I want two for the umbrella.
You want more than that, but okay, what do you want, Zoot?
What do you think is more realistic? More probable. Time travel? Or going to an alien civilization really far away?
Both, I think, are very realistic. Which one's more realistic? Which one's easier? I think they're of equal. I think they're probably of equal. Maybe because once you can time travel, you can do like whatever you want. Uh, yeah. But then traveling far distances, if you can harness the energy and have the materials to be able to deal with the environment, that's not that hard either.
I think physics would say, what I know about physics, they would say an alien civilization living on a planet. Alien civilization is more likely.
Okay. That's all right.
I mean,
Zoot, how's your friend? Did he come over?
Yes, man.
Did he come over?
Yeah.
Did he learn that you're a shitty mini golf player? Zoot. 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 Again. Zoot, you haven't told me much about your... Zoot, can you hear me? Riser, can you hear me? You guys can't hear me? Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Riser, can you...
Alright, so Terrence McKenna basically said that when you unlock time travel, you basically instantly unlock the end state of the universe. And time as a process that collapses into a final state. Let's unpack it carefully. The core idea he was getting at. McKenna didn't describe time travel in a conventional sci-fi sense, like jumping between dates. Instead, he implied that if time is a process moving toward a final state, then fully understanding or accessing time means touching that final state instantly. So in his framing, time is not random, time is not linear, time is being pulled toward an endpoint. He often called this endpoint the eschaton, the end of history moment, a kind of infinite novelty of total information. Why unlocking time travel equals unlocking the end state? The logic goes like this. Time is a system with direction, not just forward movement, but movement towards increasing complexity and novelty. There exists a final attractor, a point where all novelty is realized, all information is present, all boundaries collapse. If you could move freely in time, then you are no longer bound by the flow towards that end state. Therefore, you could jump directly to that end state of the universe. Here's the key leap McKenna makes. The moment time travel becomes possible, the distinction between now and the end collapses because the future is already there, and accessing it means the process is effectively complete. The deeper, more subtle interpretation, McKenna wasn't necessarily, we'll build a time machine and boom, universe over. He was suggesting time itself is the kind of unfolding computation, and full access to it reveals the entire output instantly. So time is unfolding, time travel is stepping outside the unfolding, and outside the unfolding equals seeing the whole structure at once. Why this feels paradoxical. Your intuition is correct to flag this as strange because if the end is reachable and someone reaches it, then why doesn't everything instantly become that end? McKenna leans into this paradox, implying that the end state might be so strange it can't be integrated gradually. It might collapse to clarity of meaning or information. His related idea, the compressance of novelty, believe that novelty, newness, complexity, and information was increasing, accelerating, and headed towards final explosion. So time travel is not just movement, but arrival at maximum novelty. One-line interpretation. If time is the process of becoming everything, and time travel is the realization that everything already is. Grounding this from a scientific standpoint, there is no evidence that time works this way. Physics doesn't support this, and philosophical, psychedelic metaphysics is not testable, but it's a conceptual model.
I have a question. Are you ready to ask it to the AI?
Yeah, I can ask it. What's the question?
Okay, so if time travel is a real thing, what happens with it's called the grandfather paradox? What happens if you go in time and kill your grandfather? What happens then?
How are you assessing time travel?
We just watched a documentary on advanced, or like the Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar, but we were talking about right before you came in, Project Gemini, or Project Galileo, which had to do with advanced propulsion, traveling faster than the speed of light. We were learning about Project Sidearm, which or something like that, which had to do with particle beam weapons, and then Project Looking Glass, which potentially had to do with time travel.
So this has just been our conversation. About 6 months.
Yeah.
Just with scientific research.
Correct.
Today's that is good test.
Brother, can you ask me another question?
No, answer mine first.
Do you know what the best selling Pokemon game of all time is?
How do Pokemon, like the blue one, the red one, the yellow one, the gold one?
Yeah, Hot Gold is actually. Yeah, Hot Gold.
It's the gold one?
Yeah. The remake is gold.
Riser, are you there?
I was muted. Fuck. What's up?
What did it say about the grandfather paradox?
A bunch of shit.
Okay, well, read it to us.
It's saying that it just won't allow you to edit. There's like multiple options. It just won't allow you to edit the paths, like the gun or jam or something. Or it'll split into multiple universes or if time travel is real, the grandfather paradox one of these must be true. You are always part of the past, and there's no real change possible. Or 2, changing the past creates a new timeline. Or 3, you can't interact enough to change anything. Or 4, physics forbids paradoxes entirely. The paradox isn't a puzzle, it's a constraint on reality. And a universe that allows backward time travel must also include mechanisms that prevents logical contradictions.
Do you want to know which one I think it is? I think it's the one that doesn't let you interact with anything that would have a tangible result in the future.
No, I mean, I feel like you could go back in the past and kill yourself, or your grandfather or whatever, and you would stop existing. But you get to do that action like one time, but it's like at one point in time you're going to be in. The problem is kind of like time will exist. It's the Pokemon thing that you can easily Google.
Can human consciousness travel faster than the speed of light, or consciousness itself travel faster than the speed of light? And does consciousness have weight? Is there mass behind consciousness, or does consciousness have no weight?
It's too quick.
Okay, so go ahead with the most of the sort of 3 shots, and go ahead and play perfect 3 shots after the 6.
Understood.
Actually, since you're very local, I think it's going to be I don't know, automatically.
I don't think the last question you're going to answer.
Actually, it's actually it doesn't have to be the argument, but it could be.
Does consciousness have weight? The first question, faster than light, no evidence. Consciousness is tied to brain process, which obeys physical limits of the speed of light. Does consciousness not have weight? No, consciousness itself doesn't have weight. Only the physical brain that produces it as mass.
Can consciousness break the realms of physics and time travel?
Dude, you're gonna have to ask Ellen here. I'm trying to go to sleep and I have an egg on my eye.
Why do you have an egg on your eye?
Egg on my eye.
Why do you have an egg on your eye? Yo, what does that mean? What does egg on your eye mean?
And then boil the egg in water, melt in the water,
Why did you do that?
do you know what a sty is, or a shalazium?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, I get those sometimes. What did you think of the notion that I presented about unlocking time travel amongst the end state of the universe? Alright, so your mic's up.
What up, Tim? What's happening this weekend? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, Pokemon Show is a lot different than Pokemon Card. Whose birthday? Who? Who's Greg Eden? Oh, yeah. Okay, did you tell him I hope he has a great day on my behalf?
He said that before what's next.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Smash Bros.
An old Cohen keeps the others not there. Even a young Cohen, but the nice sectors of the Russian Cain beats the Hara. Cain beats the Hara Mitsuya, the Shah.
What are you on right now?
Hangover or Anchorman? Anchorman or Booster? Anchorman or Don't Be Offended? Anchorman or White Chick?
Anchorman.
Anchorman or Scary Movie 1? Anchorman or Propaganda?
I can't.
Anchorman or Anchorman or Napoleon Dynamite?
No, wait. Okay. Damn, Anchorman.
Anchorman or Step Brothers? Anchorman or Waterboy? Anchorman or Billy Madison? Anchorman or Beverly Hills Cop? Anchorman or Talladega Nights? Would you say Anchorman is the greatest comedy of all time?
I don't know that it was, but it's nostalgic for me. My mom and I watched it a lot growing up.
What's a better
What age is too old to go to nightclubs?
I think he was too old.
We are talking about.
What the fuck is this shit? Riser. Dude, no wonder Zoot's brain is in the garbage. Listen to what he listens to. Zoot, Anchorman or Napoleon Dynamite? Napoleon Dynamite or Step Brothers? Dog, that girl answered a lot faster. Can you imagine Zoot in one of those things? He'd just be sitting there asking, just quiet, like, dude, tell us the answer. Dog, Anchorman or Step Brothers? Napoleon Dynamite or Step Brothers? Napoleon Dynamite or Napoleon Dynamite or 50 Shades of Grey? All right. What up, Chi-Boy? How you living, pimp? Chi-Boy. Dude, is Napoleon Dynamite your favorite movie ever? Okay, take care, Zoot. I hope you have a good night. Yeah, what up, Chi-Boy? How you living, pimp? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every day is a feast. Thankfully, what's good in your neighborhood, son? All right. Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to what?
I said I was trying
Okay.
So it's Mr. Mrs. Never. It's fascinating that today we're accepting that children for adults. Like the parents and the parents just have a first name. It's obviously it's a cycle. It's a cycle. So it's just fascinating how these norms, right? Norms change. Respect norms in general. Respect is a different culture. So it's interesting that you might see that if you're, it's fascinating idea.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Rabbi Lazar's saying, Rabbi Yoshia, don't sit down there.
I've been live streaming in spaces for like a long time, but have I been talking in them? Not recently. The market's been down. There haven't been as many chill spaces recently, so I've just been chilling.
When I was a kid, we never did that. Might have liked that. So now
Yo, you're covering your mic, my man.
Okay.
Oh, you can. You sound so much better now. You sound so much better now.
Okay. I say that's why everywhere is looking dry or I don't know, somehow the market is just down. And yeah, everything's just there for now.
We're done.
Yeah, who is this random guy? Like your colleague or
It's just a person who streams their life in here. They're a friend.
Miss
So the reef process is done with the chest and the thigh and the sacrificial parts. So listen to this. Sit up. It says over here, the lapa had going the yad hadisha. Plus it says over here by the meat of the silver. The coin will take it from the hand of the woman. Sit also when it's in that shaman, no dog to the other. So, and again, he's the same notion of yad by shaman. What do we see from there? Mac and Cohen, just like over here, over here, by this open, Cohen is doing the Tufa, after Mahalon, Cohen, so too much Cohen, and it's also so Cohen, Umar Mahalon, Island, and just like that, Cohen, who's doing the Tufa together with the Cohen? It's the owners of the pipeline, and Byron. So to be a nice soda. It's the owners. Ultimately says how does that work? Many of you the coin places his hands underneath the his hands and then waves together. Say the look. It's like Zero Shabbat comes from the Sota to teach us that halacha l'maisa not only is tznufa being done, but tznufa is being done with the coin together with the owner of the car, but in this case, the soul. Incredible. In it, the English, Hamas, how you match that? So, we offered up the comments, then she would drink, and then they would offer up the minhag. So what's that? So the mission is inherently contradictory, because the way the mission reads initially, it sounds like the minhag has been offered up when? Before she drinks. And then the Mishnah says, the milk is being offered up only after she drinks. So which one is it? Which the Gemara says, after all, I don't understand. You're making it sound like she drinks and then she already offered. Haki comes in to say, over something for us be soda. So There's a class. Let's say, obviously, we're lopping off the front part of the class. It's like the way. The front part of the class says it brought early into V-fast with the base on English. And then transferred into all three shows. We're skipping a little bit ahead. So now again, Havid to Nufa. Like William Classic. Hegish, also it's Hegish, bringing the carbon near to the Mizbeach. So then again, that's before offering. Bringing the carbon closely to the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. Next, Chametz, taking the pizza, like a few finger holes, that's actually off the right. Hiktir, ultimately offering above the pizza. The Hashar, and then the rest is lit by the pines. That is the process for Kunitsa. Uvashka, we thought the Yom Rabbi. I will say, so everyone agrees, everyone agrees in the class of ceremony. That's what's my point, yes. My point is if you're drinking something, and when one thing is very good. So that's Yom Rabbi. That's enough of this Yom Rabbi. Rabbanon Sabi, Rabbanon Hol, Mashka, the Akakaf, Naki, that's the Kasam, Rabbanon Hol, ultimately again, drinks, and then she offers up the Shin Saba, Maklik, as Mikasa, the Akakaf, Mashka, Shine'emar, the Akakaf, Yashka. So
that's one way to do it. You just have your ball. You can also throw the ball as far as you can. Those regulars come. That'd be a dribble. And it takes to another level. You gotta get it in the face. It's a different thing. Yeah, here we go. But he has that chin protector on. He's just flailing. Yeah, you can tell it's a bit of a fight. Yeah, but you see, he puts him composed though. A little bit. Lopez like, yeah, you're not even going to feed you that. Oh, that would hurt. Yeah, I guess you don't mess up your hand either. The backhand. Yeah, see, I don't know what to do. Just flail. Even as good an athlete as he is, we do. Back to. Boom! But see, he's protected then. Yeah, no harm, no foul. It's great. Do you ever see when Otani got in? Because he doesn't want violence or he goes. And he looks at the man, his bench goes, oh, he's like this. And they goes on the glass. That's how you do it. Easy. Come in. I did a game with him. Just to get out. Because next pitch, I'm going to send to the moon. Okay? I'm going to send to Lady Bye. Anything about it? I love the difference because with this guy Kyrgios, who's a tennis player who was so talented, beyond talented, and he would let his mind take him. So as a result, he was no, he never did it. And Rafa said, do you think that Rafa? They said, do you think if you guys had together, and he goes, if what do you mean? If I was, this, every time you get mad, your energy goes over here and not. Let's bring up Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, because I'm very happy with this. He ain't that a bitch, so he sleeps with them. And then they just produce the kid. He's always that's a fair. It was like Daniel Joe's papa. He does. And he looks fairly natural. You're so stupid. But hold on. You can tell he loves his son. That's his boy.
Let's go back. So the question says like this.
Let's see what we got. That's a natural bodybuilding tournament. I think it looks natural to me. Yeah. Right. What'd you say? Is that fair? Really? Don't you think? Natural bodybuilder. I've seen guys like that. Right, Brian's just. It's not used like that. It's not that ring though, right? Yeah, it's pretty good. What do you think? He's young, too, man. Compared to his papa, too. Well, he's trying to be like his dad. It's great. It's awesome. Yeah. We're better to learn from. The only reason why I buy Hummer, if they were allowed to buy Hummers, is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
was the very first civil man to get his license into the United States.
I didn't know that.
He has some badass homes. Well, he's 28, so a little more than I thought.
Yeah. You're not going to go anywhere unless you're on all the drugs nowadays, but
no, Jim, bring up his dad at 28.
Boy, that whole scandal. You can't get your maid pregnant. And he was like, no, you know what? I'm going to just wait and run for governor.
So that's about 26.
Yeah, he was special.
It's a different.
They hate him. He couldn't have looked better back then. Long legs.
But also had big calves. I guess his son was going to hurt him with his calves, but God bless him for doing it. Jesus Christ. Biceps are awesome, too.
Fantastic. Handsome, too. Just a great face.
His son looks like him in the face.
He's a big Austrian. He's a big, handsome Austrian.
His mom was like drunk. One day he was a dog.
Yeah.
That's very similar. Coach Schott, Schwarzenegger. He definitely had those two nights back.
Now I think in Terminator, Arnold, you see Arnold's dick in the shadow, and he's got a piece of him, and I appreciate that. He did a lot of fucking, you know that in Venice, California back in the day. Right? So
he owns fucking Santa Monica. He
did, well, I should say he did all the fucking, that's what it was. Sorry, he's doing well. I don't know if that's a real picture. That's but it's pretty, but I hope it is. Yeah.
There's his late maid.
Yeah, him walking. Let me see. Yeah, there you go.
Could there be a better time for a human being when Arnold was?
This is the gayest podcast in terms of like, not in a like way. I mean, like dudes who like talking about other dudes' dicks. It's like the biggest. Like, I'm surprised they don't have a bigger homosexual following. All these guys do is talk about how tall a guy is, how big his dick is, packing all that bullshit.
Yeah. Just a little less muscular.
His son goes on to do some cool shit. Spencer Pratt, he's now number 2 in the world race. And people are freaking out. Apparently some writer from LA Times harassing him, trying to think where his kids go to school, his favorite restaurant.
Spencer Pratt.
This person in LA Times is trying to do it. How could you not vote? This is my thing. When people are like, how can you vote for Trump? How can you vote for Spencer Pratt? Well, the alternative was Kamala Harris, which is insane. The alternative to Spencer Pratt is Karen Bass. So you're not giving us...
Who is Spencer Pratt? I'm so sorry.
Comes back from the Lucy or the Good and Beast, one of those reality TV series on MTV. He was kind of like a reality star. Like he came up in LA. He's a smart kid. His girlfriend, Heidi, was big on that show. He was a character on the show. You gotta think about, was that 4 years of his life when he's 16 in high school? You know? And when the fire started, that's when he was like, fuck this. Because his place got burned down. He was like, Karen Bass did not do a good job. I'm going to do this.
How is it going with that? The majority in the supermajority in Sacramento. Anytime you have the supermajority of anything, especially a bunch of socialists, it's not going to work out. I mean,
you're crazy if you don't think he's...
America's dead. There's the business community's dead because those people are so hostile to anybody who's an entrepreneur. You know, and it's these city councils.
It's still pretty far away, though. She's 25%, he's 11.
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck you can continue to work for us. It's insane. And again, they might be saying the same shit I am. Like, it's either her or Spencer Pratt, the kid from fucking MTV.
Right. Oh, this shit was fucking wild. It's a bus driver who ignored the train crossing. Did you see this part? No. This one's insane. Also, just keep watching. Tell me the kids are no, they're fine. I mean, they're fine physically, but mentally they're fucked. Oh boy. Do you see how close that was? Look at how close this is. What's wrong with this fucking bus driver? Well, the cars in front of him, but now you're going down. No, you're not supposed to. Oh, man. Look at that, dude. That is his job. And that would have been. As soon as that bus driver's going to lose their job, I'll actually sit in jail. Here's what's crazy, too, is when I was a kid, I rode the bus. There's no seatbelt. I was thought about that. Like, we just assume it's the big bus, and we'll be fine with it. Inertia now they have seatbelts. Yeah. Now they have seatbelts. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I can't believe they went so low without seatbelts. Buses still smell the same. I dropped Boston tea off at the bus support. They still smell exactly the same. Just seatbelts now. Yep. They had that same law, right? I mean, of course, seatbelts are very necessary, but they have the same law if your car is this many years, you don't need a seatbelt. You know, like classic cars, certain ones don't have to pass emissions tests because that's when they're paid. Shut up. That is crazy. Well, the driver, since the driver arrested him.
Just the worst fucking podcast. It's so bad. That guy's got a hug.
Bottom line, the defendant not guilty between Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanon in our mission. So let's say memory well. So what are they arguing about? Specifically, again, the order of mincha versus drinking, right? The Rabbanon hold ultimately again drinking and then mincha, Rabbi Shimon holds mincha and then drinking. We now see also that Rabbi Shimon has this expanded discussion as well. I'm saying that maybe three things have to happen prior to the truth. Number one, the mincha, right? Number two, the erasure, and number three, shvuah. Here's the word says, the line from the thing. So it's like you integrate what is goodness between the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Let's look at Rashi. This is first wide line of Rashi. Rashi the line from the thing. And this is like ليس ينطق بالإشارة شمالية من ربي الشمال. الغابة عبارة عن أشياء كويسة. What is the focus that we shouldn't might come to so what's the place? What's the Number two, the Akar Dash.
10-6 was immediately fired and later arrested. Sham faces 29 felony counts of child abuse. It's a felony. It's like driving negligence. It's an account. It's a one count per child. What she said. She said, not gonna stop for no trade. Right. We kind of have to. Okay, well, we can't have you driving a bus anymore. Guys, take a little break. I want to talk about O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. And I mean all of them. And whether you're a car expert or a novice like me, they are there for you. They have the accessories in stock or either in store or online. You never have to worry if you're in jam.
One-stop shop for everything you need. The professional parts people, O'Reilly Auto Parts, one-stop shop. Auto do yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. They have everything. So stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. This is Like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. TV is always free. TV, stream now, pay never.
Like drunk, hungover, she doesn't look like life is going that quick for her. So, you know,
She says,
anyway, imagine how bad you'd be at her if your kids got bad left, right? So much worse. Those kids they're scarred, man. My bad is I never lived for now. They'll be their kids forget about it tomorrow. You know what? It's scarred to Jim. Wait till you have kids, Jim. They're not scarred. Those kids aren't scarred. Also, I don't like that kind of talk, scarred. Like, then now they can't move forward. No. You know, some kids, something will happen. But I'm sure they're like, the definition of scarred is different between you. To me, it's like it's going to be a memory. A scar is like that's something that's always physically. It's not going to like this. It's unavoidable. It depends on the kid too, though. Because nothing happened. If something happens, you just fuck that. Never get on the bus again. Tired, like, get on the fucking. In life, you're gonna have close calls. I love that. Steve Burns joke is like, when my girl's like, I can't believe what almost happened. It's like, nothing is almost, she just kept trying. She shouldn't have tried in the first place. What else we got? This is Jake Paul on Venus Podcast again, and this is just some stuff about him talking about Mike Perry and Nick Diaz.
Mom's life, rest in peace, strike her down, God. Nate Diaz is the lightest and worst puncher I've ever fought. I never say the word, but I think it's like super offensive. I would never say it. When you see someone that's been like, it's just hard to like comprehend what they're saying. If he beats Barry, I want Nate in MMA. I think it's gonna happen. Do you think he could beat Barry? Yeah. They're just such both unique guys. What's the program you have with the charity? Parents of autistic children giving them like a day off. That's why this fight is awesome. Is like their parents are both gonna get hella days off. I mean, I don't see it, but yeah, I think they're fucking smart. I think they got the toughest fucking autism that there exists. I wish I had that touch gloves test on, you know, that's what I'm if they were starting a company, would you invest in it? Great. It's a body, and they're the daytime. I'm pretty sure it's like, if it were like a dog catching business, fuck yeah, bro. If it's like, doing taxes and shit, bro. If it's fucking getting your money back from somebody down the street business. And he take my money, fella, you got it. I mean, dude, there's a female finally.
Diaz was so funny. No, he's the best. Because he had Nate Diaz on, which is probably the best interview you see with Nate Diaz because he felt comfortable. And so you get the real Nate Diaz, who's actually like a silly, fun guy. And then you have fucking Jake Paul, who's a savage. And they just had, he was that huge country singer. She's super pretty. Yeah, he had her on. She's like, have you seen her version? No. Oh, because you'll see Nate, when the cameras aren't on, he's hanging out as a sweetheart. He's a sweetheart. Then you see a little bit of that in the face. He's not a bad person. It's great. Yeah. And she's actually like amazing to her. Her songs, her music is awesome. She's huge. Some people have it all. God gives them both hands, you know what I'm saying? God said, you know what, we're just going to make you beautiful and give you this voice and a work ethic and talent. Okay, go. Look at her. That's her right there with the glasses. Yeah. That's right. And that's her over there, too. That's her everywhere. I bet you've heard her song. I can't tell. She's from Texas. I can tell she's from Texas. She's from Texas, I can tell by the way. Yeah. She's just said, I mean, she's fantastic. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Dude, crush. I don't know, this is too violent, so not that one. Too violent. I'm gonna see it, dude. People are gonna cry about this, I know. Okay, this is revenge. People will be mad that the guy's stuck up for himself a job over there. People get sensitive sometimes. Hold on, you'll watch out. This happens.
Everyone is back to facing. By the way, what we have is so obvious. Two Rishkas, one for Achayashka, one is a promise. Rishka, Achayashka, Rishka. Let's go through it once more. Rabbi Shimon. So let's just go in order. Rabbi Shimon, first Rishka, teaches me, order and from Mincha, should the evidence okay. Achayashka, Mincha, and then drinking. Third Rishka, then if you're facing hardship. And she says, I'm not sure that when we do, fourth or drink. Havanan, issue number one, which by Kira, drink before Mincha, like Achar Yashka teaches me, if you erase the culture, but you have to erase it, right? You have to go ahead and make sure it's released. And the issue number three, the phrase is, if you erase it, and she says, I'm not drinking before Mincha. I'm very smart. Good. Here's what I said. So that, yeah, keep on. Not close enough. Come back to this.
I love it.
Exactly.
The difference was he got it. Looks like he hit him. He got him, yeah. But there's not, obviously, it's not too many details. It's just like somewhere out, right? Even here, somewhere down there. So, yeah, got him. So, working is robbed by two thugs. Make sure they never rob again, dude. That's because he killed him. Let's see. This is okay. So, this guy was wanted for a job interview. And he said no, he essentially got it. So he's basically a spy. I think wanted to ask him a question so to see if he was a spy or not.
I was in the process of saying when we get like a lot of impulse candidates, particularly North Koreans, like voting is like people that they're not. So one of the tests that we do is trying to get them to say something like Kim Jong-un is a fellow. Could you say that for me? So if they're Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If you could, because it's one of the tests I know that you're not North Korean.
That even says, why would you really this case? Understand. The whole course of the new soul that looks like test it.
Well, that's what you gotta do.
She said, that's a pretty good thing.
Even if you're in a regular interview, like they said, to say that about Donald Trump, you wouldn't want to say it anyway, right? Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, but that's just say by the Iranian leader or Saddam Hussein, easily say, I'm just saying sometimes you just don't want to say certain things either. Maybe I think he's obviously, they asked him, civilization. 2 weeks. It's a cute little pig, but anyways, the baby was crying all over the place. Some people were crazy artists, so they actually kicked off the families. That's why it's so funny. That's so fucking assholes. Just people love kids. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up that you kicked it. That would make me so mad. I would sue. How are they allowed to do that? Get off of me. A bunch of bitches, man. I want a flight to catch and get home and work. To see if it's making noise. Flying on the biggest assholes. You've heard some people make excuses saying, like, oh, someone has an auditory issue. I know. Trying to take off. You're a fuck. can't wait for the next plane. Yeah, I think it's funny. I'll stop lying if you're fucking. It's just like,
But again, that is effectively an admission power.
I think that's it.
What does it matter?
Well, because
I'll just read this in a step.
We're on California this weekend, guys. Friday, Saturday, come see me. Irvine, California, Irvine Improv, Dallas, Texas. I'm in Heights Comedy Club. April 4th. My boys from East, Dallas Diesel, you're gonna give them that show. Great. Fernando and all those others might have a truck crew. I'll give it to the best. They live in Dallas. I'll say come to the show. I'll see you. Brother, the whole crew's coming. Tell them to come by. Come say hi. Honolulu, Hawaii. April 30th, May 1st. Yeah. Bye, kids. This is the Fine Kid. We're out.
It's the worst podcast in the history of podcasts. Is it? It's so bad. Bob. So bad. Bob.
Everyone's gonna have a great day, everyone.
Is it Bob? Why? Man, I've got this dog. Peace. What's worse? This may be even a worse podcast. I've never, ever recognized worse, like people who don't care.
She says, let's do an Airbnb. Let's do a themed Airbnb. So I go like this. No.
A few days later, I go to the house. There is rock on the wall. Bro, there is a train coming out of the wall.
Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. So show you your stuff, just rebrand it out. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the
Hey, Chris, you're tie-tie today?
Oh my God, bro. Bro, I don't know what the fuck I, well, you know how you just make those plays in my eye. I woke up and today, I'll be this awake, but only because I can't wake up, dude.
So this episode's on air because I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Couldn't really go back to sleep.
You're Australian?
I know. I had this install. Yeah, and I was like, fuck it, let's just do it this morning. I've cut all my hands. I'm so tired from I have 5 shots of espresso right here.
Wow, wait, so you cut your hands wide?
Just dealing with the engine in the
night. Okay, well, all right, well, how about this? You know, yesterday I was in Austin. Yeah, so Sunday night. Oh, yeah, like he responds. Yeah, like you would. Yeah. And I'm like, whatever with you. I'm still waiting on our dinner call. So Sunday night, I got into Austin Sunday night. I had to drive like 30 minutes out of the city to go to this, because I was shooting a movie. I've seen this movie, Brent Pella, he's another guy, Green, him and Aristotle, Blake Weber on Instagram. They're making this movie. I know a bunch of sketches with them, Mickey Howard, and then so they're making a movie. So they say, hey, can you come to the scene? So I had to fly in Sunday because to come do this. So I had to fly in Sunday, then up early in the morning, and then, you know, after we wrapped, I'm tired all day. Then I had to drive about an hour to the airport. Then I get to the airport, an hour home, and then I'm up in the morning, you know, and get home. Wolf was like, you don't care.
It's the tie-tie hour.
I got you. All of me.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, I got you beat. You've been waking up at 2:30. I went to bed last night. at 11. Woke up at 8:30. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, you have no excuse.
Yeah. So I got you beat because what's my body doing? I should be raring to go. You guys, I get it. You're tired. What's up with my body, though? I got you work out 7 hours and 50. No, I'll do it later, but it might be because, look, it might be because Saturday night I didn't get any sleep, 0. And maybe it's finally catching up to me, I guess. Welcome to your 40s. Yeah. But anyway, oh yeah, also I am 46. It's my birthday, so we all had birthdays now. We got through, right? 46? That's Bubba. Did you say it? Oh, no. I usually do that. You're good at it. Yeah. 46 birthday. Thanks. So I'm good. And I've been trying to wake up being like, what am I grateful for? And that's hard. Because I really start thinking about what I'm grateful for, and then I just start thinking of things that fucking annoy me. Oh, I'm just like you're almost me. We're kind of come from the same there, but like, what the fuck is it like being human? It's like, bro, does anybody wake up? You know those people that are just like, hell yeah, life, just live it. This is great. Yeah. How do you do that?
I did since I was a kid. I think you're born with it.
You do it?
I do it. I think you're born with it.
But you don't really do it. No, he was shaped into that. Yeah. You're not really that guy.
You experience a lot of negativity. You know, you carve a space in your head where it's like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with that anymore. And you live out your first space. Here, since I was in high school, college, before all this bullshit.
Yeah, but
even with the bullshit, even my wife's like, how do you not affect whatever's going on? She's like, how are you not affected? You know what I do? I think that about you too, though. Sometimes I think about that. I just go like, when you're just in an even keel mood, you're like, I'm like, how's he doing that? You know, because I would be like, if I had UFC powers, you understand? I would be beating a lot of people's ass. Well, I want to. Don't get it twisted. I want to. But I don't think I'll wake up happy in prison. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Or I would. Or even in prison. I just become like the ladies of Shawshank Redemption. And I'm trying to rape Andy DeFree.
Oh, yeah, the redhead guy.
Of all the characters to pick in that movie, why would you pick that
alpha gay?
Yeah, the alpha gay guy. You could have been Morgan.
Yeah. Could have been the white.
Could have been the old guy.
Could have been the guy who's actually a good guy that everybody's thinking.
You could have been
he wants to be the gay fucker.
I could have been the fresh fish. You could have been, you could have been get busy living, and this guy's like, nope, I'm jamming my cock in people's mouth.
Whether they like it or not.
Man, dude.
But yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit better this podcast because I know there's stuff at stake here. You know what I mean? And I know that I have to fucking, look, sometimes when people are tired, you got to do some extra lifting, and that's,
Yeah, because you saw that list of the utterances. No, because I put golden hour into the AI just to see, like, can the editing software find who's talking? So it had to list off how many.
The fact that they call it utterances.
So it gave me the list, and it was like Chris was like at 310. I was at 300. Brandon's over here at 100. And it's a spectator of the show at this point. I just wanted him alive because like I was like trying to get his reactions, and he's just I was laughing.
Look at this. Two utterances. I got 302 utterances. Even Nick had 7 utterances. Utterances, bro.
That's weird, like utterances. Okay, I gotta tell you guys something great. Alright, so.
And Nick had 7 utterances. Utterances, bro.
That's weird, like utterances. Okay, I gotta tell you guys something great. Alright, so.
Here comes an utterance.
Here's an utterance. So we took Rachel signed both of them for soccer. So we go to this place. This is like 2 to 2.5. So there's like a little area Just like regular cats.
Yeah.
Anything before 4.
So, so I did it with him. So I go out, Coach Nick comes out as his name. And he's like, all right, guys, And then, he's like, yeah, we're going to run back and forth. And I'm telling you right now, I had the greatest time of my life. And I just, at one moment, I was just in tears because I was like, I don't think I ever did this. You know what I mean? And just the way he was like, the things he was doing it because other kids. I saw other kids, a lot of kids were just like, get me out of here, And it's like, but for me, he was just in it, man, doing the obstacle course and kicking the ball and all this stuff.
And it's just started, Eric. It's just started.
I was told for 2 days, but, whatever, I'm gonna get there. You know what I mean? And then I read it with the teacher. You just put this picture, you have to. It's just me. You said that to me. I have that album. You said that to me. So the lady said, "Clear." Now, why? Because there's a lot of parents, and if all the parents come onto the field, it's a mosh pit, and okay.
But again, a regular Jew, any Jew, has an obligation
I gotta take a picture.
So
she's there too. So these two are just, and I have to be the guy. I gotta go, guys, you gotta regulate. I gotta go, guys. So, but they're getting mad at me. You know what I mean? They're getting mad at me. They're mad. Both of them. And my thing is like this. Hey. See all these parents over there? Well, they want to do it too. It's called being considerate.
Y'all ain't special.
You're not special.
No, not special.
You know what I'm saying?
I would walk back over to the stands, but like, okay, then it's you.
They don't just satisfy my obligations, but rather, again, much
I said, okay, you take it.
your mother's son and
And her mom fucking it up.
And it's just like, it ticks me off when they put you in this position where it's like, they got hair, it's all bad. Okay, great.
According to you, she has
It was still pink. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, I know what you like, really lobster.
Honestly, it's totally fine. And if you it's like taking back shots, you know what I mean?
Hey, Eric, did you tell your wife this ain't about you? ROTHSCHILD.
I said that, and then that's when they got mad at me. So they cried about those on the other side, and I was like, you don't see all these parents over here going like this, being like, no, all you gotta do is find your friend, go out there, and it's like, no! Good on you.
that's a tactic.
Good on you.
I can't stand having to be the responsible.
I think I would have probably
You know what it is? It's white privilege. It's white privilege.
I think I would have done literally both of the things. I think that if I was in your position, I would have been like, hey, come on. And I think that if I was in Rach's position, I'd be like, I think I might have grit.
But check it out. Chris, I know that. And that's why they say only one parent. Yeah, because we all, it's when you're watching 2-year-olds run around, it is adorable. So everybody's like, oh, I want to be so close to that. But it's like, hey guys, this ain't about you.
It's not about you. And then also, Eric, it's just practice, right? We're talking about practice. Yeah, it's like they can't even have a jersey number yet.
First of all, they're not even really doing soccer. The things they were doing had nothing to do with soccer. We're doing red light, green light. Yeah. I'm like, where's the soccer at, man? My kid was like, his wolf was like, they had like the little soccer net, and it was like 10 balls. He takes them all out and he kicks them all into the goal. One of them's playing like, Jesus! Coach Nick, what the hell are we doing over here?
Rachel was like, yeah, I'm trying to document it, but you won't let me.
But here you want to be careful because you can have some talent. And there's some jackass like, no, I could train him 4 days a week. For just $150. That's not going to work for me. It's going to show a glimpse of talent, and then it's off to the races. I've seen it a million times.
Eric's going to try to use his points up his credit card to get the fuck up.
Yeah, you take points, and then you take United $100. I'm calculating this out for you. You guys are joking. You guys are joking. I had a baseball hitting coach. He doesn't work with me for years. I guess what I would make is, man, I was thinking we could like trade out the privates for some truck parts. I need supercharger for my truck. I'm like, no, buddy. Just push it.
Oh, wow.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Wow.
Very simple.
Okay, here's an ashtray, thanks.
Says,
That's funny.
This race clear that Hashem likes it when I am kind to other people. Great. Now, once I know that, if I go ahead and I'm kind, even with expectations, where it's not the situation where it's not demanded of me, that's called the hustle. So he's pointing out that tzaddik is espousing a very similar idea, that a tzaddik is a person who lives up to expectations. A chassid is a person who surpasses expectations. Which I would say, by the way, you're speaking to see how becoming a chassid is not so much. Right? Otherwise, you'd be a tzaddik. You're not sure expectation. But to be the kind of chassid, I'll point out, by the way, it's not all the way that you could be a tzaddik in certain areas. And a chassid
Today we were driving here. I was with my kids. I was in the car, and they drove me up at Napa, and I dropped them off to the house. All that was whatever. It's we're making it an Airbnb, and it's awesome. It is. I gotta show you videos. No, it's unbelievable. I mean, as in what?
Just the whole delivery.
Yeah, I don't care. But yeah, it's like, I don't expect. I genuinely don't really know what's happening right now. I'm dead serious. Put in the school board, and then one. Can we just talk about the fucking thing? I don't care what you have to say. I just feel like I don't care.
It's fucking fine. I love it.
No, I don't expect you to like what I'm about to say. This is my whole thing. Eric, on the other hand,
I'll enjoy it.
No, I don't think you'll. I honestly don't think you'll care even. I don't think you'll care. This is awesome.
I asked you about the sale of the house.
Yeah, but well, so it's an Airbnb now. No, I got offers, and I didn't take any of them because they were too low. Yeah. The market's bad. So what I wanted to do was hold on to it, right? However, if I hold on to it, it's a fine. It might be, but it hasn't been enough. So, right. So, but the point is, I'm still paying a mortgage every month.
Daddy has double mortgages.
I got double, bro. I got 4 mortgages. Okay.
Why? What happened? Are you Floyd Mayweather? How are you right now?
So,
how many families do you have?
So, Well, shit was Brahma business, okay? So
The original is this the original condo that you used to live in? You still own now?
yes. Hell yeah, baby. So
I remember that one.
So I'm like, fuck this. If they're gonna lowball me, I'm gonna keep it. Okay. Now, the mortgage is a lot. So I'm like, okay, how about this?
Let's take a break. Man, this is interesting. You have life insurance?
Well, yeah, but it's like, what's going on,
I mean, you gotta have life insurance. You never know. I heard a story with a guy, really rich dude, just dropped dead at 50. Didn't have anything. Yeah. It's crucial. You never know when it's happened. So Ethos makes getting life insurance fast and easy, and it's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes.
Get the same day coverage, right?
Same day coverage.
Yeah, there's no medical exam. You just answer a few simple health questions, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage. You hear that? Some policies are as low as $30 a month.
Yeah, I mean, you want to secure your family and your future, and make sure you're leaving a legacy and leaving something behind. Especially if you want to. And look, you get the lowest rates in their network of trusted carriers. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, over 4,000 reviews. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quotes underneath that. Ethos.com/golden hour. That's ETHOS.com/golden hour. Application times may vary, rates may vary.
No, actually, it wasn't me first. It was like, let's make an Airbnb. I was like, I don't really want to do that. Okay. So I said, if you can convince me to do it, then okay, right? So she said,
That's not a shit of it.
but she said, okay. She goes, comes back like a few days later. She says,
It's a PowerPoint presentation.
She says, look what I did. And I go, fuck. Okay.
No, Chris said you could have built upon it. These are the people going into the thing.
So this is unbelievable, guys. This is truly awesome. You said you don't buy it. This is unbelievable. This is not awesome. No matter how you cut it. Okay?
This is what I think we should say. Tune in next episode to find out what he's talking about.
No. So she says, let's do an Airbnb. Let's do a themed Airbnb. So I go like this. No. Right? So she says, but we stayed in the Airbnb before. And I go, what? She says, we took the kids to Disneyland. We did like I don't know, it was like a Disney Water or something. Incredible. So I was like, yeah, it was okay. I guess it was good for the kids. And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill this. So I was like, challenging. So I go, what's the theme? She says, I'm gonna make it like Harry Potter wizard stuff.
What did love do? What is it?
So I go, I don't think I had you. I have you now.
You have me now.
Yeah.
Rachel and I and both are going to stay there.
It's not for you. I don't think so.
So it's Hogwarts.
So it's a research. So I go.
She made everything.
I go. So she gets a guy that does this, does a theme business thing. They have like 60 of them. They make fucking money, right?
So like a Stranger Things one,
It's just all sorts of shit, Yes.
Look who's on board now. Because what is this?
Ideas are
Stranger Things. Stranger Things would crash. Mario would fucking crash right now for kids.
So
I'm on the fence about this whole
it's fine. So I'm saying, she starts showing me Photoshops of what's in the rooms. And I see these Photoshops and I'm like, That's not our house.
Barcelona.
And she's like,
Should
yeah,
I
it is.
leave?
I'm like, that's a whole different thing. She was like, I said, okay. I said, who's going to do this? It's going to cost $300,000. She says, no, it's not. I'm going to do it. I knew this already. So I say, so look, she's really talented with this shit. I know you know. She should have done it on her YouTube channel. I kept trying to convince her that that would have been great. Turning your house into area, into she's filming it. Yeah, she's filming it. But so I say, she's beyond talented with this stuff. Like it's crazy. So she said, I'm gonna go to that house and I'm gonna start and I'll be gone for a few days. And I'm like, all right. So I said, okay. A few days later, I go to the house. There is rock on the wall. Bro, there is a mailbox inside where a kid can like push a button and it goes letter to invite into the Wizard Academy. Wow. There is a train coming out of the wall. A little train. This train is huge. And I go, 9 3/4. Yes, it was. 9 3/4. And I go, can I ask you this now? Did the bathroom say men only, women only? So, dude, she's like, I'm gonna make. So it goes joke shop, and then what's the candy place, and then this is gonna be the office. The wizard thing's gonna be the bedroom, and I'm like, it looks. I go, who did this? She said, I did it. I was like, you're fucking an insane person, bro. And then the dude told me like, what you can charge for a night? I'm like, I'm gonna retire. It's so, bro. I don't know. Patreon from there. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%, yeah, 100%. But I genuinely am thoroughly impressed. And dude, it's gonna be. You gotta see it, bro. It's gonna be so unbelievable, dude. I don't care about this shit. So I get it. It's a great story. I do that. I'm just not into wizard stuff. I'm thinking of anything else. It's not the point of the idea. I don't know. I could come to LA and make. Your girl would change it into like a mechanic's house or something. Then you'd be like, what? Oh, shit. If you were like this house. That would do great for kids. That's a different idea, which is also a good idea. Go stay at the murder. It's a fine idea. It's definitely not a good idea. It's not a great idea. Because there's a lot of serial killer ads out there. Yeah, but what I do for families.
Everyone agrees that Travis is
kids don't like Harry Potter. It's like church and stuff. It's like you should
it's like you take everything money that was think about this. Let's do that to Travis. You take every single thing that normally
there's a new show coming out.
You sleep on Travis? Wow, that's point of Travis. That's good for me as well. Shabbos, I couldn't sleep, I didn't feel that. On Shabbos, I feel that as well.
You're saying that's a big
holistic things. I don't think we just get once a year that I'm on the phone. That again, part of it Shabbos is keeping us in the spells. I want something to get.
Fucking, you know there's gonna be some trans and gays in it. It's gonna be fucking
pop. On Shabbos, just to make her mad. Special. That's the Shabbos. You take everything by day, everything all day, and you just simply lift it up. So
this shit, it's not even about that. I know. It's just about like, she came to and said, what I like is the follow. A lot of people have that. She's a go-getter.
I like that she contributed. She's
like, I got an idea how we can make some money, and it fucking did it.
I don't think that was her motivation.
A little bit, because she knows it's stressful and credit for the side space.
I think the motivation was about making money for her. I think a lot. You think so? Yeah. Well, that's
Making money to help out the family.
What I'm saying, I feel like a lot of the motivation too was just like she loves doing it. No, she loves doing it. It's so weird. Yeah.
It's so far from what I like to do. Is there a show on this? Like people that do those makeovers? Crush on them.
Anyway, she should be like more rescue. Right. Yeah, she just comes in and she doesn't even scream at people. She just goes, "Get out of here!" Yeah. How would you list it? Harry Potter not. It's just a wizard thing. It's not a Harry Potter thing. It's a wizard thing. But yeah, it's yeah. But we anyway, this will be ready in like 2 months. That's awesome. It's actually crazy.
That is cool. That story's so much better than I thought.
Hey, what do you know? Mr. fucking judgmental came around.
It's just your feelings that your diabetes getting tired. It was just the way he does it. Usually he's all excited about your eyebrows popping up. That's what he meant. No, I'm super excited about
people were asking for our next live. Yeah, I know. Well, now I was waiting to see if he was going to come to LA.
It was looking good.
It is okay. Well, that's in 1, 2, 3 weeks.
What is that? What's that fight? Nick?
That's the power of chance.
May 16th?
Hello, said active.
Yeah, May 16th.
Hillel's approach again says the Gemara.
Okay, so that's it.
Hillel need the
Yeah, a month, I guess. Or no more than a month, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, yeah, if it's going to happen, then we should do it live in Los Angeles. I mean,
yeah. I was like, what about comps in San Francisco?
Comps? Did I say that? No, I said that. Well, it depends on how you're coming. He's back out for like 2-3 days. But, like, I mean, yeah.
Shabbos teaches us that it's possible. That Shabbos, not Shabbos.
Looking all into it.
There's Kodesh and there's Chol. I'm not doing Kodesh L'Chol. Like there's holy things, there's Monday.
July 5th and 6th.
What are you there for, Chris?
Things, and that's the way of the world. Shabbos teaches us that that's not true. Shabbos teaches us that even on days we mix it up. But we check Shabbos out. Okay, one day I'm going to look at this.
Is there a 10 on the exhibit?
Check the rest of it.
Zach Baggins has the haunted.
It's full of hair, but yeah,
It's
it's
fantastic.
Yeah.
You can film it on Patreon.
just you know what, guys, sometimes in the bedroom, you're feeling a little nothing going to. It's just sometimes you're just not yourself, and all the guys wait longer than they need to take action, and the difference now is getting real treatment is simple through hands, and it's 100% online. Yeah, you don't have to go to some weird wing where you're looking around at other people with dick problems. No, HIMS connects you with licensed healthcare providers online. You have simple access to legitimate ED treatment options from home. Like I say, no awkward appointments, no weird pharmacy lines. Just complete a simple online intake and provider will review your information to determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your treatment ships directly to your door in discreet packaging. That includes slide in a film. That's the prescription medicine, but slide in a film. Generic. It's known as generic for Viagra. Anyway, whatever it is, it's known as generic for Viagra. So there you go. That's what that includes. Available through HIMS at up to 95% less than the brand name version. So sildenafil. To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss,
weight loss, and more.
You need to point for me when you say hair loss.
Hair loss and weight loss and more. Visit hims.com/golden. That's hims.com/golden for your free online visit. hims.com/golden.
Prescription required. See website for details and important safety information. Sildenafil is the generic version of Viagra. Viagra is registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. Hims is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris.
You guys ever go to Memphis?
Memphis is hell.
And it's not the first mafia concert by
NBA players definitely great. Tell me when you want me to stop at 2:48.
Wait, hold on. Is this about Memphis?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I haven't seen this. Memphis is
great food.
hell.
Man, I used to hate the
Oh!
crack when everyone said that was walking across the street on game day to get to the
Tilly's favorites. Everybody's got to have.
There is good.
Yes.
This house
I'm into this, bro.
He tells a story about the sprinklers going off on their roofs in the hotel that wanted to do anything.
Oh man, Memphis is just, you know what Memphis has to do? Be part of another city and just make that whole city big to wherever that, like, it is. I mean, look, I get it has culture. I understand the food's great. The food is great. But, I mean, dude, it's, oh God, have you been? If somebody said, what's this? That's what comes to mind. I mean, that's so funny that all these NBA players are saying.
Is it Elvis?
No.
But I don't think he Graceland to Memphis.
Oh, he might be solo. His brand new noise. Just a lot. He's in the
So he wasn't Graceland.
That's like all the alien stuff right there. It's like really.
No, I just can't. I'll just say this. I can't believe this. That is just. That's so interesting. That all that. I mean, that's funny. What's the Grizzlies?
Memphis Grizzlies.
And it's in the summer.
They're trying to add a Vegas team and bring the Supersonics back to Seattle, so that there'll be an even amount of teams in the NBA. Yeah, so they are going to bring Supersonics back. Yeah, but what they would have to do though is because both those teams are on the West Coast, they would have to take two teams and put them on the East Coast. And if they get one of the teams, it's going to be Minnesota or this one here. God, I'll talk to some of your games I don't keep up with. The one I keep getting books about is the NBA. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I love it. Travel.
What do you mean? Oh, the actual job. That sucks.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't. I hope that I hope baseball starts to get more popular. Baseball's crushing. It's good. Yeah, but finally, I've been in the house for 4 years.
What's up? What you been working out?
Me and Nick. Oh yeah. Every day. So every Saturday, Sunday, because Tia's game. So 5 days. It's not every day. It's Monday through Friday. Every day except for Monday. Okay, so but Saturday and Sunday, it is a workout. I get so many steps in because I'm on my feet all day.
So that's good.
8 days.
I mean, you should work out every fucking day. But yeah, 5 days a week is great. And so it's lifting.
When the boys are in school right now, right? Right now, they're out It's like, I don't know what's going on right now.
Oh, dude, with the fucking tweet Trump did that. Shit.
What do you tweet?
Tonight will be the end of the civilization, talking about Iran. Nobody saw it.
God, he's fucking up his devil, man.
You know what's annoying too is like everyone who was like, it is kind of annoying that honestly, that nobody has, or at least I haven't seen anyone be like, you're right, I pushed to vote for him. I shouldn't have, and I fucked up. Nobody's doing it.
Well, because they're not doing it because what was the alternative? Kamala Harris.
No, I understand that
There's no alternative, so you can't be mad at the people that voted for it.
No.
What's our fucking alternative? Some bitch that didn't win the primaries. Is that a fucking mind? So it's like, yeah, maybe everyone fucked up, but it's like, we have a ton of options.
No, I understand that.
I think it's like, this is
No, it's crazy. You know,
let me read this. Hold on, oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, this is just, even when he said on Easter, I was just kind of like, what he said, it just wasn't, it's like crazy. Oh, yeah, what the fuck? The whole thing is like, it just doesn't feel presidential. No, it's beyond him. You know,
we're talking about a whole civilization will die tonight. It's like, you think we voted for that, bud?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying that Democrats didn't fuck everything up. I'm not saying that. Kamala Biden, all that stuff was crazy. But, you know, yes, we needed other options. You know, and the world was fucked.
Let's just go through this for a second. This is what's crazy about this guy. Listen, the first sentence, fine. When we go back to it,
so let's say, here's the shine though.
it says here, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Like, that whole thing is crazy. It's so crazy because, and then he goes on to say, however, now that we have a complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary and wonderful can happen. This is very contradictory.
And in the first sentence, he says two opposite things.
Yes.
He says, the whole civilization will die tonight. And then he says, it probably will.
Yeah, which was the same thing. The sentence is so this means nothing.
No. Well, it definitely means nothing. You don't know what it means, but that's the fucking scary part. It's like, don't say it. Figure out, and what's with the fucking people around this guy?
Well, you want to talk about somebody that got yes men around them?
Well, of course, yeah. What are you supposed to do?
Jesus, what are you supposed to do? Like, you think he's typing that? Imagine that the A intern. Imagine the A intern is just going like this. Right.
Yeah, saying all these words.
Trump's on the toilet, you know what I mean? And then say the whole, and he's just typing away what he's supposed to do. And this isn't even on like anything real. This is still on his true social media. I don't think he tweets or anything. He just puts it on that, and then everybody takes it from that, puts it on that. This can even be fake wrong, True. You know what I mean? You can't believe anything. But I haven't done something. He tried to pass a thing about that you have to put a watermark that is AI on stuff. Yeah, I think that's good. But that guy took 12 years ago. I know. That's what I was thinking about property tax, and they're trying to like take away the percentage, the percentage that you can raise property tax. He's trying to demolish that. Oh, really? Kids can just go out to whatever.
Yeah, it's a fucking.
They just want to take people's homes away.
It's such a fucking scam, bro.
Yeah, property tax is the hugest scam. It's such a fucking scam. We're still renting. Yes. Even if you're paying, we're still renting. It's unbelievable. Unless you're renting a fucking Hogwarts house that's that Marathon gas station to every stop is the start of 5.